In the stillness of night, in a remote region of the Great Xia, there lay a modest abode within a city. The dim moonlight streamed through the window, casting a chill upon the already extinguished lights of the bedroom. Lu Ming reclined on his bed, his hands clasped upon his chest, as he observed a figure gently push open the door to his sanctuary. It resembled a scene frozen in time from a cinematic portrayal of a previous life. As the silhouette flickered at the threshold, before gradually making its way to his bedside, the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly silent, an unsettling stillness that sent shivers down his spine, while the temperature within the room inexplicably dropped. Ah, why has it suddenly become so cold? Who is this person, and how did they enter? Do they not fear the chill? Lu Ming, cocooned in his blankets, found his mind in a haze, struggling to comprehend the bizarre circumstances unfolding before him. Yet, he could distinctly feel an icy draft creeping from his toes to the crown of his head, rendering his body stiff and numb. The figure standing at the foot of Lu Ming's bed slowly bent down, drawing nearer to his head. Though his entire being was rigid with fear, Lu Ming felt no imminent danger. Instead, he stared wide-eyed and dazed at the advancing shadow. Unbeknownst to him, his limbs had lost all sensation, and the awareness of his body below the neck was gradually fading. From an external perspective, a faint shadow was being drawn from Lu Ming's very essence, siphoned away by the figure. Ding! Special energy detected. Special energy has been connected. Special energy absorbed. System activated. The sudden emergence of the system notification shattered the surreal clarity of Lu Ming's vision, which had felt as though it had been enhanced by a high-definition filter. A wave of dizziness swept through his mind, making him feel as though he were not lying on his bed, but rather trapped within a tumultuous washing machine, hurled into a raging sea. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting, and Lu Ming's frigid, stiffened body began to regain feeling as warmth enveloped him. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Lu Ming reclaimed a modicum of control over his body, he bolted upright in bed. Terror etched across his face, gasping for breath as cold sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his bedding. He widened his eyes, scanning the room for the source of his dread. But after an agonizing wait with no results, he finally noticed the system notification within his line of sight. What is this? My golden finger has finally arrived? After 18 years of reincarnation in this world, why did it take so long? And to make such a grand entrance? I was just about to enjoy a leisurely life. Lu Ming felt a wave of despair wash over him. Once he regained full mobility, he threw off the damp sheets and stood up, shedding his sweat-soaked garments. He took a towel from the wash basin, dampened it with the remnants of last night's water, and wiped himself down before donning a fresh robe. Gazing into the bronze mirror, he beheld a well-groomed and handsome reflection, his thoughts drifting. In his past life, Lu Ming had been a cog in the machine of a modern technological society, with his final memories marred by the sight of himself collapsing in a pool of blood, witnessing a knife-wielding assailant targeting children at a kindergarten, only to be subdued by arriving police and concerned citizens. He had closed his eyes, thinking, I lived a life of mediocrity, yet in the end, my sacrifice saved several families. Perhaps my existence was not in vain. Yet perhaps it was a divine gift that Lu Ming had been reborn into this ancient world reminiscent of his previous lives' dramas. He had been reincarnated into a wealthy family, cherished by a father who had longed for a son and catered to his every whim. Tragically, his father had passed away the previous winter, followed shortly by his mother, who succumbed to grief. Thus, Lu Ming was left with a vast inheritance, but no family. Fortunately, with the knowledge gleaned from his past life and the lessons learned at his father's side, he had managed to stabilize and even enhance his family's affairs. Lu Ming had recently become the master of his own domain, eager to experience the pleasures described in the novels of his previous life, though his father had been strict about such indulgences, fearing they would lead to his son's downfall. I had always believed that those guards who could cleave through tree trunks or shatter rocks with a single punch represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in this world. However, witnessing that mysterious figure earlier made me realize how limited my perspective had been. Lu Ming returned to his bed, reflecting on the disconcerting state he had found himself, and it was not something easily explained by mere science. Despite being acutely aware of everything around him, his thoughts had been clouded, rendering him a mere spectator to the encroaching danger, helplessly watching as the figure consumed him piece by piece. Fortunately, the golden finger saved my life. Lu Ming gazed at the system interface before him, his emotions swirling in complexity. As one among the many who had traversed to another world, he had once fantasized about awakening a golden finger, aspiring to emulate the protagonists of those tales, to bask in glory and wield power over the world, reveling in the company of beautiful women. However, after numerous failed attempts in his youth to activate such powers, his father had deemed him possessed and summoned a shaman to perform an exorcism. Consequently, Lu Ming had resigned himself to the notion of a golden finger and instead focused on learning various disciplines from his father, laying the groundwork for a prosperous future. Lu Ming was a man who adapted to circumstances, desiring only to live a tranquil life. Yet after the recent encounter, he understood that such stability was no longer feasible. While he longed to shut the door and live his life in peace, he was even less inclined to face another harrowing ordeal, losing his life inexplicably once more. No one could predict whether the golden finger would save him again should he find himself in peril. His future plans would depend on the capabilities of this newfound golden finger, which would become his pillar of support. Additionally, Lu Ming believed it necessary to reclaim the martial skills he had lost through fatigue and hardship, not to triumph over the specter he had just encountered, but to ensure he could escape more swiftly should he face it again. Regaining his focus, Lu Ming turned his attention to the system interface before him. Name: Lu Ming. Race: human. Gender: male. Age: 18. Attributes: normal adult male. Average is 10 points. Strength: 8. Agility: 9. Constitution: 7. Spirit: 12. Perception: 10. Skills: archery. Fierce tiger. Fist. Commerce. Special ability: Yin Yang. Boundless items held: none. A rather pristine game interface. I can find all my previous skills listed here, with a sign indicating that I can directly enhance their levels. There are no experience points or attribute points. I can only improve my skills to indirectly boost my fundamental attributes. Lu Ming examined the panel, stroking his chin. Thus, I must rely on skill enhancement to indirectly elevate my base values. Among these, martial arts would offer the most significant and comprehensive improvement to my physical condition. The only issue is that the martial arts available to me now seem akin to the street performances from my past lives television shows. I wonder if there exist more profound techniques, or if I could simply utilize the system's skill points to forcefully level up. Furthermore, I question whether the system imposes any level restrictions on skills. If there are no such limitations, and as long as I accumulate enough skill levels, I could potentially cultivate Iron Shirt into a formidable technique. Contemplating the source of the system's energy, Lu Ming recalled the entity that had begun to activate the system. It seems I shall inevitably have to contend with perilous beings in the future. Though Lu Ming yearned for a peaceful existence, his heart was not devoid of courage and a spirit of adventure. Chapter 2. The Fierce Tiger Fist. In the Lu residence of Qingyang City, within the confines of his bedroom, Lu Ming awoke abruptly from a restless slumber, having succumbed to sleep in his garments amidst the tumult of emotions from the previous night. As he sat up, groggily shaking his heavy head, he noticed the sun had already ascended high in the sky. Something felt amiss. His maidservants, Xiaoye and Xiaohong, were typically punctual in their duties, yet today there was an unsettling silence. Moreover, the usual sounds of the guards practicing their morning routines were conspicuously absent. A sudden realization darkened Lu Ming's expression, his countenance transforming into a stormy visage, eyes flickering with sorrow. He hastily donned his shoes and flung open the door. Hastening towards the post where the night guards stood vigil, to his dismay, he found 2 guards lying on the ground, their bodies pallid and lifeless. Clinging to a thread of hope, he approached them to check their pulses. But as soon as his fingers brushed against their cold skin, an icy chill coursed through him. Just as this frigid sensation began to seep into his body, the system interface before him flickered into view. Causing the chill to dissipate in a corner of the interface, a slender line imperceptibly increased, revealing itself as the energy display of the system, so minuscule that Lu Ming had previously overlooked it. Releasing the lifeless hands of the guards, he recognized the futility of further examination. Their arms had stiffened, having succumbed to death long ago. With a grim expression, Lu Ming strode briskly through the front courtyard, rear garden, and various side rooms. Before he knew it, Midday had arrived, and he stood silently at the entrance of his home. Earlier, he had entrusted a passerby named Zhang Qing with a silver piece to report the incident to the authorities. Upon hearing Lu Ming's request, Zhang Qing's face had turned pale with shock and trepidation. Having navigated the streets of Qingyang City for many years, he was acutely aware of what the Lu residence signified. To say that Qingyang City was Lu's entire domain might be an exaggeration, but describing it as Lu's half-city would be entirely accurate. After all, it was undeniable that half of Qingyang belonged to the Lu family. To put it dramatically, the entire populace of Qingyang City revolved around serving the Lu residents, relying on it for sustenance. Moreover, the Lu family was renowned for its benevolence. The prosperity of Qingyang City was largely attributed to the kindness of the Lu household. Thus, to witness the Lu residents nearly obliterated overnight was unfathomable. No, it was not a complete annihilation. Of the 135 members, guards, maidservants, and household managers, only one remained alive. The current head of the Lu family, Lu Ming. Zhang Qing felt an overwhelming urge to spit in disdain, but upon seeing Lu Ming's grim demeanor, he grasped the gravity of the situation. The esteemed head of the Lu family was not one to jest with a mere commoner. Taking the silver piece with trembling hands, Zhang Qing hurried towards the central government office of Qingyang City, fully cognizant that the tides were about to change. Lu Ming, with half-closed eyes, leaned against the grand entrance. Appearing to be napping to any onlooker, in truth, however, his focus had shifted entirely to the system interface before him. The slight increase in the energy bar, triggered by his contact with over 100 corpses, had finally captured his attention. Now, Lu Ming was eager to explore the primary function of this system, skill enhancement. As he directed his gaze to the panel, memories of his past life flooded back. His dreams of becoming a chivalrous hero had compelled his father to seek out a martial artist who imparted upon him the singular skill of the fierce tiger fist. Despite the arduous training, Lu Ming had only managed to practice for a month. As he concentrated, the name of this martial art began to glow, and soon, the system panel displayed an update. Fierce Tiger Fist 1. His physique surged with newfound vigor as Lu Ming felt his muscles grow taut and strong. The essence of years spent refining the fierce tiger fist surged within him, reviving details long forgotten. The basic attributes on the panel began to rise in response to his physical transformation. This revelation eased the tension in Lu Ming's previously grim expression, for it confirmed that his earlier deductions were indeed accurate. Solidifying his reliance on this newfound power, before long, the fierce tiger fist escalated from 1 to 3, and the changes he experienced intensified dramatically. His once slender form visibly transformed, becoming robust and athletic, while his delicate features gained definition. His eyes, previously clear as tranquil waters, now sparkled with the sharpness of a seasoned martial artist. Even his average height increased by a couple of centimeters. This was the sensation of power. Lu Ming marveled at his own hands, seemingly soft and frail, yet capable of shattering boulders with ease. He recognized, with clarity derived from the knowledge acquired in his mind, that his fierce tiger fist had reached the pinnacle described by the martial artist who had taught him. The ability to shatter stone. Without needing to physically test this strength, he felt the culmination of years of practice manifest in an instant, facilitated by the system's enhancement without the perplexity of understanding its intricacies. Lu Ming mused, glancing back at the system panel. He observed the sign following fierce tiger fist. Isn't this already at its highest level? Can it truly be upgraded further? Could these skills indeed be infinitely enhanced? The swell of excitement and curiosity surged within him, and he felt no need to restrain himself. With the remaining energy in the system, Lu Ming pressed the sign with intent. Roar! A tiger's roar reverberated in his mind, causing his vision to blur momentarily. Simultaneously, a series of cracking sounds emanated from his body as his dimensions expanded once more. Blood trickled from his nostrils, cascading down his chin, and he coughed violently, expelling the sanguine fluid. Despite the protective embrace of the system ensuring his safety, the pain was undeniable. Lu Ming meticulously felt the changes coursing through his body, contemplating the distinctions between this elevated fierce tiger fist and its previous form. Damn, this system is remarkable. This latest enhancement of the fierce tiger fist is derived from the jumble of knowledge I absorbed in my past life. Now, it claims that this technique is a product of my innate talent. Who could dispute that, however, the rapid advancement has left me exhilarated. causing me to overlook the fundamental truth that practice is merely 1/3 of the endeavor. The remaining 2/3 lies in nourishment. Fortunately, I have always prioritized balanced nutrition, so the current depletion of my energy can be replenished with a few days of rest. As Lu Ming explored the system to augment his fierce tiger fist for a sense of security, Zhang Qing, breathless and weary, stumbled towards the government office. Upon reaching the entrance, two clerks, solemn in demeanor and armed with staffs, intercepted him. They crossed their staffs, barring Zhang Qing's passage, and gently pushed him back, demanding, "Who goes there? Do you not know that this is a restricted area?" With fatigue weighing heavily on him, Zhang Qing faltered and fell to the ground. Yet, disregarding the pain, he quickly retrieved the jade pendant, a token Lu Ming had given him, and held it aloft. "Hurry! Inform the governor. Last night, 134 members of the Lu family in the northern part of the city were slaughtered, leaving only the current head, Lu Ming, alive. I have been dispatched to report this to the authorities." "What?" The clerks were momentarily struck dumb, unable to comprehend the gravity of Zhang Qing's words. They exchanged incredulous glances, questioning if they had misheard. The guards of the Lu residence outnumbered those in the government office, and many were seasoned veterans who had served in the office themselves. Tio think that only one person remained alive from the Lu family. Was he truly referring to Lu's half-city? One clerk, compelled to act decisively, stepped forward to take the jade pendant from Zhang Qing, scrutinizing it closely. Though he lacked the ability to authenticate jade, he could sense the pendant's exquisite craftsmanship and warmth. A flicker of belief ignited within him. Yet the weight of Zhang Qing's earlier proclamation hung heavily in the air. Naturally, this was not due to any suspicion of theft on Zhang Qing's part, but rather because such an item was beyond the reach of ordinary folk. To speak bluntly, if someone attempted to pawn that jade pendant, the pawnshop owner would likely alert the authorities immediately in Qingyang City. The notion that anyone would dare to mock both the Lu family and the government was utterly unfathomable. Chapter 3. The governor of Qingyang City. Before the government office of Qingyang City, the governor commanded, "Hurry, hurry. Form ranks and follow me to the Lu residence in the northern part of the city." In the city of Qingyang, the magistrate Jia Yudao, with a prominent belly and beads of sweat streaming down his forehead, incessantly dabbed at his brow with a handkerchief. Just moments ago, he had been reclining in rest when he was abruptly alerted by his subordinates regarding an urgent report from the Lu residence. This news caused his heart to race with trepidation, for the Lu family was the wealthiest patron in Qingyang. The occurrence of such a significant incident at the Lu residence left one to ponder the potential upheaval that Qingyang might soon face. On the long street, a junior official clanged a gong to clear the way, followed closely by a throng of constables. Jia Yudao rode a horse, flanked by bodyguards, while numerous curious civilians gathered along the sides of the street. What a rarity today! What event could warrant such a mobilization from the magistrate's office? One onlooker mused. Indeed, even Jia, who seldom ventures beyond his doorstep, has taken to the streets. This must be something considerable. Another replied, but look where they are headed. It seems the Lu residence to the north is in trouble. A third interjected. Nonsense. Even if something were amiss, the benevolent Master Lu would remain unharmed, came the retort. True, that is Lu Banqing, surrounded by countless guards and equipped to the teeth. I've even heard that the head of the Lu family has invested heavily in city defenses, so even if calamity were to befall Qingyang, the Lu residents would surely be safe. Yet, as they spoke, it was evident that the magistrate's direction indeed pointed towards the Lu residents, and his drenched brow and anxious demeanor only fueled their growing unease. The sight of the magistrate's office mobilizing en masse towards the Lu residents began to instill a sense of dread among the residents of Qingyang. After all, without the Lu family, the city would not enjoy the new houses and plentiful food. Nor would it have the tidy streets it boasts today. One wished to revert to the dilapidated state of Qingyang from a few years prior. Clop, clop, clop. The rhythmic sound of disciplined footsteps echoed through the streets, startling Lu Ming, who had been resting against a doorway, somewhat drained from the exertion of his recent endeavors. With a determined air, Jia Yudao arrived at the entrance of the Lu residence, halting his horse and dismounting with agility despite his corpulent frame. It is worth noting that his current position was earned through tangible merit, and though his skills may have waned, he remained far more capable than the average individual. Why, dear nephew, are you unharmed? As Lu Ming approached, he had yet to utter a word before Jia Yudao rushed over, grasping his hand and scrutinizing him closely, particularly noting the blood-stained collar and Lu Ming's pallid complexion. "I've already heard from your servant about the incident at the Lu residence. I understand that most of those affected were your childhood companions, treated by you as family. Though the deceased cannot return, I urge you to grieve with restraint. Rest assured, I have dispatched all available personnel from Qingyang to thoroughly investigate the perpetrators and provide you with justice. They shall not have died in vain." Lu Ming gazed at the impassioned magistrate, fully aware that those who attain such positions are not to be underestimated. He recognized that Jia Yudao's fervent display was merely a performance for his own sake. This was a testament to Lu Ming's efforts over the years, binding the entire city of Qingyang to the Lu family's chariot, ensuring that he need not fear the fate of wealthy merchants and stories who, without warning, faced annihilation by unfounded accusations. Nevertheless, despite his precautions, tragedy had indeed struck. Was this the curse that plagued all affluent families? "Magistrate, the situation is not as you presume," Lu Ming remarked, glancing at the multitude of officials trailing behind. Wishing to avoid discussing such matters in public, he gestured for Jia Yudao to find a more private space within the residence. "Please arrange for them to handle the bodies. Let us speak inside. There are matters I need to inquire about. Kai Kuan, gather a team and secure the critical points surrounding the Lu residence. No unauthorized personnel are to approach. The rest of you, proceed inside and handle the remains properly." Jia Yudao instructed with authority, promptly turning to Kai Kuan of the constabulary to delegate tasks while following Lu Ming into the interior. "Zhang San, you and your crew stay behind to secure key locations as per the magistrate's orders. Li Si, your group will also remain to maintain order among the citizens. No one is to enter without permission." Kai Kuan, the chief constable of Qingyang, commanded his subordinates with a serious demeanor. "The rest of you, bring the supplies we prepared earlier and accompany me into the residence. Remember, once inside, we are to act as if we are blind and deaf, focusing solely on our duties. Do not take what is not yours. Should I find anyone unable to control their impulses, consider this your warning. I will not hesitate to reprimand you later." His voice, sharp and resonant, echoed through the air, and the 100-odd individuals before him responded in unison. Acknowledging his commands. "Excellent. Do not forget how we have come by such favorable conditions. Form teams and search the premises. Any bodies found should be placed in body bags and transported to the courtyard." As they entered the Lu residence, they were unexpectedly met with a scene devoid of chaos or rivers of blood. Instead, they found well-equipped guards lying pale and lifeless on the ground, devoid of visible wounds. Their expressions vacant, an unsettling sight for these seasoned officers of the LAW. By the pavilion adjacent to the courtyard, Lu Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the increasing number of body bags with a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. Yet, he quickly composed himself and turned to the visibly perturbed Jia Yudao. "What are your thoughts? It seems you gleaned some understanding from my account. Would you be willing to share your insights?" "Indeed, after listening to my dear nephew recount the events, I have begun to recall certain notions, albeit I have always regarded them as mere legends due to our remote location and lack of exposure." Jia Yudao replied, snapping back to attention. He regarded Lu Ming with a mysterious expression. "Such knowledge is not a closely guarded secret. Those who ought to know are already aware, and those who should not know would find it of no consequence. It is evident that our isolated Qingyang is among those who ought not to be privy to such matters. The information I have is derived from discussions long past, shared by fellow officials who ventured beyond these borders. Those in the know are aware, while those who ought not to know have no need for such knowledge. Correct. I had once taken pride in the Lu family's advancements, yet I now realize that I have never even qualified for entry, and that all accomplishments stem from the influential families who manipulate the court." Lu Ming pondered, feeling a wave of relief that he had not impulsively departed Qingyang for a more prosperous city. For with his limited understanding of this world, he might have met an untimely end. "Rest assured, magistrate, I comprehend your concerns. I am not one to gossip. What leaves your lips shall not reach another's ear. In the aftermath, I shall assist in restoring stability to Qingyang and prevent any chaos, as this incident originated from my family. Furthermore, the Lu family will augment our annual contributions to the city's development by 50%. Lu Ming understood that in this ancient world, knowledge equated to power. The information Jia Yudao was prepared to divulge could very well unveil the truths of this realm. However, he also recognized that Jia Yudao's insights likely represented only the tip of the iceberg. If the magistrate possessed truly earth-shattering revelations, he would not have remained in this remote city for so long. In that case, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the citizens of the city for your generosity. Lu Ming remarked, his expression softening as he reciprocated the gesture with a bow. Chapter 4. The realm of nightmares and nightmarish beings at the Lu residence, within the pavilion beside the courtyard. Jia Yudao adjusted his posture. Lu Xianshi, you are overly courteous. As public officials, it is our duty to help clarify matters for you. Feeling a bit parched, he had intended to call for tea but recalled that Lu Ming was now the last man standing in the residence. He swallowed his words and cleared his throat. Since you wish to learn more, allow me to recount some tales I encountered during my studies. Legend has it that our world is divided into the realms of yin and yang, akin to the relationship between the inside and outside of a mirror. The world we inhabit is the yang realm, also known as the realm of reality, teeming with life in its myriad forms. Vibrant and flourishing. The shadowy realm is known as Yinjia, which stands in stark contrast to the realm of light. Legends whisper that within this somber Yinjia, everything is shrouded in a lifeless gloom, where countless entities, termed Yanwis, exist as the antithesis of life in our yang realm. Some say that Yanwis are but projections of the creatures that inhabit our reality. Others contend that they are the physical manifestations of our deepest fears. There are those who believe that Yinjia serves as the ultimate resting place for all living beings, with Yanwis being the remnants of those who have perished. The multitude of legends offers no singular explanation for how these Yanwis manifest in the desolate Yinjia. It is said that these enigmatic beings possess a myriad of peculiar abilities, and once born, they cannot die of natural causes unless slain. They can also devour one another to augment their strength, hinting at the sheer number and formidable nature of Yanwis within Yinjia, a thought that evokes dread. At this juncture, Jia Yudao deliberately paused, allowing Lu Ming a moment to absorb this daunting information. In an age where communication relied on foot travel and loud calls, most individuals would find themselves utterly bewildered upon hearing such tales, leading them to question the very fabric of their existence. When Jia Yudao first encountered these revelations, he experienced a similar internal turmoil. However, throughout the years, he had only witnessed a person leap to extraordinary heights, leading him to regard these accounts as mere myth. Even in light of the recent incident involving the Lu family massacre, he remained skeptical of their authenticity. Moreover, Jia Yudao's fervent discourse had left his throat parched, necessitating a brief respite. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ming, possessing the identity of a traveler from another realm, was fully engrossed in the narrative. Reflecting on his own recent experiences, Lu Ming surmised that he had indeed encountered a Yanwis, yet he struggled to comprehend how these dead entities could traverse into the Yang realm. If such occurrences were commonplace, one would expect some rumors to have surfaced over the years. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming offered Jia Yudao a look that urged him to continue. Jia Yudao, sensing the unspoken encouragement, reluctantly licked his dry lips. Resuming his tale, he recounted that the realms of Yin and Yang occasionally intersect for reasons unknown, allowing some unsuspecting individuals to stumble into these junctions and survive, giving rise to the legend of ghost markets. Similarly, some Yanwis have ventured into the mortal realm, voraciously siphoning the life force and souls of the living, thus spawning tales of monsters and demons. Jia Yudao swallowed hard, casting a melancholic glance at Lu Ming, who was lost in contemplation. However, Lu Ming remained oblivious to Jia Yudao's gaze, perhaps choosing to feign ignorance. Recognizing the need to conclude his remarks swiftly, Jia Yudao stated that the information he had relayed was all he knew. Any further details were beyond the purview of their social standing. He added that it was rumored that prominent families possessed unique powers, and some fortunate individuals who had returned from Yinjia brought back forces not of this world, capable of confronting the Yanwis that unexpectedly appeared in reality. Nevertheless, he admitted to never having witnessed such phenomena himself. Consider these tales as mere myths, dear nephew, he continued. In my lifetime, prior to the events surrounding you, I have never truly encountered a Yanwis. This is partly due to our secluded locale, but the probability of Yanwis entering the mortal realm is exceedingly low. One might consider themselves extraordinarily fortunate to encounter one in a lifetime. Upon hearing Jia Yudao's words, Lu Ming found himself momentarily entranced by the system panel, particularly a talent labeled Yin Yang Wuj, which he had never quite understood. An unsettling premonition stirred within him. Yet he had no means to verify it proactively. Thus, he resolved to prepare thoroughly before any unforeseen events transpired. With determination, he redirected his gaze to Jia Yudao and stated, "Governor Jia, as you can see, my Lu family is currently beset by misfortune, leaving me as the sole survivor. I wish to request your assistance in hiring a few servants to maintain the basic operations of my household for a time." "That is quite agreeable," Jia Yudao replied nonchalantly. "Even amidst the current turmoil, your Lu family's reputation in Qingyang City, coupled with wages that far exceed the toil of others, will ensure that many will eagerly vie for the opportunity to serve you." Jia Yudao readily consented, recognizing that it was not a difficult task. Lu Ming's request seemed to stem from a desire to avoid the effort of recruiting help himself. With a few judicious arrangements, Jia Yudao could ensure the task was accomplished impeccably. "This matter is not urgent," Lu Ming remarked, a faint smile gracing his pale visage. With a calm, profound, yet slightly piercing gaze, he addressed Jia Yudao. "I am currently plagued by a profound sense of insecurity due to these events, and I urgently require means of protection. Therefore, I kindly request Governor Jia to assist me in procuring various martial arts manuals, particularly those pertaining to internal energy cultivation. I have heard that such practices can enhance one's physical constitution and vitality. I wish to strengthen myself, so that I may no longer be so fragile and possess greater means of safeguarding my life in the event of future encounters. I wonder if Governor Jia could assist me in this endeavor. Of course, I shall reimburse you double for any expenses incurred in obtaining these manuals." Jia Yudao opened his mouth, intending to decline. He knew that martial arts manuals could be challenging to authenticate for those unfamiliar with the discipline. They often concealed hidden pitfalls known only to their authors. Without a mentor to guide him, possessing a manual would prove of little use. Furthermore, while ordinary martial techniques might be easier to find, internal martial arts manuals were typically seized upon almost immediately upon their appearance in the marketplace, making them exceedingly difficult to acquire. However, upon hearing Lu Ming's insistence on doubling the payment, Jia Yudao swallowed his initial refusal. This was precisely why Lu Ming had sought Jia Yudao's assistance. Although Lu Ming had wealth, in this ancient world, it did not guarantee respect. Certain circles would still look down upon him. Jia Yudao, however, was a gentleman of status. Even if others disregarded his authority, they would still acknowledge the weight of his official garb, ensuring that he would not be sold counterfeit manuals. As for any hidden pitfalls within the manuals, Lu Ming had faith that the system would assist him in navigating those challenges, given its ability to derive superior martial arts from disparate knowledge. "I shall not inquire as to your intentions with these manuals," Jia Yudao conceded. "However, since you are so deeply in need of security, I shall reluctantly assist you. Coincidentally, there exists a collection of martial arts manuals that have accumulated in our treasury over the years. While they may not be of the highest caliber, I believe they will still be of interest to you. I will have someone transcribe a copy for you by tomorrow." "Thank you, Governor Jia." Lu Ming expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. That moment, the chief constable of the prefecture, Kai Kuan, approached. Observing the courtyard, Lu Ming noted that the previously bustling staff had now organized themselves in neat rows, indicating they had completed their tasks. As Kai Kuan drew near, he began to report the statistical data to Jia Yudao. Lu Ming listened intently, impressed by the orderly and efficient manner in which Kai Kuan conducted himself. It was no wonder he had earned Jia Yudao's trust at such a young age. Once Kai Kuan had finished his report, Jia Yudao dismissed him. After his departure, Jia Yudao turned his attention back to Lu Ming. "Dear nephew, they have now cleared everything and are preparing to remove the bodies for proper handling. The servants and manuals you requested may take until tomorrow to arrive. Given that there is no one to attend to you at the Lu residence tonight, would you care to accompany me back to the prefecture for the evening?" Lu Ming gazed vacantly at the array of body bags laid out in the courtyard, reflecting on the loss of all he held dear. In this strange world, he truly felt like a solitary wanderer. "Thank you for your kind offer, Governor Jia, but I shall manage for just one night. I can make do. It is not a concern." "Very well," Jia Yudao replied. "I do not wish to pry into how you survived, as each person harbors their own secrets. However, given the tragic circumstances, it is imperative that you remain vigilant now that you have narrowly escaped with your life." Jia Yudao, also contemplating the scene before them, felt a twinge of melancholy. He began to misconstrue some of Lu Ming's actions. "There is one more thing I must inform you of. Regarding the events at the Lu residence, we shall only announce that bandits infiltrated the city and caused chaos. We will not disclose the truth, As it is for the sake of maintaining order within the city, I hope you understand the necessity of this decision. Yes, I leave the matter in your capable hands, Governor Jia. The deceased are gone. The manner of their passing is of little consequence now. Thus, Lu Ming silently observed as the prefecture's personnel transported the body bags onto the carriage, watching them gradually disappear into the distance along the long street. Chapter 5. The invasion of Yinjia. As dusk fell over Qingyang City, Lu Ming found himself alone in the kitchen of the Lu residence, sipping porridge. There is no doubt that cooking is a fundamental skill for men in modern China, and even in this life, Lu Ming occasionally indulged in culinary endeavors to maintain his proficiency. It just so happened that this skill would come in handy now. Heaving and gasping, Lu Ming consumed a substantial bowl of medicinal porridge, and soon a wave of warmth radiated from his stomach throughout his entire body. Of course, ordinary medicinal porridge would not produce such an effect. This concoction was enriched with various precious restorative herbs that Lu Ming had previously procured to prolong the life of the elderly gentleman, and it had been simmered for an extended period. Although it lacked the meticulous balance prescribed by physicians in their monarch minister assistant courier methodology, it nevertheless produced remarkable results through sheer force. From the system panel's assessment, this haphazard brew of medicinal porridge had significantly replenished Lu Ming's depleted vitality and blood, enhancing his physical condition to levels far exceeding his previous state. Unexpectedly, following his martial training, his appetite had surged considerably. Lu Ming polished off a pot of porridge that would have sufficed several individuals, reclining comfortably in his chair, eyes half closed, quietly savoring the rejuvenation of his robust physique, which was being restored to its peak condition by the nourishing porridge. Those who have never experienced such a profound enhancement of life's essence can scarcely comprehend the unique fulfillment that arises from strength. At that moment, the last sliver of sunlight at the horizon was engulfed by darkness. Suddenly, a heavy, leaden cloud cover descended upon the night sky, within which enormous entities seemed to frolic, causing the clouds to churn and roll restlessly. Without warning, a blood moon emerged, hanging ominously in the pitch-black sky, its eerie presence coexisting with the leaden clouds, which were incapable of obscuring its light. The crimson glow of the blood moon cast a sanguine hue over the world below, under the blood-red moonlight. The landscape transformed dramatically. Previously barren areas were suddenly populated with dilapidated houses, and the once lush, verdant mountains became rugged and jagged, with some peaks morphing into deep ravines, vast lakes turning into marshes, and flatlands rising into towering mountains. Meanwhile, Qingyang City, where Lu Ming resided, appeared battered and worn beneath the blood moon. The city walls, which had undergone several renovations due to Lu Ming's donations, were now in a state of disrepair, while the old houses within the city stood haphazardly, resembling toys carelessly strewn about by a child. In the northern part of Qingyang City, at the Lu residence, Lu Ming was savoring the sensation of power with his eyes closed. His ears, enhanced by the tiger fist training, perked up slightly as a sound akin to a weapon slicing through the air approached him. A surge of intense danger surged within him, and before Lu Ming could open his eyes to discern the nature of the threat, his body, fully attuned with the four tiger fist, reacted instinctively. He lowered his waist and shoulders, clenched his fists, and propelled himself forward with explosive force, charging directly at the sharp attack. Just before the strike could land, he collided with the assailant, delivering a flurry of punches that sent the attacker reeling backward. However, Lu Ming sensed something amiss. Despite the ferocity of his attacks, which he believed would have overwhelmed even the martial artists his father had once hired, this assailant exhibited a surprising resilience. Lu Ming realized that something extraordinary was unfolding. He could not afford to prolong this confrontation, as his body had yet to fully recover. The longer he delayed, the more unfavorable the situation would become. Since you can withstand so much punishment, let us see how you fare against my enhanced tiger fist, honed into the explosive technique, Tiger Cannon. At that moment, Lu Ming's muscles tensed, coiling like a tightly wound spring. With his right hand drawn back to gather strength, he launched forward with sudden speed, channeling all of his energy into his right hand, which collided with the assailant. The impact was explosive, sending limbs flying as the attacker was hurled backward with the sound of shattering flesh and bone. Lu Ming, panting heavily with his hands resting on his knees, felt the toll of this rapid confrontation. Despite the brevity of the encounter, Mere seconds had elapsed from the moment of the attack to the assailant's collapse. Finally, he opened his eyes to assess the identity of the attacker. To his surprise, it was not the assailant on the ground that captured his attention, but rather the once familiar surroundings of his home. The kitchen, which Lu Ming had kept tidy due to his mild obsession with cleanliness, had become dilapidated and grimy. Dust coated the floor and tables, and cobwebs clung to the walls. Vegetables and fruits that had been carelessly piled in a corner moments ago had now decayed into a mound of black muck. The pot he had used to prepare the porridge, which he had not yet cleaned, was covered in a layer of white mold. The blood moonlight streaming through the window cast an eerie filter over the dismal environment. Coughing from the dust stirred up during the scuffle, Lu Ming quickly covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, shielding himself from both the dust and the foul stench of decay. A faint rustling sound emanated from the fallen assailant, and in the stillness of the room, it was easily discernible. Was the attacker still alive? However, judging by the sound, it seemed they were nearing their end. Tearing a portion of his sleeve, Lu Ming fashioned a makeshift mask and cautiously approached the assailant. As he took those few steps, he picked up a rusted knife and a moldy cutting board, hurling them toward the attacker as a precaution. Lu Ming was all too aware of the common literary trope in which characters were unexpectedly countered in their moment of triumph. He had no desire to become another cautionary tale. Once he confirmed that the assailant was barely clinging to life, he boldly stepped forward to examine the creature closely. It was a nightmare entity? Uncertain, Lu Ming approached the grotesque figure sprawled on the ground, its torso ravaged by his explosive technique, Tiger Cannon, still twitching feebly. The creature was tall and imposing, draped in a burlap sack, its head resembling that of a massive pig, with sharp tusks glinting ominously. Its eyes gleamed with an eerie red light, and it wielded a colossal, menacing cleaver. In a wonder it felt so wrong during the confrontation. This was a pig-headed butcher? Lu Ming regarded the writhing creature with a mix of curiosity and wariness. But he understood that the situation was dire. With a sudden burst of energy, he unleashed a powerful kick at the creature's head, producing a sickening crunch that rendered it immobile. In that instant, the creature's form dissipated into a cloud of black smoke, rushing into Lu Ming's body before he could fully process what had occurred. Strangely, he experienced no discomfort. Rather, he felt a significant portion of his depleted energy replenished. Hastily, Lu Ming accessed the system panel and indeed, his various expenditures were gradually being restored, while the energy bar accumulated by the system had increased slightly. His earlier hypothesis proved correct. Defeating monsters from the nightmare realm could replenish the energy consumed by his martial techniques. However, he mused that he must not allow his martial growth to accelerate too rapidly, lest he risk depleting his vitality. As Lu Ming contemplated closing the system panel, he suddenly noticed the talent, Yin Yang Infinity, radiating a soft glow. Yet upon focusing his awareness on it, he received no notifications. He resolved to investigate further later and shifted his gaze back to his surroundings. To his astonishment, there appeared to be no changes at all despite the vanquishing of the pig-headed butcher. In Lu Ming's mind, he had assumed that the transformation of the environment was a consequence of the butcher's existence. However, he soon perceived something amiss. Taking several strides toward the kitchen door, he peered outside at the blood-stained world. Could this truly be the Nightmare Realm? Chapter 6. The Nightmare Realm. The pig-headed butcher. The pitch-black sky was drenched in the blood moon's eerie light, casting an ominous red filter over the already dilapidated world. The scene outside delivered an unparalleled psychological blow to Lu Ming. In that moment, he felt as though he could hear countless sorrowful wails and howls, their haunting tones crashing against his psyche like relentless waves, laden with twisted malice that sought to corrupt him just as the outside world had succumbed. Fortunately, just as Lu Ming teetered on the brink of being assimilated by this bizarre reality, the omnipotent system illuminated before him. The unseen taint was absorbed by the Yin Yang Infinity that had activated, and Lu Ming stood frozen in place as the cacophony of anguished cries faded into silence. Upon glancing outside again, he noticed that the only alteration was the additional layer of crimson tint. The world was no longer eerie or sinister. Lu Ming distinctly felt a shift within himself. He was being embraced and assimilated by this realm, becoming akin to the pig-headed butcher, a native of this world. Moreover, he could sense that after a certain period, he would be able to return to the real world. Was this the essence of Yin Yang Infinity, freely traversing the duality of this world? I simultaneously seek recognition from both realms. Alas, even the system cannot provide a detailed account of Yin Yang Wuji. It is a journey I must undertake alone, savoring each moment as it unfolds. Yet, there is no rush. For now, I should thoroughly explore this legendary nightmare realm and devise ways to maximize the benefits from both worlds. Lu Ming steadied his mind and stepped out of the door, only to find that the scenery had transformed dramatically. The Lu Manor he once knew had fallen into disrepair, shrouded in a thick layer of dust. Fortunately, despite some buildings having decayed and collapsed, the overall layout remains unchanged. In contrast to the recent encounter with the butcher, I should be able to navigate this place cautiously given my current abilities. First, I must ascertain the situation here before considering other matters. My safety must take precedence. With a plan and route established in his mind, Lu Ming began to explore along the path etched in his memory. He dashed through several courtyards of the Lu Manor. Why do I say again? Because just earlier that day, he had collected the remains of the manor's residents from these very grounds. Though they now bore the scars of time, crumbling into a state of decay, one cannot help but feel a pang of emotion revisiting these places in such a short span. Even with Lu Ming's resilient spirit, it was difficult to remain unaffected by the scenery. Buzz! As Lu Ming arrived at the square where numerous body bags had been laid out during the day, a towering figure appeared silently behind him. A gleaming large cleaver descended directly toward his head with a swift and ruthless strike. Reacting instinctively, Lu Ming executed a rolling maneuver to the side. Thud! The cleaver crashed down where he had just stood, leaving a gaping hole in the stone slab. Another butcher. Where do they keep emerging from? With their formidable strength and robust physique, if my wits weren't somewhat dulled, I would have had no choice but to flee. Having narrowly evaded the sudden attack, Lu Ming regained his footing and regarded the butcher with some exasperation. Facing such a thick-skinned opponent, Lu Ming's current martial skills seemed inadequate. A regular strike would only yield a fraction of the intended impact, thwarted by the layers of fat. Only the explosive technique, Tiger Cannon, could inflict significant damage. I was too eager earlier. I should have taken the cleaver from that butcher over there. However, I am fortunate to have the restorative power of that dark energy. One butcher is still manageable, as Lu Ming steadied himself. He seized the moment while the butcher was lowering its cleaver. He pushed off from the flagstone, launching himself towards the creature. His muscles surged, coiling like a spring, culminating in the execution of explosive technique, Tiger Cannon. In combat against such monsters, one must not hesitate. Swift and decisive action is paramount, or I shall surely be the one to fall. The butcher, still clinging to its cleaver, attempted to retract its weapon for another strike. But this delay rendered its movements sluggish. Lu Ming's fist loomed larger before its eyes. Boom! Lu Ming lightly pressed against the butcher's arm, using the leverage to propel himself to eye level with the creature. His fist connected, and the butcher's head was nearly severed from its body, sending it crashing backward under the force of impact. However, as Lu Ming descended, barely catching his breath, a third butcher appeared from the shadows, brandishing a massive knife, slicing upwards toward Lu Ming's chest. The timing was impeccable, striking at Lu Ming's most vulnerable moment, leaving him with little opportunity to react. He could only slightly shift his chest to mitigate the impending blow. Thud! Blood splattered onto the stone as Lu Ming was flung like a rag doll by the force of the strike. Thud! Lu Ming landed heavily on the ground, coughing up blood, a grotesque wound stretching from his left side to his right shoulder, exposing flesh and bone, resembling a gaping blood maw on his chest. Before he could catch his breath, a third butcher appeared silently, charging at him with its bloodied blade. The force of the attack left no doubt. Under the butcher's strike, Lu Ming would be cleaved in two. Fortunately, the dark energy from his recent kill surged within him, temporarily stabilizing his injuries and granting him the strength to evade. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself, his shoes tearing apart as he narrowly dodged the descending blade. If he were a human warrior, he might have adjusted his stance mid-fight, but Lu Ming had no such luxury. Yet, the butcher, in its haste, could not stop in time, as it stumbled to regain its footing and prepare for another assault. Lu Ming, low to the ground, surged forward, delivering a Tiger Cannon strike to its chin, lifting the creature off the ground. Thud! The sound of heavy bodies hitting the ground echoed. Gasping for breath, Lu Ming lay on the ground, blood bubbling from his mouth. He gazed up at the blood moon above. a sense of confusion washing over him. Having unleashed consecutive explosive techniques while already gravely wounded, even with the mysterious dark energy, I can only prolong my existence for a few more minutes. Little did I know, this would be the day my family faced annihilation. Crash, thud. A larger butcher, dragging an exaggeratedly large knife, approached Lu Ming slowly. In his final moments, Lu Ming regarded the towering figure with a wry smile. I once thought these butchers were mere pawns. I never anticipated encountering such a formidable warrior. To perish at its hands would not render my life in vain. In his fading consciousness, the butcher lifted its thick, pillar-like leg, descending slowly like a hydraulic press without resistance. Crack! With a sound reminiscent of a watermelon bursting, Lu Ming's awareness plunged into darkness. In the real world. Lu Ming awoke, half reclining in a chair, drenched in cold sweat, gazing around the pristine and orderly kitchen. Am still alive. Lu Ming felt a surge of exhilaration as he contemplated the implications of his talent. Yin Yang Wuji. Yin Yang Wuji allows me to freely enter the nightmare realm at night. My Yang form serves as the root, while my Yin form is the fruit. The Yang form is indestructible, and the Yin form is immortal. While in the nightmare realm, I embody both. If my Yin form perishes, my Yang form will simply be returned to the real world. Upon my next venture into the nightmare realm, all injuries will be healed. Is this not akin to a rudimentary form of immortality? I can now explore the nightmare realm with abandon, unafraid of danger. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Ming instinctively touched his head, still feeling a twinge of apprehension. Yes, caution is advisable. While I might not truly die, the fear and pain associated with death are very real. If I act recklessly, the accumulation of negative emotions from near-death experiences could lead to my mental collapse. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming steadied his mind and gazed out at the slowly darkening night. I have likely spent 2 hours in the nightmare realm, but judging by the current twilight, it seems as though the sun has just set. Perhaps time flows differently, regardless of how long I linger in the nightmare realm. It merely equates to an instant in the real world. Yet, I have no means of measuring time. Upon my next entry into the nightmare realm, I must pay close attention to this detail. It is crucial, and I must find an opportunity to test it. Lu Ming tightened his body, stretched his limbs, and yawned widely as he exited the kitchen. After a night of heightened tension, fatigue began to set in. Although he had slain 3 butchers, the dark energy he obtained was sufficient to replenish his depleted strength, but it would require time. He decided to take a short nap. Upon waking, he would head to the government office to see what secrets Jia Yudao might possess. He had also promised to help soothe the townsfolk. Chapter 7. The government office, a city in turmoil at noon, with the sun high in the sky. Lu Ming finally completed his morning routine at a leisurely pace and set off for the government office. After several hours of rest, the 3 dark energies he had absorbed had fully rejuvenated him. Lu Ming's strength now stood firmly at Fierce Tiger Fist 4, a stark contrast to the vulnerable state he had endured the previous night. Even if Lu Ming were to confront the giant butcher that had appeared at the end of the night, he could only shake his head in resignation. He was simply no match for it. With a height differential of 1 to 2 times and a size disparity of 3 to 4 times, even if the giant butcher stood still, Lu Ming's punches would be unable to penetrate its thick layer of fatty defense. However, now, Lu Ming found he could easily handle the 3 butchers of normal stature he had faced the night before. Upon stepping onto the bustling street, Lu Ming was struck by an unsettling atmosphere. As he observed the sparse crowd, it was midday, a time when one would typically expect a throng of people, yet the streets were notably devoid of life. Moreover, he noticed an increase in soldiers stationed at various intersections and thoroughfares. Are the officials deploying troops for security? Hadn't Jia Yudao claimed he would suppress matters concerning the Lu household? Why, then, was there such a commotion now? Was something amiss in the city? Furrowing his brow, Lu Ming watched the patrolling soldiers pass by today. He had donned inconspicuous attire and made a deliberate effort to blend in, wishing to avoid drawing attention. However, given the desolate streets, his precautions seemed excessive. Initially, he contemplated inquiring with the manager of his family's store, but considering his impending visit to the government office, he decided it would be more prudent to question Jia Yudao directly. Furthermore, with the current uncertainty, he preferred not to reveal himself too soon. After all, his entire family had perished, leaving only the fragile impression of a young man who had miraculously survived. Such circumstances would inevitably stir idle gossip and unwelcome speculation. Unbeknownst to Lu Ming, news of the Lu household's plight had already reached the ears of some keen observers, particularly in the neighboring city of Fuyang. A peculiar master-servant duo, upon hearing of the Lu house incident, swiftly distilled vital information from the rumors circulating among the populace. A wealthy merchant, well guarded by elite troops, had mysteriously met his demise along with his entire family, leaving only the recently come-of-age head of the household alive. It appeared that intriguing events were unfolding in Qingyang City. Let us proceed to Qingyang City, Qingqing, and observe this fortunate head of the Lu family. A melodious voice emanated from a lavish carriage. The maid outside casually flicked her riding whip, altering the carriage's course, and replied, "Very well, miss. But do you truly believe that bestowing resources upon these impoverished backwaters will yield any benefit?" Xiaoqing, I have already mentioned that this is an investment. Every investment carries its risks, yet for us, these are not insurmountable. In this chaotic world, it is prudent to prepare for contingencies. Perhaps one day, the seeds we sow will blossom, the young lady responded. All right, however, I maintain that in such a desolate place, it is improbable that anyone worthy of your notice will emerge. Haha, the world is vast and replete with wonders. Who can predict the course of fate? Now, focus on driving. Do not crash into trees that have done you no wrong. Humph. Those trees ought not to obstruct our path. In Qingyang City, Lu Ming arrived at the government office, observing the bustling constables coming and going, which stirred a flicker of anxiety within him. Striding forward, he approached the gatekeeper. "My good fellow, do you happen to know where our esteemed governor is at present?" "Ah, it is the master of the Lu family. The governor is currently in his office. He has instructed that you should be taken directly to him." The gatekeeper promptly recognized Lu Ming and welcomed him. "Thank you, my friend." Lu Ming expressed his gratitude with a nod, though curiosity and uncertainty flickered across his face. "I noticed a heightened military presence on the streets today, and the constables here seem unceasingly busy. Has something transpired?" As the gatekeeper led the way, he replied with a sigh, "You are not aware, Master Lu? Early this morning, the office received several reports. A mass drowning incident in Li Family Village, the mysterious disappearance of hunters entering the city, the vanishing of night watchmen. Each incident has kept the entire office in a flurry of activity." Pausing, the gatekeeper cast a cautious glance at Lu Ming and whispered, "Adding to this is the matter concerning the Lu house from yesterday, which has made Governor Jia anxious about potential panic among the townsfolk, fearing that someone might exploit the chaos for their own gain. Thus, he has summoned troops to maintain order and guard against unforeseen developments. I appreciate your clarification, my friend," Lu Ming replied, pulling a few silver coins from his pocket and slipping them into the gatekeeper's hand. "A small token of my gratitude." "Thank you, Master Lu. Thank you." The gatekeeper beamed with delight, cherishing this unexpected fortune. As they continued along the path, the gatekeeper relayed numerous tidbits of information about the various affairs within the government office, revealing to Lu Ming that Qingyang City was far from the tranquility it appeared to offer. The emergence of nightmares and rampant banditry had prompted the military deployment primarily to counter the marauding criminals. While calm reigned within the county seat, numerous villages surrounding it had reported troubling news, urging the county office to intervene, yet they were rebuffed with excuses of insufficient manpower. Before long, they arrived at the governor's office. Throughout the journey, as Lu Ming absorbed the gatekeeper's accounts, it was as if a veil had been lifted from his understanding, awakening him to the realities of the world beyond his sheltered existence under his father's guidance. It was akin to the experience of many who, having enjoyed the tranquility afforded by a powerful homeland, only realized the distortions in their worldview upon venturing abroad. The door to the office was ajar, and the voices of Jia Yudao and Kai Kuren drifted out. Having received prior instructions, the gatekeeper gently knocked to announce their arrival, then promptly ushered Lu Ming inside. "My dear nephew has arrived. Come, take a seat," Jia Yudao exclaimed, halting his conversation with Kai Kuan upon spotting Lu Ming. He warmly urged Lu Ming to sit and instructed a servant to bring tea. The gatekeeper, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly withdrew. Meanwhile, Kai Kuan, the chief constable, tensed at Lu Ming's entrance, perceiving a latent danger and a palpable aura of menace that suggested the young man had encountered life-threatening situations. "Governor, it seems the office is quite busy today. I wonder how our previous discussions have progressed?" Lu Ming, having just taken his seat, bypassed formalities, having noted the hurried pace of the officers. Recognizing their pressing concerns, he dove straight into the matter at hand. Do not take offense, dear nephew. I trust the gatekeeper has given you a brief overview. Recently, Qingyang City has been rife with disturbances. Jia Yudao reclined comfortably in his chair, appreciating the opportunity to rest. As for whether what he shared with Lu Ming touched upon sensitive subjects, he adhered to the principle that those who needed to know would be informed, while others would remain blissfully ignorant. Lu Ming, having been thrust into a new realm due to his family's misfortunes, was now privy to matters that might otherwise be deemed inconsequential. Sharing these details with him would not incur any loss for Jia Yudao. Rather, it might cultivate Lu Ming's goodwill, thus presenting a win-win situation. In truth, dear nephew, you may not be aware that peculiar occurrences have been on the rise in our region for quite some time. The troubles afflicting your Lu family are not isolated incidents. Similar events have transpired in several nearby counties. However, due to their remote locations, the higher authorities have been reluctant to dispatch personnel to investigate. To maintain stability in their respective jurisdictions, local officials have tacitly suppressed these cases. Yet, for reasons unknown, the bizarre incidents in Qingyang City have proliferated far beyond those in other counties, and rather than abating, they appear to be escalating. Nevertheless, do not be alarmed. I have dispatched agents to several prosperous counties to post rewards, and I am confident that it will not be long before specialized exorcists arrive to address these matters. Bringing swift resolution, Jia Yudao expounded on various developments, taking a sip of tea as he awaited Lu Ming's response. Chapter 8. The chaotic blade technique in Qingyang City, at the government office, exorcists, is that an organization established by the court to eliminate these bizarre occurrences? The term exorcist was unfamiliar to Lu Ming, instantly capturing his attention as it fell from Jia Yudao's lips. As for the disturbances in surrounding counties, they held little relevance for him at this juncture. Lu Ming now found himself a solitary figure, severed from all attachments by the recent nightmare assault. Even if the world outside descended into chaos, he would remain unfazed. At present, Lu Ming's sole aspiration is to ascend to the pinnacle of this world, to behold the breathtaking vistas that await, while concurrently unraveling the origins of the nightmare realm, and, as an ancillary pursuit, to scatter its ashes, thereby upholding the esteemed tradition of our flower-growing nation. Revenge is best served the same night. If delayed, it shall be repaid tenfold. The term exorcist does not refer to an organization, but rather serves as a collective designation for those capable of confronting these peculiar entities. Jia Yudao stroked his beard thoughtfully and shook his head slightly. However, the majority of exorcists are merely the scions of noble families masquerading as wanderers. It is an unspoken understanding among them. Given the recent surge in bizarre occurrences, it is likely that exorcists will soon grace this region. As for specific information regarding exorcists, it will only come to light once they arrive. After all, you know the adage. What one ought to know is known. What one ought not to know remains unknown. Even I, as a local magistrate, cannot breach such limitations. Lu Ming, with a hint of disappointment, withdrew his inquisitive gaze, acutely aware of the stringent information blockade that pervades this world. Yet, he had not anticipated the same level of insularity within the court itself. In that case, Magistrate Jia, regarding our discussion from yesterday? Oh, Jia Yudao exclaimed, patting his head in a display of sheepishness. I digressed momentarily. My dear nephew, the martial arts manuals you requested are all packaged and ready for you. Bending slightly, he retrieved a parcel from beneath his desk, laid it upon the table, and beckoned Lu Ming to come and examine it. Within lay 3 volumes, all part of the magistrate's collection. The first, Grass on the Wind, a leg technique, and the second, Hungar, a boxing style, are essential studies for all the constables, serving as their foundational skills. Naturally, these are merely introductory martial arts. The more advanced techniques cannot be freely taught. However, the volume titled Chaotic Wind Blade Technique is considered noteworthy within Qingyang City. Unfortunately, I do not currently possess any inner strength manuals. I have made it known that I will inform you at the first opportunity should any information arise. Yet, I advise you to temper your expectations. Although inner strength manuals can enhance one's prowess comparably to external techniques, their true value lies in their ability to regulate the internal organs and prolong life. All decent inner strength manuals have long been under the scrutiny of noble families. And the moment any quality martial arts manual appears, they are promptly acquired by them. As Lu Ming observed Jia Yudao expounding on the 3 martial arts manuals, he reflected on how little attention he had paid to this realm in the past. He had always believed that he was uplifting the residents of Qingyang City, ensuring they had new homes, fresh garments, and ample provisions, and thus, the city should be deemed prosperous. Yet, it was only when he sought to delve into another domain that he recognized the stark scarcity of resources in Qingyang City. How might I acquire those inner strength manuals? Lu Ming inquired. Casually leafing through the manuals on the table, quickly perusing the 2 foundational martial arts texts. To be candid, the Tiger Fist technique he had mastered encompassed movements such as Tiger Step, explosive shifts with Tiger Pounce, and strikes with Tiger Fist and Tiger Claw. Thus, the 2 manuals offered him little utility, though they were not entirely without merit. Each manual targets different muscle groups and power exertion points, allowing for a complementary synthesis, ultimately enabling one to become a multifaceted warrior. Of course, this notion only occurred to Lu Ming, who possessed a system panel capable of swiftly elevating his martial arts proficiency. For others, mastering a single martial art to perfection requires countless years and resources, an endeavor unlike Lu Ming's simple point-and-click approach. Conversely, the chaotic wind blade technique proved most beneficial for him. While it merely reinterprets basic martial arts knife techniques, slicing, chopping, flicking, stabbing, slashing, parrying, pressing, and pushing, through a unique exertion method that enhances blade speed and permits seamless connections between techniques. It is not particularly advanced. Yet, it is perfectly suited for a novice like Lu Ming. After his encounter with the butcher, he realized the disadvantage of unarmed combat against such tough adversaries and sought a weapon-based martial art to study. Now, fortune smiled upon him as if a pillow appeared when one was drowsy. If you wish to obtain profound martial arts manuals, Jia Yudao continued, there are, in my view, 2 avenues. Point 1 is through sheer luck. Despite the noble family's stringent controls, some slip through the net, though such opportunities are rare and the authenticity and quality of these manuals cannot be assured. The second option is to venture to counties or prefectures with better resources and align yourself with subordinate factions under the control of noble families. For no matter how much one practices martial arts, it pales in comparison to the unique abilities possessed by these affluent clans, who regard martial arts with disdain. Thus, martial arts manuals are routinely utilized to cultivate their subordinate forces. Join a noble family? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He was increasingly intrigued by Jia Yudao's references to the peculiar powers associated with these affluent families. According to Jia Yudao, these powers align closely with those required to confront nightmare entities. In contrast, even if Lu Ming were to master martial arts to their utmost depths, he could only vanquish 2 or 3 butchers. The disparity is unmistakable. For now, I have no plans to leave Qingyang City, but once I have accumulated sufficient strength, I shall certainly venture forth to explore. That is for the best. There is no need for haste, dear nephew. Although Qingyang City is somewhat tumultuous at present, I trust it will stabilize shortly. Jia Yudao concurred, perceiving that Lu Ming's unease stemmed from the recent upheavals within his family, leading him to seek additional measures for security. Jia Yudao himself had no effective methods to assuage these fears, but could only offer assistance. After all, Lu Ming is the greatest benefactor in Qingyang City, akin to a coal magnate investing in films in a previous life, generous with funds, yet unconcerned with management, making him universally liked. Moreover, Lu Ming is the core of the Lu family's interests. Should anything befall him, the resulting turmoil would be something Jia Yudao desperately wishes to avoid. Overexploitation and short-sighted gains must be eschewed. The difference between one hearty meal and a feast every day is one Jia Yudao comprehends well. Additionally, regarding your request for assistance in recruiting servants, I did not anticipate today's sudden changes, so it may take some time before suitable candidates can be found. Once Qingyang City stabilizes, I shall endeavor to recruit the right individuals. Jia Yudao expressed some regret and embarrassment, having earlier boasted that everything would be resolved today, only to find that fate had other plans. No worries. I am not a delicate young master incapable of handling myself. I can manage quite well over the next few days, Lu Ming replied, tucking the 3 manuals into his pocket. He offered a respectful bow to Jia Yudao. I must extend my gratitude to Magistrate Jia for procuring these manuals on my behalf. However, given the current busyness of the magistrate's office, I shall not impose further and will take my leave now. Indeed, the office will be quite occupied in the coming days, and I have little time to attend to you. Dear nephew, Jia Yudao straightened up, observing Lu Ming as he prepared to depart. However, dear nephew, while there are many soldiers and constables patrolling Qingyang City, their presence serves mainly as a deterrent to petty criminals. They have little effect on formidable foes. With only you in the Lu household, your safety is a concern. For your well-being, it may be wise to remain in the magistrate's office for the time being. You must trust that, despite the chaos in Qingyang City, the magistrate's office will remain secure. Nevertheless, upon hearing Jia Yudao's words, Lu Ming resolutely shook his head. I appreciate Magistrate Jia's goodwill, but I have faith that no strong individual would dare to risk coming here to cause havoc under the watchful eyes of so many soldiers and constables. Moreover, I am not a fragile maiden. Even if a formidable foe were to appear, it remains uncertain who would be unfortunate in the encounter. At that moment, Kai Kuan, who had been silently standing behind Jia Yudao since Lu Ming's entrance, suddenly tugged at Jia Yudao's sleeve, causing the magistrate, who was about to further persuade Lu Ming, to change his tone. Very well then, since you are so steadfast, I shall not press the matter further. Just take care of yourself. I will take care of myself. Thank you, Magistrate Jia and Captain Kai. I shall be on my way now. Please attend to your duties. Lu Ming bowed in farewell and turned to leave, casting a lingering glance at Kai Kuan. The latter's earlier gesture had not escaped Lu Ming's keen perception, but he had never intended to conceal his abilities and cared little for Kai Kuan's awareness. Once Lu Ming had vanished from the office, Jia Yudao turned his attention back to Kai Kuan. Captain Kai, why did you intervene? You know how crucial Lu Ming is to us. Your Excellency, do not underestimate Lu Ming simply because of his youth. His survival amidst extraordinary events speaks to his exceptional qualities. If I am not mistaken, none of us in the magistrate's office, myself included, stand as his equal. Keeping him here is not an act of protection on our part. Rather, it is he who provides us with protection. Chapter 9. The Bandit in Qingyang City. At the Lu residence, Lu Ming was practicing his boxing in the courtyard. After leaving the government office, he did not rush home to study the 3 secret manuals, but instead sent messages to summon all the stewards and managers of the Lu family. Given the recent turmoil that had befallen the Lu residents, although the impact had been suppressed, it still concerned their own interests. Lu Ming felt it necessary to rally the spirits of his kin and simultaneously intimidate those with ulterior motives. After all, to outsiders, the Lu family appeared to be lacking any elder for support. And their own martial deterrent, the guard team, seemed to have completely lost their grip in the wake of the Nightmare Beast attacks, leaving Lu Ming as a solitary figure. Despite possessing some business acumen, he was still a young man and could easily be manipulated. Soon, 20 to 30 individuals gathered in the courtyard, all stewards and managers sent out by the Lu family, who had narrowly escaped with their lives that fateful night. Surrounding them were many of their trusted subordinates, and the atmosphere bore a striking resemblance to a scene from a historical drama where treacherous servants conspired against their masters. It was evident that, upon learning of the troubles at the Lu residence and seeing Lu Ming's isolation, some were unable to contain their eagerness. While the scene appeared somewhat tense, the expressions of those present remained calm, as if the Lu family had not faced any adversity. They did not display any discomfort at being summoned, nor did they express joy at finding Lu Ming alone. Unlike the mindless antagonists of stories, who would mock recklessly, everyone maintained a respectful demeanor, silently observing Lu Ming as he practiced his boxing in the open space. Lu Ming gradually withdrew his fists, having just practiced the Hung Gar style he had learned from Jia Yudao. This style originally had 2 levels, both of which he had fully mastered. Not long ago, similar to the Tiger Fist, he had surpassed the previous limit of level 2, achieving level 3. Although Lu Ming's movements seemed slow at first glance, anyone who engaged him in combat would find that the Hung Gar he unleashed now resembled an unending torrent, surging forth with an unstoppable momentum. Everyone was aware of the Lu family's predicament, and Lu Ming did not wish to elaborate further. All of you need only focus on your respective duties. I, Lu Ming, shall not neglect your efforts. From this day forth, the monthly compensation for all stewards and managers will be elevated to 1/10 of the profits from their managed shops. Standing in the courtyard, Lu Ming regarded the old foxes before him, who displayed not a hint of unusual emotion. He felt a sense of helplessness. He had expected someone to leap forward after his prolonged practice, yet he had underestimated their social acumen. Not a single person confronted him, and all maintained a facade of neutrality, silently watching him practice for an hour. This left Lu Ming at a loss for a pretext to demonstrate his authority. He could hardly claim that they should be punished for merely stepping into the Lu residence. As for Lu Ming's certainty that some harbored ill intentions, it stemmed from his formidable mental prowess, coupled with the heightened awareness that came from his martial training, which allowed him to sense any malevolent undertones in their demeanor. "Thank you for the Lord's generosity. We shall strive to manage our businesses diligently," the stewards and managers replied in unison, their tones respectful. If they had not coordinated their responses beforehand, Lu Ming might have thought to reverse his name in protest. Yet he could not accuse them of speaking too uniformly. This left Lu Ming with an itch in his fists, prompting him to dismiss them with a casual wave. However, as he watched them disperse, a cold smile crept onto his face. The malevolence he had sensed moments ago had become more pronounced. Indeed, they were a pack of cunning old foxes, pretending that this scene was part of their strategy, leading him to believe he still had time for back-and-forth negotiations. In truth, they were merely feigning distraction while planning a lethal strike. It seemed that the Lu residence would be quite lively that night. In the evening, after Lu Ming had prepared a simple meal for himself, he retrieved the Raging Wind blade technique and began to peruse its pages. Earlier that day, after studying the other two manuals, he had attended to various matters. And now, he finally had time to delve into this blade technique. Perhaps due to Lu Ming's exceptional mental acuity, he could grasp the essence of the techniques with just a thorough reading, clearly understanding both sides and displaying it on the system panel. Blade technique, Raging Wind, not yet mastered. After verifying that the system had successfully recorded the manual, Lu Ming wasted no time in upgrading the technique. Instantly, a plethora of blade techniques, strikes, and combat strategies flooded his mind. His physical structure began to reflect the traits of one who had practiced blade techniques for years. Thus, what would take others years or even decades to perfect, Lu Ming effortlessly achieved the highest realm. However, at this juncture, Lu Ming was not satisfied. The current level of the blade technique did not meet his expectations. He decisively continued to strengthen the already perfected Level 3 Raging Wind blade technique. In an instant, Lu Ming felt the surrounding environment transform into the eye of a storm, with countless gleaming blades swirling around him like a tempest. Any object caught within this maelstrom would be reduced to dust. After a considerable time, Lu Ming opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Not bad. Another trump card acquired. Ultimate technique, Troubling Wind. According to the classification of martial artists in this world, he was uncertain of his current strength. However, regardless of the nature of his power, it seemed that the martial arts of this world held little sway against the bizarre entities. It was no wonder that those noble families relied solely on martial manuals to recruit subordinates rather than honing their own skills. Lu Ming shook his head slightly, dismissing unnecessary thoughts. He believed that as long as he followed the system's guidance, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of power without needing to envy anyone else. Just then, the sun sank below the horizon, enveloping the earth in darkness. A peculiar sensation arose within Lu Ming. If he so desired, he could instantly transport himself to the nightmare realm. Narrowing his eyes, he expanded his perception to its utmost limit. There was no rush. The guests had yet to arrive, and as the host, how could he be absent? Meanwhile, not far from the Lu residence, in a modest dwelling, a group of individuals sat together in silence, consuming their food. Have we confirmed it? Is Lu Bancheng truly the only one left in the Lu family? One asked. Could this be a trap, waiting for us to step in so they can catch us unawares? At that moment, a burly man seated at the head of the table shoved a piece of meat into his mouth, chewing casually as he turned to a plain-looking middle-aged man before him. Despite his nonchalant tone, paired with the deep scar running across his face and his predatory gaze, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Rest assured, brother, my information gathering went exceptionally smoothly. The circumstances surrounding Lu Bancheng have been deliberately disseminated. In the black market, it's easy to uncover detailed information with just a bit of inquiry. Moreover, this afternoon, after disguising myself, I verified those details without any doubt. Even if there are minor discrepancies, they are inconsequential. The middle-aged man, exuding confidence, recounted the information he had gathered that day to Ha. So it's just the townsfolk turning against one another? They really thought I, Guoshan Feng, would be a mere tool in their hands. No wonder news of the Lu family's trouble spread quickly to surrounding counties. Guoshan Feng wore a smirk, his tone dripping with disdain for the townsfolk. But that Lu kid is amusing. Instead of recruiting help after his family's crisis, he has Jia Yudao gather martial manuals for him, hoping to bolster his confidence at the last minute. Does he think martial arts are child's play? Easily learned? Truly, a naive scion of a wealthy family. I've also heard that this Lu kid is quite handsome, fair-skinned. Once we slip past the patrols and enjoy his flowery fists and embroidered legs, I'll be sure to reward you all. Knowing your preferences, tonight, you should enjoy yourselves. Such an opportunity is rare. Thank you, brother, for your generosity. We have no interest in delicate women. Real men ought to engage in real endeavors. Chapter 10. Ultimate Technique, Troubling Wind. The night was adorned with a brilliant full moon, casting its silvery light upon the earth, illuminating the surroundings just enough in the Lu residence. Lu Ming had extinguished the lamps and lay on his bed, fully clothed, half-closed eyes feigning slumber. Yet, his senses remained acutely attuned, ever vigilant to the sounds within the residence. Perhaps many were puzzled. Lu Ming was known for his prudence, so why was he making such a bold move in the face of danger? This was not characteristic of his cautious nature. Lu Ming shook his head, indicating that they were overthinking. What they failed to realize was that they had never seen a classic war film. Tunnel Warfare. This film depicted Lu Ming's homeland in a bygone era, small and vulnerable, facing the invasion of enemies while being outnumbered and isolated. It illustrated how the collective wisdom and strength of the populace led to numerous victories through the ingenious strategy of tunneling underground. In this unfamiliar world, devoid of a sense of security, Lu Ming naturally would not forget this classic method of combat. Beneath the Lu residence, he had secretly arranged for expansive tunnels to be excavated, known only to him and his parents. Not once had these passages been utilized since his parents' passing. The entrance to this tunnel lay beneath Lu Ming's bed, allowing him convenient access whenever he wished. He welcomed those with ulterior motives to accompany him, as there were things within that had yet to see the light of day, perfectly poised for exploration, as the hour of the rat approached. The night deepened. Apart from a few patrolling constables and soldiers in Qingyang City, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Lu Ming, nearly succumbing to slumber on his bed, was suddenly jolted awake by a disturbance he sensed. 5 individuals were approaching. Navigating through the many rooms with purpose, it seemed they had received comprehensive intelligence, even grasping the layout of the Lu residence. Rising from his bed, Lu Ming grasped a fine knife he had collected out of personal interest. Indeed, every man of Huaxia was an aficionado of formidable weaponry. Had it not been for his financial constraints in his previous life, he would have coveted a Gatling gun at the 15th Zhuhai Air Show. Hold on, let me take a shot first. If things go awry, I shall retreat, he thought, ensuring the underground passage's mechanism was intact before brandishing his knife and confronting the 5 uninvited guests. Brazenly striding toward him, in the meantime, he repeatedly checked the accessibility of his retreat artifact, the lime powder, for a swift escape if necessary. As he opened the door, moonlight illuminated the figures approaching, and he gripped the hilt of his knife. Despite having eliminated 3 pig-headed butchers relying solely on instinct, he lacked substantial combat experience, leaving him somewhat anxious. However, having been in business for years, he understood the principle of keeping all matters concealed within the heart. He stood firm before his door, maintaining an air of composure, his sharp gaze fixed on the 5 marauders drawing near. The hulking leader, Guo Shanfeng, clad in leather armor with disheveled hair and wielding a large blade, spotted Lu Ming and bellowed, "Who are you?" The others quickly sensed the tension, drawing their weapons and glaring menacingly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a derisive laugh. "You dare intrude upon my home and inquire my identity? You truly underestimate me." I thought a formidable figure had arrived, only to find it is merely the young Master Lu. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Guo Shanfeng and his companions visibly relaxed, their tone turning flippant. Yet Lu Ming recognized this as mere pretense, for their hands remained firmly on their weapons, and they began to encircle him, blocking all avenues of retreat. Fortunately, they were unaware of the tunnels and understood the principle of surrounding without enclosing, leaving him an escape route into the house if necessary. I see the young master is not to be underestimated. You even anticipated our arrival, Guo Shanfeng remarked, feigning admiration before sneering, but alas, without the experience of hardship, you remain unprepared. Rather than flee or hide, you intend to confront us with your meager skills. Fear not, we shan't end your life so swiftly. Instead, we shall ensure you endure our torment. The other brigands broke into lewd laughter, one even making an obscene gesture towards Lu Ming. Unfazed by this display, Lu Ming recalled from his previous life a trash talk tactic where competitors would engage in verbal and visual provocation to unsettle their opponents before a match. A vivid memory struck him, pirates mockingly bowing to British sailors before launching their attack, leading Lu Ming to conclude that a lack of morality could indeed lead to a prosperous life. Seeing Lu Ming stand resolutely unperturbed, Guoshan Feng ceased his mockery, realizing that his usual tactics against inexperienced foes were futile. Ergo, San Go, approach him. Make sure to entertain our young master Lu properly. He commanded decisively, convinced that sending 2 of his capable men to face the delicate Lu Ming was more than sufficient. Just as Guoshan Feng finished speaking, the 2 henchmen, one wielding a short axe and the other a machete, stepped forward. Brother, this mere lad is no challenge. I can handle him alone, and no need for both of us, the burly man with the axe scoffed. Let us see who catches him first. The victor shall have the spoils, grinned the machete-wielding thug. The stout man, unable to contain his eagerness, charged at Lu Ming, while the other followed closely. Lu Ming assessed the situation, realizing that the robust man was indeed formidable. Let me test their skills. If it goes awry, I shall retreat. After all, as the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. There's no need for a deadly confrontation, he mused, as the 2 thugs advanced. Lu Ming drew closer, knife in hand, feeling a mixture of trepidation and determination. This was his first genuine combat encounter, and he was eager to gauge his abilities against the bandits. With courage blazing in his heart, Lu Ming accelerated his pace and unleashed his newly understood skill, burst technique. Troubling winds, he resolved to unleash a powerful strike, ready to retreat if necessary. The 2 marauders, taken aback by Lu Ming's audacious advance, opened their mouths to deliver taunts, only to witness a flurry of cold glints slicing through the air. Lu Ming moved with the swiftness of a tempest, and in an instant, the 2 thugs were sprawled lifelessly on the ground. The scene falling into an eerie silence, they did not evade. Feeling his blade pass through their bodies with ease, Lu Ming tightened his grip on the lime powder in his pocket, confusion swirling in his mind. The remaining 3 brigands, witnessing the carnage behind Lu Ming, exchanged bewildered glances, their throats dry as they swallowed nervously. Chapter 11. Fierce battle before the Lu residence. Guoshan Feng and the other 2 brigands stared at the scattered remains behind Lu Ming, swallowing hard as they glanced back at the handsome young man brandishing a bloodied blade. A chilling realization swept over them. The night felt unusually cold and still, and for a moment, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Lu Ming, equally speechless, had prepared for a swift escape, yet found himself bewildered by the outcome. From his childhood lessons with martial artists, Lu Ming had learned that any practitioner must first cultivate their physique and strength. Only with sufficient power could one achieve greater speed and explosive capability. The essence of martial arts lay in developing a strength superior to others. Thus, training in martial arts was synonymous with honing one's might. In the realm of martial arts, the initial stage of training one's prowess involves the cultivation of personal strength, striving to reach a point of saturation where no further enhancement is possible. This is followed by the integration of one's bodily strength into a singular force, commonly referred to as the state of whole power. Upon achieving whole power, the next endeavor is to harmonize strength with intent, and intent with spirit, allowing the vital energy to flow seamlessly throughout the body, commanding the majority of one's sinews, bones, and flesh, thereby transcending the body's self-preservation mechanisms to reach the theoretical limits of human capability. This is known as the state of whole intent. Beyond this realm, Lu Ming had not encountered any further teachings, yet he could surmise its nature. For this world lacks the mythical energies or demonic forces of legend, the development of the physical form. Within the realm of strength in harmony with intent should have already approached its zenith. Thus, the subsequent stage would likely be spirit in harmony with heart, embarking on the path of spiritual cultivation. However, Lu Ming speculated that the methods of spiritual cultivation in this world are far from ideal. Otherwise, martial arts would not be held in such disdain. Lu Ming recognized that he currently resided in the state of whole power. Yet he was astonished by his own prowess, considering that those 2 formidable thugs were also at the same level, and yet he subdued them with a single strike. This was, in truth, a misjudgment on his part, as achieving mastery in a martial discipline and restoring one's body comprehensively with dark energy entails significant depth. practitioners at the pinnacle of whole intent before their energy flows uniformly throughout the body, inevitably accumulate hidden injuries that lead to technical deficiencies, i.e. in the face of adversaries of the same realm. When the disparity in strength is negligible, the contest hinges upon the finesse of technique. Moreover, Lu Ming's initial move, explosive technique, troubling winds, contributed to this outcome, resulting in his opponent being swiftly defeated amidst a moment of carelessness. Suddenly, the burly man flashed a cruel grin, exclaiming with laughter, "Who would have thought? We misjudged him entirely. No one expected the esteemed head of the Lu family to be a master of the blade. Why two brothers met their end without injustice, but this ends here. I am exhilarated at the thought of your wretched cries beneath me." As he spoke, the man brandished his large blade and charged towards Lu Ming with great speed, while the other two thugs, without needing to be prompted, instinctively armed themselves and surrounded Lu Ming. Observing the three assailants approaching, Lu Ming found his earlier trepidation dissipating, replaced by a calmness that enveloped his spirit. A peculiar sensation surged from within him, transforming the long blade in his grasp into an extension of his arm. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon Lu Ming. Was this intent? Or perhaps the nascent form of intent? Resolved, he thought, "Come at me, and let us see if you can truly push me to my limits." Lu Ming, no longer dawdling, surged forward towards the nearest adversary. He was not foolish enough to recklessly engage in a 3-on-1 battle. He understood the importance of inflicting effective damage rather than merely exchanging blows. Due to his comprehensive breakthrough, his explosive power was significantly heightened. As they clashed, Lu Ming's swift strikes employed the chaotic cloak blade technique, which emphasized speed, faster, faster, ever faster. Only through unparalleled rapidity could he intertwine seemingly disconnected techniques without revealing any vulnerabilities. Thus, as the two met, during the brief moment his opponent faltered, Lu Ming's blade sliced through the gaps in the thug's skeletal frame, cleaving the man in two. Yet, he had no time to dwell, for the burly man and another thug had already advanced upon him, their weapons drawing perilously close. The burly man bore a victorious yet malevolent smile. His blade aimed at Lu Ming's arm. He vowed not to grant Lu Ming a swift death, but rather to make him wail beneath his torment. Suddenly, a burst of white smoke erupted before Lu Ming. The burly man and his companion were caught off guard, their heads enveloped in lime powder, interrupting their assault. My eyes, brother, be careful, it's lime powder." With lime in their eyes, the pain was excruciating, yet the thug still managed to warn his brother. In that moment, Lu Ming darted past him, leaving the thug gasping, clutching his throat as he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, not far away, the burly man opened his eyes, rage igniting within him as he unleashed a powerful strike aimed at the now repositioning Lu Ming. In a split second, Lu Ming reacted, parrying the burly man's blow, but his own momentum left him unsteady, forcing him back. "So, you weren't blinded by the lime powder after all. Your brother's final thoughts were of you. And yet you used him as bait. What a ruthless heart you possess." Lu Ming steadied himself, having barely withstood the full force of the burly man's attack. His arm tingled, his palm was bruised, and blood trickled down the blade's handle. Had he wielded a lesser weapon, it might have shattered under such a blow. I, as the over-mountain wind, live by the creed that one should look out for oneself, lest heaven and earth conspire against them. To be a bait for me is a privilege earned from past lives, yet you squandered it. Had you managed to hold me off even for a moment, that strike would have surely ended you. The burly man swung his massive blade, dispersing the lime powder around them. "Indeed, it is a pity. You have missed your sole opportunity to kill me now. It is my turn to attack." Lu Ming's gaze ignited with fervor. After the preceding clash, the peculiar sensation within him intensified. He required combat, he craved pressure, and the burly man was just the challenge he sought. "Let us see if you can endure until I break through," Lu Ming declared, charging forward with his long blade, while the burly man stood resolute, his sinews taut, ready to meet him head-on. The clash of their weapons rang out, a cacophony of metal against metal. The burly man's heavy blade, wielded with might and swiftness, forced Lu Ming into a relentless defense, the weight of each strike numbing Lu Ming's arms. Though Lu Ming's form was swifter and his endurance greater, the burly man's sheer size and reach neutralized any speed advantage he possessed. Lu Ming found himself trapped in a situation akin to a rabbit chasing a turtle, no opening to exploit. This won't do. If this drags on, not only will my arms tire, but the intensity of my spirit will wane. Should I lose that spark, even if I ultimately prevail, my victory will be diminished. As Lu Ming attempted to strike, he pondered his own transformation, realizing that the pressure he faced was closely tied to his breakthrough. The first step towards reaching his pinnacle, then, let us gamble everything. Those who hesitate are not true warriors. With this resolve, Lu Ming's blade intensified in speed, unleashing explosive technique, troubling winds. At last, you reveal your true abilities, boy. But how long can you sustain this burst? When your strength wanes, that will be your moment of defeat. The burly man noted the shift in Lu Ming's assault, matching his urgency with his own strikes. However, as Lu Ming pressed the attack, the burly man merely needed to defend with the occasional counter, forcing Lu Ming to exert more energy in his relentless pursuit. Lu Ming had fallen victim to this tactic before, but this time, the tides had turned. You think to wear me down? We shall see if you can hold out until that moment. Lu Ming felt the surge of breakthrough within him strengthen once more. He knew he was on the right path. A wild gleam flickered in his eyes, his expression growing fierce as his movements accelerated. Troubling winds, troubling winds, troubling winds. With each successive execution of explosive technique, troubling winds, Lu Ming enveloped himself in a shimmering veil of blade light. However, the continuous use of this explosive technique began to tear at his skin and muscles, soaking him in blood. The burly man, overwhelmed by Lu Ming's frenzied onslaught, turned crimson, his teeth clenched as he sustained multiple cuts, his defenses wavering, and his footing slowly retreating. Yet he understood that this was Lu Ming's final surge. If he could withstand it, victory would be his. Just then, Lu Ming unleashed yet another wave of power, combining the brute force of Tiger Cannon with the swift finesse of troubling winds. What? This strike caught the burly man entirely off guard. Shattering his defenses, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as his head was sent soaring, blood spraying forth, his headless body crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Ming had triumphed, but it was still not enough, still lacking. Just a fraction more was needed. With blood pouring from his wounds, Lu Ming paid no heed to the fallen brute, instead staring intently at the knife in his hand, tantalizingly close to a breakthrough that he could not allow to slip away. An idea struck him. There was still a place that could facilitate his ascension. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a world drenched in crimson materialized before his eyes. Chapter 12. The Giant Butcher in the Realm of Nightmares. The blood-red moon hung as ever in the sky. Lu Ming, drenched in blood, reappeared in the very room where he had first entered this surreal domain. With a buzz, the long knife in his grasp flashed through the room, casting a glimmer of red light. The pig-headed butcher, who had just turned in the corner, transformed into black smoke and surged into Lu Ming's body, granting a momentary respite to his nearly collapsing form. Hadn't I slain this pig-headed butcher before? How was it resurrected? After the dark energy rushed into his body, Lu Ming let out a satisfied grunt, his gaze lingering on the spot where the butcher had vanished. This situation was starkly different from the tales recounted by Jia Yudao. Perhaps from the very beginning, it had diverged from those stories. The realm of nightmares was devoid of swarming monsters, and it appeared that those creatures, once slain, could indeed return to life. The only constant was that Lu Ming had genuinely received feedback from vanquishing these monsters. And what of this knife? Lu Ming scrutinized the long blade before him. No matter how he examined it from every angle, he discerned no changes from before. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered that this knife was somehow different. It felt less like the instrument he had recently wielded against a band of ruffians and more akin to the very essence of that knife. Or perhaps it was a manifestation of Lu Ming's own spirit, subconsciously shaped by the reality of the knife as he first entered the realm of nightmares. What could this be? A human becoming a blade? A blade embodying a human? The unity of blade and wielder? Lu Ming swung the long knife, finding it remarkably intuitive, as if it were an extension of his own arm. After all, it had emerged from his own essence. Never mind the details. Possessing a reliable weapon in the realm of nightmares was a boon, and he sensed that this knife would grow stronger alongside his own prowess, truly a weapon of potential growth. albeit one that could not be taken back to the real world. As for why the realm of nightmares differed from Jia Yudeo's descriptions, that mystery would have to be unraveled in due course. For now, Lu Ming resolved to eliminate more pig-headed butchers to mend his wounds and devise a means to enhance his strength. Perhaps due to his acclimatization, Lu Ming found that this time, he absorbed the dark energy much more swiftly than before, effectively managing his injuries, though he was far from complete recovery. This dark energy merely prevented his condition from deteriorating further. Total restoration was still a considerable distance away. Thus, Lu Ming proceeded towards the place where he had last encountered the pig-headed butcher, seeking more dark energy to stockpile system energy in preparation for future martial advancements. This time, Lu Ming approached the open square with abandon. No longer cautious, his lack of stealth soon drew the attention of two pig-headed butchers that emerged from the darkness. Although Lu Ming watched their appearance, he had perceived no prior indication of their presence, truly remarkable. Had it not been for their movements, he might have mistaken them for ethereal specters rather than tangible foes. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder why the initial creature that had activated his system had been so distinct from these nightmare beings. That one had clearly been a ghostly entity. Lu Ming nimbly evaded the two butchers charging at him, swiftly slashing them down with two strokes, their dark energy rushing into him and hastening his recovery. Indeed, facing these mindless beasts was far easier than contending with humans. Their strength was comparable to that of the gang leader, yet they fell with such ease. Lu Ming recalled how he had vanquished such creatures even in a weakened state previously. And a flicker of fear washed over him. He had not forgotten the reason for his venture into the realm of nightmares. Healing was but one goal. The primary objective was to achieve a breakthrough. If the giant butcher proved equally inept, Lu Ming feared that his aspirations for advancement would have to be postponed. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy tread echoed, and a towering figure emerged beneath the blood moon. Resembling a demon or a specter. Indeed, it was as if fate had conspired to bring forth this very moment. Lu Ming had previously been prostrate on the ground, unable to see clearly. Now, he beheld the true enormity of the creature. Its shadow eclipsing a portion of the square. Lu Ming's mouth suddenly felt dry, and he swallowed hard. Surely, this could assist me in breaking through, right? Boom. Lu Ming darted backward, narrowly evading a downward strike from the giant's blade, which left a massive crater on the stone floor. He quickly steadied his mind. He could not afford to be distracted in the face of such a behemoth. Any lapse in focus could result in his dismemberment. The exaggerated blade danced in the giant butcher's hands, creating a whirlwind of steel that transformed the square into a chaotic landscape of craters and debris. By the heavens, this butcher possessed remarkable swordsmanship, and the finesse of his technique was anything but rudimentary. Had he not been so mindless, his precise execution and the mechanical movements of his joints would have made him a formidable foe. Lu Ming swiftly bent down to dodge a strike, then leaped aside to avoid a follow-up attack, leaving yet another crater in his wake. Thankfully, while this creature was indeed powerful, its movements were rigid and repetitive. If he could memorize its patterns and techniques, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Boom. Lu Ming was struck midair by the enormous blade, akin to a tennis ball being hit by a professional athlete. Pain shot through his body as he momentarily lost his vision, crashing against the wall of the square, bricks scattering around him. Damn it. You have a second transformation? Why didn't you mention it sooner? I barely managed to execute my backboard technique, relying on gradual wear to whittle you down, and now you suddenly revive at full strength. This is outright cruel. Bloodied and slumped against the wall, Lu Ming coughed violently. Watching as a crimson figure approached him, it was then that he realized he had finally achieved mechanical memory of the butcher's techniques, having evaded time and again. Unfortunately, he lacked the corresponding energy control techniques. Otherwise, he could have mastered a splendid sword style. Lu Ming had just begun to employ agile movements, gradually wearing down the giant butcher, when suddenly, a crimson light erupted from the butcher's form, causing it to shrink until it transformed into a towering, blood-red giant. This abrupt change caught Lu Ming off guard. Before he could react, the creature's newfound agility overwhelmed him, quickly leading to the present predicament. Whoa! The massive blade hurtled toward Lu Ming from a distance, rapidly growing in his vision. The previous outcome was about to repeat itself. Boom! The blade embedded itself in the wall, taking the place where Lu Ming's head had been, sending him sprawling to the ground. Gradually losing consciousness. Back in the real world, standing before the corpse of the gang leader, Lu Ming felt a throbbing headache. Although the dark energy had largely healed his injuries, and he had achieved his goal of a breakthrough during the climactic battle with the blood-red giant, the memory of being decapitated by the giant butcher left him exasperated. Smiley face. As these thoughts coursed through Lu Ming's mind, a subtle shift occurred within him, an aura of bloodlust and carnage. Invisible to the untrained eye yet palpable to those attuned to the essence of will, radiated from him. He now resembled a butcher amidst a battlefield, a harbinger of death. Within Lu Ming's perception, time began to slow. Or perhaps it was that his reflexes had sharpened dramatically. His body's senses reached unprecedented acuity. He could distinctly feel the trajectory of the breeze against his skin and the subtle currents of force flowing within him. Each fiber of his being resonated with a profound harmony, gathering the scattered energies into a cohesive whole. At this moment, every strike Lu Ming unleashed was equivalent to his previous, explosive technique, Tiger Cannon. However, this extreme output, due to his nuanced control of will, minimized any potential harm to his body. With the dark energy having cleansed him multiple times, Lu Ming bore no lingering injuries. Thus, the toll from utilizing Tiger Cannon and Troublesome Wind was rendered negligible, allowing him to unleash them as long as his stamina permitted. Is this what will embodies? As Lu Ming reveled in this extraordinary state, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. This was the allure of life's essential evolution. He believed that even if he did not seek the pinnacle, the sheer exhilaration of these breakthroughs and renewed insights into the world was worth a lifetime of pursuit. Perhaps this was what the ancients meant when they said, "To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening." Chapter 13. The invitation from Governor Jia in the city of Qingyang, at the Lu residence, Lu Ming returned from the nightmare realm precisely as he had anticipated. When he traversed the Yin-Yang infinity to enter the nightmare realm, the blood from the tip of his blade had only just dripped to the ground. Now, upon his return, that droplet had reached the earth. And discounting the brief moment he had spent in a daze, it was evident that time in the real world had effectively paused for him during his journey. This was advantageous, as it did not interfere with the affairs of the real world. Moreover, when confronted by formidable foes, returning from the nightmare realm with enhanced strength would allow him to catch them off guard. After spending considerable time contemplating the profound intricacies of intent, Lu Ming grew increasingly passionate about his cultivation. However, he harbored some concerns. He wondered whether his intent had been tainted by the nightmare realm, infused with a maddening, soul-corrupting frenzy combined with a chilling, pure lethality. The juxtaposition of these two completely opposing attributes manifested within him. Yet, he did not currently experience any discomfort. Rather, the perfect amalgamation of these traits allowed him to master his physical form with greater finesse, potentially giving him a decisive advantage over other martial artists of equal standing in the future. Another worry for Lu Ming was the slow accumulation of energy within the system. Currently, the enhancement of these rudimentary martial arts required minimal expenditure. However, after breaking through to the realm of intent, he sensed that the consumption of that mysterious energy would inevitably increase with subsequent breakthroughs in martial arts. Even though he could repeatedly hunt the pighead butcher daily, it felt like a mere drop in the ocean. Nonetheless, this was not an urgent dilemma. He could afford to ponder solutions at his leisure. In fact, he had a general direction in mind. There were similar sources of energy in the real world, such as the spiritual entities that had enabled him to activate the system. Unfortunately, he lacked the necessary channels for information at present, forcing him to set this aside for the time being. At this moment, Lu Ming's immediate concern was to discover advanced martial arts for his next stage. He had already mastered the fierce tiger fist and the chaotic wind blade technique to an extraordinary level and had successfully broken through to intent. Now, these martial arts felt far too elementary for him, having reached a point of stagnation in his practice. Lu Ming believed that finding a martial art he could continuously cultivate would be ideal. But this was merely a fanciful wish. Neither in his past life, nor in this one had he ever heard of a martial art that could be practiced indefinitely. However, for now, he chose to ponder these matters at his leisure, recognizing that there was no need for haste following his recent breakthrough. With swift precision, Lu Ming severed the heads of several brigands, binding them with rope and carrying them to the front gate of his residence. He hung these severed heads like lanterns at his doorstep, feeling it necessary to respond in kind to their provocation. This display would serve as a reminder to those lurking in the shadows that the Lu residence was known as Lu Half City because of him. And even without his formidable guards, he could still claim their heads. After hanging the human head lanterns, he tore a piece of cloth to succinctly describe the intrusion of these men into his estate and affixed it beside the heads. He then leisurely returned to his quarters to sleep. Although Lu Ming, due to his martial training, was brimming with vitality and no longer required rest as he once did, he firmly believed that a balance of effort and relaxation was essential to cultivation. And sleeping was the most rejuvenating of activities. With the assistance of his system in his martial pursuits, and given the desolate nature of Qingyang City, he knew he would not remain there for long. Thus, he preferred to issue a mere warning to deter others from troubling him during this time. Otherwise, he could readily take up his blade and eliminate all those he suspected, especially since the brigands had already entered the city. It would be entirely reasonable for him to commit a few acts of extermination before he dealt with them. Unbeknownst to Lu Ming, as he rested and the dawn broke, a lavish carriage approached the city gate of Qingyang and gradually came to a halt before the government office. The maid driving the carriage spoke with the office clerks, after which she maneuvered the carriage through a side entrance into the governmental premises. As the sun reached its zenith, Lu Ming finally rose from his bed. Stretching languidly after several hours of rest, he felt rejuvenated, his body restored to its peak condition. He distinctly sensed the marked difference between his state before and after his breakthrough. If previously his body had felt like a block of wood under his self-awareness, now he felt as if he were a stone. This was indicative of an enhanced mastery over his physical form. It was not that the density of his body had suddenly increased due to his breakthrough. The world was not so magical. The growth of one's physical attributes required time to develop and had its limits that, of course, if one were to employ the restorative properties of dark energy, they might disregard the physical body's limitations and test its extremes. With a creak, Lu Ming opened the door to his residence, only to find a gathering of individuals awaiting him, at the forefront. A constable dressed in official attire stepped forward respectfully, presenting a nameplate. "Young Master Lu, greetings. I have been sent by the governor. After you open the door, please ensure to visit the governor at your earliest convenience. The specifics will be made clear to you upon reviewing the nameplate." Additionally, the constable mentioned, "We have already verified the identities of the severed heads displayed at Lu's residence. I believe the governor will elucidate everything upon your arrival." Lu Ming accepted the nameplate with some astonishment. Having just visited the office yesterday, why was he summoned again so formally today? What could possibly be at stake? He scrutinized the nameplate, quickly absorbing its contents with his keen eyesight. A distinguished guest has arrived. Though the origin of this guest is not specified, it subtly hints at a possible internal martial arts manual, which may very well be in their possession. It seems I must make this visit. Please wait a moment. I will handle matters here and join you at the government office shortly. Lu Ming tucked the nameplate away and glanced at the various stewards and managers in his residence before instructing the young constable. Also, summon a few individuals to retrieve those severed heads along with the corpses from my residence to the government office, to serve as evidence for identification. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. The constable, eyes gleaming with admiration and excitement, hurried off to summon others. Upon seeing the severed heads of the brigands, the office staff had recognized them without a doubt. The notorious Mountain Wind brigands, though few in number, were each formidable and had wreaked havoc across several remote counties, laying waste to numerous villages and committing unspeakable atrocities. Yet, their caution had allowed them to evade capture by the authorities on multiple occasions. Even the lockdown in Qingyang City bore some of their influence. Thus, to see the heads of these troublesome figures displayed at the entrance must have left the officials in disbelief. After verifying their identities multiple times, one could only imagine the emotions of those at the office. After Lu Ming issued his instructions, the young constable wasted no time, calling for a few men to remove the heads and others to assist in transporting the corpses. They had already prepared the necessary equipment for handling the bodies, eliminating the need for an additional trip. "Greetings, Master." The stewards and managers of the Lu family gathered around Lu Ming after he concluded his conversation with the officials. They bowed deeply in respect. However, Lu Ming did not respond. Instead, he stood before them, expressionless, observing the group. Meanwhile, the intent he had just comprehended quietly surged within him. Although these ordinary individuals lacked the acuity to perceive his intent, the unique nature of Lu Ming's presence cast a psychological pressure over them. In an instant, They found themselves engulfed in a tumultuous sea of blood, waves crashing upon them, threatening to consume them in its depths. They struggled and flailed within, desperate for survival. With a sudden jolt, the blood sea vanished, leaving the stewards and managers drenched in cold sweat, collapsing to the ground. They had lost track of time within the sea of blood, unaware of how long they had remained there. All they knew was that the young constable who had gone to collect the bodies had returned, standing respectfully beside Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned and, accompanied by the increasingly reverent young constable, made his way toward the government office. He left behind a lingering voice for the stewards and managers: focus on your duties. What is rightfully yours will not be diminished by a fraction. Those who dare to reach for what is not theirs will face the fate that befell the Mountain Wind Brigands and their entire family. Such a seemingly light remark instilled a palpable fear among the stewards and managers. Erasing the calm demeanor they had displayed the day before, Chapter 14. The mysterious Tu Shanhong in Qingyang City. At the government office, Lu Ming found himself returning once more in a short span of time. The last visit had yielded a manual on blade techniques, and this time he sensed that his gains would be even greater. As he approached the entrance to the office, he spotted Kai Kuan, the general steward, hurrying to greet him. If he was not mistaken, Kai Kuan had been specifically waiting for him, underscoring just how highly the governor valued the mysterious guest mentioned in the nameplate. Young Master Lu, you have finally arrived. Kai Kuan approached Lu Ming, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. His expression was a tapestry of emotions: admiration, astonishment, curiosity, all interwoven. During their last encounter, he had sensed Lu Ming's formidable strength, yet he had not anticipated it to this extent. I apologize for my tardiness. As you may know, there were some matters at my residence last night, causing me to rise later today. I appreciate your patience. Lu Ming reciprocated the gesture, and once he lowered his hands, he delved directly into the crux of the matter. Regarding the message from Governor Jia's nameplate, could you enlighten me on the details? Kai Puto? Of course, Kai Kuan replied. I have been awaiting you specifically for this discussion. Let us converse whilst we walk. Not one for dilly-dallying, Kai Kuan led Lu Ming towards the reception hall of the governor's office. This esteemed guest, known as Tu Shanhong, was accompanied by her maid, Qing Qing. The exact nature of their identities eluded even the governor, who only knew that they had arrived in this remote area a few months prior and had since roamed about. This alone hinted at their exceptional nature. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming nodded in acknowledgement. The world was rife with dangers, not merely from beasts, but also from treacherous individuals and bizarre occurrences. The fact that this duo could traverse the region was indicative of their prowess. It was also rumored that their extraordinary beauty had captivated the youth of every prominent family they encountered, leading many to vie for their affection, including several noble clans. Yet, they remained unperturbed, which spoke volumes about their discerning intellect and cunning. Faced with a woman of such formidable strength and intellect, Lu Ming could not help but label them as dangerous and troublesome. They were certainly not individuals he wished to provoke at this moment. May I inquire as to the reason Governor Jia summoned me? Lu Ming halted in his tracks, unwilling to advance closer to these perilous figures. The slightest disturbance they might incite could easily engulf him, as their ripples felt like crashing waves to him now. Noticing Lu Ming's hesitation, Kai Kuan also paused, turning to him. Understanding Lu Ming's concerns, he quickly clarified, it is not Governor Jia who seeks you, but rather the enigmatic Tu Shanhong. Since arriving in this region, they have been engaged in another endeavor. Another endeavor? Does it pertain to my situation? Lu Ming's curiosity was piqued. He struggled to comprehend what made him so special as to attract the attention of such a woman. Wealth? Certainly not. There were many noble families far wealthier than Lu Ming. Charm and handsomeness? Amusing. He considered himself decent-looking, but not strikingly so. After much contemplation, Lu Ming concluded that his only distinguishing feature was the widely circulated tale of his survival following the bizarre massacre of his family. They must be seeking me due to the incident involving the Lu family, he asserted confidently, as that was the only explanation that made sense. Indeed, Kai Kuan affirmed with a nod, validating Lu Ming's deduction. He was not surprised that Lu Ming could connect the dots, given that the Lu family had flourished under his stewardship. The duo, Tu Shanhong and her maid, offered assistance to those who survived in the realm of the peculiar, which was precisely why Governor Jia had rushed to inform Lu Ming. You mentioned your interest in internal cultivation manuals, did you not? Tu Shanhong represents your greatest and swiftest opportunity. When news of Lu Ming's triumph over the Mountain Wind Bandits reached them, Kai Kuan observed a notable shift in the demeanor of Tu Shanhong and her maid, indicating Lu Ming's potential to fulfill his aspirations. Is that so? Lu Ming's expression turned contemplative. He was well aware that in this world, nothing came without a price. In his past life, even when resources were abundant, few were willing to part with them freely, let alone in this ancient world where the aristocracy maintained a firm grip on wealth and power. However, Lu Ming found himself with limited options. Not only did he lack subsequent martial arts techniques, but his understanding of this world was also woefully shallowed. As Kai Kuan had pointed out, this was indeed his best opportunity. For future encounters may not be as favorable. I must express my gratitude to Governor Jia and Captain Kai for their kind advocacy on my behalf. I owe you both a favor. Lu Ming acknowledged, recognizing the efforts that Jia Yudao and Kai Kuan had invested in his cause. Young Master Lu, you are too modest. We are merely assisting one another. You have already contributed significantly to Qingyang City. Kai Kuan responded with a polite smile before his tone shifted. However, Governor Jia has been somewhat troubled of late and requires your assistance, though now is not the time to discuss that. He will speak with you after your meeting with Tu Shanhong. Very well, I shall lend my aid wherever possible, Lu Ming replied, feeling no aversion to this arrangement. In his past life, reciprocity was a guiding principle. Who would assist others without expectation of return? After all, others were not his parents. Lu Ming had asserted, I will help if I can. If I cannot, who would recklessly charge ahead? Whether or not he could assist was ultimately a matter of his own determination. Soon, through their ongoing conversation, Lu Ming and Kai Kuan arrived at the reception hall of the governor's office. As they approached, they heard the robust voice of Jia Yudao engaged in conversation with a melodious and ethereal tone. Upon hearing this voice, a slender, cool, and gentle silhouette began to take shape in Lu Ming's mind. Entering the hall, Lu Ming's gaze was drawn to the woman seated beside Jia Yudao. She possessed a high-bridged nose and crescent-shaped, enchanting eyes that sparkled with warmth, evoking the sensation that she was perpetually smiling. Her gaze, in the vernacular of Lu Ming's previous life, could be described as deeply affectionate. Further observation revealed that her long, lustrous black hair was simply tied back, cascading down to her shoulders and resting at her chest. Yet, no amount of hair could obscure the prominent curves that seemed poised to burst forth from her attire, prompting onlookers to wonder what style and color of clothing she wore. Lu Ming raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, admitting that he had not seen clearly. Indeed, I truly did not see. Miss Tu, allow me to introduce you to Lu Ming, the young and accomplished head of the Lu family in Qingyang City, the very protagonist of the recent news regarding the bandit massacre. Jia Yudao said, gesturing toward Lu Ming. My dear nephew, this is Miss Tu Shanhong, and this is her maid, Qing Qing. Upon hearing Jia Yudao's introduction, Lu Ming bowed respectfully to both Tu Shanhong and her maid, who responded with subtle nods in return. In the guest chamber of the governor's office, Lu Ming sat on a stool, gazing at the several manuals and a miscellaneous book laid out on the table. He was still somewhat bewildered. After engaging in pleasantries with Tu Shanhong, their conversation had not progressed much, and the duo had soon taken their leave. Just as Lu Ming feared he would squander this hard-won opportunity, Tu Shanhong had directly inquired what he desired. Energized by the question, Lu Ming candidly expressed his wish for internal martial arts manuals and a deeper understanding of the world he inhabited. To his astonishment, he received the manuals without any conditions attached, akin to casually dropping spare change into the bowl of a beggar. Truth be told, upon meeting Tu Shanhong, as a man and a fortunate transmigrator, Lu Ming had entertained certain fantasies, wondering if her arrival would mirror the narratives of female protagonists in novels who bestow gifts and equipment. However, it became evident that he had miscalculated, completely overlooking the rigid social stratification of this world. It was akin to whimsically placing a lollipop at the entrance of an ant hill, devoid of any emotional attachment, all the while contemplating whether to pour boiling water over them after luring them out. For Tu Shanhong, Lu Ming was merely one of those ants. Chapter 15, Nightmare Realm. In the Yang Realm. In the guest room of the governor's office in Qingyang City, Lu Ming regarded the manuals on the table without immediately opening them. Instead, he first picked up the miscellaneous book. What he urgently needed was to fill the gaps in his understanding of this world. Otherwise, he would feel like a blind man trying to grasp an elephant, easily violating established norms. He was not invincible yet and did not wish to make enemies of the world. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Ming turned the pages of the book with remarkable speed. Given that this collection of notes was not particularly thick, he swiftly finished perusing it and set it aside, reminiscent of the line from A Chinese Odyssey. You used to call me little sweetie, now you call me Lady Niu. Lu Ming began to reflect and distill the knowledge he had just acquired. The content of this collection was minimal, akin to what Jia Yudao had previously stated. The world is divided into the Yang realm and the Nightmare realm. Long ago, this world, much like Lu Ming's previous life, was devoid of any supernatural elements until the sudden emergence of the Nightmare realm. Indeed, the Nightmare realm appeared abruptly, not as an original part of this world. Till this day, no one knows how the Nightmare realm originated. Nor has anyone truly ventured into it is only through occasional intersections between the Nightmare realm and the Yang realm that certain individuals stumbled upon the Nightmare realm. Those who entered these intersections unwittingly brought back items from the Nightmare realm, now referred to as Nightmare objects. All items from the Nightmare realm are collectively called Nightmare objects, and some of these items possess unique effects, lauded as divine weapons, demonic weapons, or fierce weapons, and are collectively termed sacred artifacts. Individuals who have not fully mastered a sacred artifact are known as artifact manipulators, while those who have perfected their control over one are revered as artifact masters. Moreover, the Nightmare realm is tainted. Those who have traversed the intersection are often corrupted, with tangible beings labeled as monsters and intangible ones referred to as ghosts, though they are generally collectively called monsters and ghosts, a small fraction who, despite the corruption, manage to overcome it through various means undergo physical mutations that grant them immense power. They later formed families and nations, their bloodlines spreading forth, becoming the noble clans of today. The locations that once served as intersections between the Nightmare realm and the Yang realm are typically contaminated, giving rise to undying aberrations. Even if artifact manipulators were to obliterate entire regions, aberrations would gradually re-emerge. Then there are the legendary demonic calamities, perilous, rampaging monsters of unfathomable strength, known as demons. They possess the same corruptive power as the Nightmare realm, and even a mere touch from a demon can lead to rapid mutation and assimilation. These are the four great disasters of the Yang realm: monsters, demons, ghosts, and aberrations. The description of ghosts aligns closely with the creature that assisted Lu Ming in activating the system, yet he has yet to genuinely defeat one, leaving him uncertain whether these monsters and ghosts can provide him with system energy like the Pighead Butcher, or if demons and aberrations could as well. Regarding demons, Lu Ming felt they bore a striking resemblance to the Pighead Butcher, yet remained ambiguous. As for those aberrations, they were mere blemishes left by the Nightmare realm. When enough blemishes accumulate, the Yang realm risks becoming part of the Nightmare realm, indicating that the latter is indeed consuming the former. Of course, this was merely a whimsical thought from Lu Ming, shaped by his experiences in a modern society engulfed in an information explosion, lacking any tangible proof. Another piece of information Lu Ming gleaned from this collection is that the original martial arts techniques of this world were unearthed by ancestors at the intersection of the Nightmare realm. However, due to the meager power derived from martial training, they paled in comparison to the strength of those who had overcome the corruption and undergone mutation. After so many years, their methods for developing their mutated bloodlines have matured, rivaling the high martial arts depicted in novels of his past life. Unfortunately, this path is unsuitable for Lu Ming, as his ancestry consists solely of commoners, devoid of any bloodline heritage. If Lu Ming's conjectures hold true, even if he were to actively seek out and embrace the corruption of a mutated bloodline, he would find it futile. The reason is straightforward. He possesses a system that can absorb even the most direct pollution from the Nightmare realm. The mere remnants of pollution at the intersection are insufficient to satisfy the system. It appears that my only viable path lies in diligently pursuing martial arts training. Fortunately, I have a system. Otherwise, faced with this disheartening reality, I would truly feel powerless. No wonder the noble families can easily suppress various forms of information. After all, the reins of power in this world are forever in their grasp. Even if someone were to unexpectedly acquire a sacred artifact and become an artifact manipulator, they would likely become part of their ranks, for the so-called sacred artifacts are also tainted. Prolonged exposure inevitably leads to contamination. Lu Ming raised his hand to place two other books before him, gazing at the titles Eternal Green Breathing Technique and Divine Reflection Visualization Method. He wore an expression of bewilderment. He had initially anticipated internal martial arts manuals akin to 9 Yang Divine Skill or 9 Yin Manual, yet instead found breathing techniques, which involve altering one's breathing rhythm in conjunction with movements to guide the internal blood energy, thereby nurturing the internal organs over time. This seemed reminiscent of the 5-animal play from his past life, albeit slightly more advanced. Furthermore, the visualization method. After perusing both manuals, Lu Ming felt a tinge of disappointment. They were indeed correct. Internal martial arts rely on breathing to guide and condition the internal organs, nourishing and augmenting blood vitality. The speed of this nurturing process is considerably slower, and the increase in strength from within is also gradual compared to external martial arts, which utilize techniques, herbs, or various forms of impact to forcibly stimulate the body's muscles, bones, skin, and flesh to achieve strength growth. The sole advantage of internal martial arts lies in its non-injurious nature and its promise of longevity. This distinction between internal and external martial arts becomes negligible once strength reaches a certain level, as both realms ultimately converge on the principles of consolidating strength, intent, and spirit. Naturally, practitioners can cultivate both internal and external martial arts without conflict. Thus, among ordinary people, the most formidable individuals are those who master both. As for the visualization method, it merely enhances focus and tranquility, lacking any of the extraordinary effects Lu Ming had hoped for. No wonder the noble families both value and disregard internal martial arts. They have already forged a path paved by bloodlines. Why would they concern themselves with a road destined for failure? Were it not for the fact that internal martial arts could prolong the lives and enhance the abilities of their subordinates, they likely would not invest effort in collecting and controlling its dissemination. Furthermore, it appears to be merely an introductory internal technique. According to the records in the collection, the original techniques were indeed rudimentary. Yet among ordinary individuals, there are always prodigies who can develop more profound arts. Regrettably, no matter how potent the internal martial arts are, they cannot surpass the capabilities of a common noble family scion. Lu Ming shook his head, feeling a headache from the despairing state of the world. It is currently evident that this world's hierarchy is artificially segmented into ordinary people, warriors, bloodline bearers, artifact manipulators, artifact masters. The pinnacle for an ordinary person can only ever be a warrior, and no matter how hard one strives, from strength to resources to lifespan, they can never reach the baseline of noble families. This is far more despairing than my past life as a corporate drone. At least in my previous life, I could choose to slack off. This time, ordinary individuals must endure the burden of servitude while facing the harassment of gangs and bizarre occurrences. Unfortunately, I, too, am one of these ordinary people. Lu Ming rubbed his temples, attempting to relieve the tension in his mind from the deluge of information. With a single thought, the system interface materialized before him. He had yet to encounter a bloodline bearer and was uncertain what the book meant by a cliff-like transformation. Damn it, considering it all seems absurd. If artifact manipulators were to exist in the modern world, they could serve as human nuclear bombs. How can this be a world devoid of magic? Who would believe such a thing? I hope the system proves reliable and assists me in breaking the rigid social hierarchy of this world. System, grant me power, and let me witness your limits. As Lu Ming focused his thoughts, the system interface quickly recorded the eternal green breathing technique and divine reflection visualization method, advancing them to the highest level of 3. However, the results brought forth by the perfected eternal green breathing technique and divine reflection visualization method were hardly surprising. They were indeed underwhelming. The eternal green breathing technique did strengthen his internal organs, while the divine reflection visualization method indeed sharpened his mental clarity. Yet, the increase in strength they provided was minimal, especially considering Lu Ming's body had undergone multiple enhancements through the corruptive energies of the nightmare realm, and his mental state had already achieved the level of intention. Thus, he urged the system to continue with his breakthroughs. Chapter 16. The Path of Mindful Martial Arts. In Qingyang City, within the government office's side room, as Lu Ming reached the pinnacle of the eternal green breathing technique and divine reflection visualization method, entering an unknown realm, his body, once tainted by the rules of the nightmare realm and subsequently purified by the system, was activated by another set of world rules left behind during the purification process. Breathe, inhale, breathe, exhale. In the serene confines of the room, Lu Ming maintained a remarkably rhythmic breathing pattern. His current cadence diverged entirely from that documented in the evergreen breathing technique. If the evergreen breathing technique represented a standardized regimen suitable for all, Then Lu Ming's present breathing rhythm was a bespoke creation, meticulously tailored to his unique physiological attributes, embodying his personal breathing art. Moreover, the visualization method had also undergone distinct transformations, most notably, within Lu Ming's mind. There emerged a long straight sword. Its form astonishingly mirrored the long straight sword that had suddenly appeared in his hand during his encounter in the Nightmare Realm. Upon seeing this sword in his mind's eye, Lu Ming instinctively recognized it as the very sword from the Nightmare Realm, serving as the root form of his altered visualization method. A profound understanding surged within him. Intention arises from roots. Only by consolidating one's root form can intention be truly harnessed. Without a personal root form, intention becomes akin to a rootless weed, scattered and ineffective, incapable of influencing reality. Thus, it became clear why the miscellaneous records failed to document any spiritual anomalies among other intention practitioners. It was because individuals in this realm could not consolidate their own root forms, or perhaps they lacked the rules to manifest their spiritual power. Lu Ming observed the long straight sword in his mind, which trembled slightly in synchrony with his breathing rhythm. Simultaneously, the blade emitted a radiant glow that swept across his entire being, leaving no corner untouched. As this flickering light ebbed and flowed with his inhalations and exhalations, Lu Ming sensed his life essence being repeatedly stimulated and unearthed. After approximately half an hour, Lu Ming ceased the rhythmic breathing of the breathing art, reverting to a natural breath, his mind returning from the visualization state to reality. It was about time. He could feel that frequent practice of this breathing visualization method within a short span was inadvisable. Excessive practice would not excavate his bodily potential but rather deplete his life essence. A consumption more fundamental than the depletion of vitality itself, a deficit in life essence, could easily lead to premature aging and fatal exhaustion. Lu Ming opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with a newfound brilliance. Although the consolidation of his root form did not yield immediate enhancements in his strength, it laid the groundwork for a future path to greatness. This martial cultivation method was indeed formidable. It represented an exceptionally compatible path of mind and martial arts in a world devoid of magic. With the mind as the root, one perceives the heavens and the earth. With spirit as the branches, one connects the virtual and the real, bearing the fruit of transcendent flesh. The reflection of the mind upon reality invigorated the body, allowing for forced evolution even in this realm devoid of magic. The recent breathing visualization method was merely the stillness of this mind and martial arts, primarily aimed at excavating the potential of the physical body. Next, he would endeavor to practice the dynamic sword techniques. Lu Ming rose, substituting his hand for the sword, and began to execute the sword techniques. Instantly, a sharp aura pervaded the room. At this moment, his sword techniques no longer sought chaotic speed but rather stability. Lu Ming poured his entire consciousness into understanding each move and its intricate connection to every part of his body, guiding the intention born from his root form to wash over every inch of his physical being. To an outside observer, Lu Ming's sword techniques appeared unremarkable, each move precise and methodical. However, a discerning eye would discern that every action he took affected his entire being. The seamless connection between his techniques and physical exertion manifesting effortlessly. It was within this synergy that his spirit gradually refined his flesh, leaving an indelible mark on his body and psyche. In this state of deep concentration, Lu Ming lost track of time. The previously overwhelming sense of clarity, which had washed over his body, suddenly dissipated, replaced by a sharp, needle-like pain radiating from various points throughout his being. Lu Ming promptly halted his movements, relaxing his mind entirely. He understood that today's physical refinement practice had reached its limit. This set of sword techniques did not strive for speed, depth, or immediate results. Yet it imparted a sense of stability, making it the most universally applicable method for external martial training. It honed the body's mastery over the weapon in hand. The deeper the understanding of this training method, the more profound the connection between the body and the weapon became. This practice might very well be the most orthodox and reliable method of training in that world. It resembled a seed, which anyone could nurture with various martial foundations, ultimately blossoming into unique forms in their hands. Thus, this technique was swordsmanship in Lu Ming's grasp, while it might manifest as swordplay or boxing in another's hands, truly exemplifying the adage, "The path arises from the heart, encompassing all things." Reflecting on this, Lu Ming summoned the system interface in his mind, navigating to the technique section, and renamed the breathing visualization method to Myriad Forms. This formless technique served as an extraordinary foundation. With sufficient martial knowledge, one could construct a towering edifice of mastery. Previously concerned about the method of cultivation, he now felt a weight lifted. However, to build an even more solid structure, he required additional martial knowledge and foundational skills, for only then could he continue to ascend. Lu Ming sensed the changes within his body, distinctly perceiving a slight increase in his reaction speed, an effect of the recent spiritual refinement of his flesh. Of course, this was also influenced by Lu Ming's own martial realm, akin to a transformative process. According to the inexplicably surfaced information, the spiritual realms were categorized into calm mind, Zen, silent reflection, sitting forgetfulness, manifested sanctity, and divine transformation, corresponding to the physical realms of martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial hero, martial saint, and martial god. Lu Ming's current sword technique realm was still too rudimentary, resulting in a sluggish effect on the physical refinement. The visualization method was also progressing slowly in enhancing the spirit. Although the formless sword techniques level did not equate to the realm, a higher level of formless would reduce the burden on the body, prolong the training duration, and naturally yield greater rewards, facilitating quicker refinement and transformation of the flesh. His own strength and realm would also elevate more swiftly. The formless and his personal strength were inherently complementary. Though a process of spiritual cleansing and mutual transformation existed between the two, the system could enhance the formless level through martial foundations, expediting its advancement, yet the spiritual cleansing of the flesh could not be substituted by the system. He still needed to practice formless daily for the refinement. Regarding the mind's refinement of the flesh, with the aid of the system, he had already surpassed the original mind and martial arts. Within the corresponding spiritual realm, the matching formless level indeed had its limits. For instance, an ordinary person at the martial apprentice level, with a mind state at 100 calmness and a physical refinement at 100, would need to elevate the formless level to continue breaking through the original realm's limits. However, this presented a paradox, akin to a common handgun magazine being unable to accommodate sniper rifle ammunition. Without transcending the existing realm to reach the martial artist level, one could not continue their cultivation, for the current flesh could not sustain an overwhelming spirit. If the spirit were excessively powerful, it could oppress the flesh, leading to its vitality withering away. Such a situation echoed the ancient Taoist saying, "To cultivate one's nature without nurturing one's life is to invite disaster." Yet Lu Ming was different. His mind's capacity was augmented by the system and the shadowy presence from the nightmare realm, enabling him to surpass 100 in spiritual realms, potentially reaching 150 or even 200 at that point. With a higher realm of mind, he could conduct a more thorough and specific reflective evolution of the flesh, ultimately altering his innate talents. The extraordinary entities he had encountered in past novels, Tao bodies, dominating bodies, immortal bodies, would no longer be mere fables but would transition into reality, with the ultimate realm of martial god transforming from a mere title into a tangible truth. He would inevitably become the god of martial arts. Thus, it appeared he needed to accumulate more martial techniques and system energy. After all, the disparity in martial foundations between entry-level and mastery was monumental. Chapter 17. The request for assistance from Governor Jia Lu Ming had just been seated in front of the desk with his eyes closed, contemplating the changes in the system interface. Name: Lu Ming. Race: human. Mental realm: calmness 10. Physical realm: martial apprentice, martial art. Wuxiang sword technique LV4, 12350. Special ability: Yin Yang limitless. There has not been much change, merely the addition of a mental realm and a physical realm. The Wuxiang now possesses a level of LV4. I must express my gratitude for the breakthrough achieved with the Tiger Fist and Chaotic Wind Sword technique. Although they no longer match the advancement of my own strength, the martial cultivation and foundation they provided are undeniably substantial. This is a tangible world, where the depth of one's martial arts only grows thicker. It is not as if one can master a sword technique to its pinnacle and merely switch to another of the same level, or a more advanced martial art without any assistance. One must start from the very basics anew, which is utterly absurd. If my Wuxiang sword technique could reach LV 100 or beyond, my realm would likely ascend to new heights. Unfortunately, that is impossible. Everything has its limits. After surpassing the 100 threshold of the mental realm, the subsequent accumulation of time required escalates geometrically. With that time, I could have already become a martial god. Accumulation must be approached with moderation. At this moment, Lu Ming feels that his future path is quite clear. To gather martial arts techniques, enhance his martial foundation, and cultivate his martial essence, combining it with system points to elevate the level of Wuxiang. Furthermore, he aims to use the Wuxiang, which exceeds the limits of his current realm, to enhance his mental realm, striving to break its limits as well. Ultimately, with a higher mental realm, and the Wuxiang reflecting and refining his physical form, he seeks to achieve a perfect cycle, transforming mental power into the tangible might of his physical realm. Just then, a knock echoed through Lu Ming's room, and the robust voice of Jia Yudao rang out from beyond the door. Lu Xiansheng, it is I. Please enter. Governor Jia creaked the door as Jia Yudao stepped inside. Finding Lu Ming seated at the table, sipping tea, he approached and took a seat, a warm smile gracing his face. Congratulations, Xiansheng, on realizing your aspirations and acquiring the internal martial art you desired. This is largely thanks to you, Governor Jia, for your flattering words before Miss Tu, which allowed me to achieve my desires so effortlessly. Lu Ming, in both his past and present lives, was never one to be particularly suaved in this life. He built his substantial foundation through efficient, clearly defined systems of rewards and punishments, coupled with some progressive ideas. It is rare for him to engage in pleasantries, yet he acknowledges that Jia Yudao has indeed rendered him significant assistance. Moreover, it must be noted that ancient people are easily satisfied. He recalls a small story from his past life, which stated that if one were to traverse back to ancient times and could provide those individuals with unlimited white steamed buns, white rice porridge, pickles, and a single sausage each day, the question arose: what status would you hold in ancient times? The consensus among netizens was remarkably uniform. Your Majesty, why do you utter such words? You are the most esteemed person in this world. Lu Ming feels that this story aptly reflects the needs of the people in ancient times. As long as one can ensure their sustenance, one becomes a deity in their hearts. Lu Ming's lack of social finesse does not trouble him. As long as he can provide for all the citizens of Qingyang City, the Lu family, Lu Bansheng, shall forever hold sway over the city. After Lu Ming briefly exchanged pleasantries, Jia Yudao observed his silence and did not mind. Having previously dealt primarily with Lu Ming's father, he understood Lu Ming's inherently cold demeanor, which was not born of arrogance or disdain for others. Especially after the passing of his parents, Lu Ming's disposition had become increasingly reclusive and aloof. Knowing that you are a forthright person, I shall not beat around the bush. Allow me to speak frankly. Jia Yudao lifted the teapot from the table, pouring himself a cup of tea to moisten his throat, as he had been engaged in idle chatter with Tu Shanhong for so long that his throat felt parched. Xiansheng, you are aware of the numerous incidents that have transpired these past few days. Within and beyond the city, there have been successive and horrifying cases of family extermination, involving prominent clans, instilling fear in all. While it may appear that our office is quite busy, we actually have no means to address this issue. We are merely engaged in fruitless activity. I instructed Kai Kuan to summon you after learning this morning of your confrontation with the Mountain Wind Bandits. Governor Jia, it would be best if you stated directly what you wish for me to do. Given our rapport, there is no need for circumlocution. At this moment, Lu Ming interjected, interrupting Jia Yudao's words. He was aware that allowing Jia Yudao to continue would lead to unnecessary back and forth, something Lu Ming wished to avoid. His thoughts have always been straightforward. When there are matters to address, one should address them. If assistance can be provided within his capabilities, he shall offer it. However, for issues that exceed his capacity, he can only lament from afar. Well, very well. I shall refrain from further rambling. Jia Yudao did not take offense at being interrupted. Rather, he straightened his posture, abandoning the bureaucratic manner he had previously employed with Lu Ming. He had once been a person of decisiveness, but the lengthy experience in the bureaucratic sphere had inevitably led him to adopt some of its convolutions. Xiansheng, as the sole survivor of these recent bizarre events, coupled with your elimination of the Mountain Wind Bandits, I suspect you possess remarkable abilities. You must have methods to deal with or guard against these strange occurrences. I previously commanded my men to recruit extraordinary individuals from other regions, but their arrival is uncertain. Thus, I hope that during this time, you can remain in the office to guard against potential strange attacks. Oh, Governor Jia suspects that there will be strange assaults on the office? Lu Ming's interest was piqued at this moment. From his understanding, the situations in several other places were akin to the extermination of the Lu family, with only the final manifestations of death differing. He had reason to believe that the anomalies attacking these locations were of the same ilk as the demons that assaulted the Lu family that night. From Lu Ming's observations, those demons should still fall within his capacity to handle. He was eager to test whether the demons, monsters, spirits, and strange beings in the real world could provide him with system energy, much like the pig-headed butcher in the nightmare realm. Thus, Jia Yudao's request aligned perfectly with Lu Ming's intentions. I am not entirely certain, but while conversing with Miss Tu, she inadvertently provided me with some hints. Upon entering Qingyang City, she discovered certain matters, suggesting that significant events may soon unfold in Qingyang City, advising me to remain vigilant. The reason she and her maid left in such haste was to investigate this matter. Currently, throughout Qingyang City, only Xianqing's strength could lend me a helping hand. Thus, I approached you with this rather unwelcome request. The ensuing events became quite apparent. For Lu Ming, this was a threefold gain. Not only could he repay Jia Yudao's favor, but he could also satisfy his own desire to experiment with whether slaying spirits would yield system energy. Furthermore, he could compare his strength with these strange beings in reality. Truly, why not take advantage of such an opportunity? Consequently, Lu Ming and Jia Yudao embarked on a cordial negotiation, a collaboration of mutual interest rather than any nefarious dealings. Lu Ming did not engage in lengthy discussions with Jia Yudao, merely inquiring if Tu Shanhong had mentioned any specific events expected to unfold in Qingyang City. Unfortunately, Jia Yudao had not gleaned any concrete information. After all, Tu Shanhong and her maid had traversed the martial world for many years, interacting with a myriad of individuals. If she chose not to divulge information, no one could extract it from her. After seeing Jia Yudao out, Lu Ming returned to his seat, feeling a sense of urgency when Jia Yudao mentioned that significant events would soon occur in Qingyang City. A feeling of being in the dark and helplessly adrift washed over him. Yet Lu Ming's mental state had reached the first level of calmness, allowing his slightly turbulent heart to quickly regain its composure. Alas, no matter how high the level of Wuxiang sword technique rises, the physical body still requires him to engage in active practice repeatedly, refining through time. Fortunately, he could still venture into the nightmare realm to slay the pig-headed butcher, accumulating system energy and utilizing the restorative properties of the black mist to extend the time needed to refine his physical form. He hoped to refine his body to its current limits swiftly. It remains uncertain whether, upon completing the foundational cultivation of his physical form, he could surmount the chasm described in the records between martial artists and bloodline nobility. Additionally, he hoped that the demons would not disappoint him and would yield significant rewards. Chapter 18. Cultivation. Qingyang City, the office, study room. Kai, are you certain that Lu Xianqing can be of assistance? It is said to be a terrifying event that has instilled fear in the hearts of the populace. Jia Yudao sat at his desk, momentarily setting aside his case files, his expression reflecting a certain indecisiveness as he gazed at Kai Kuan. During this period, I too have sensed something amiss while at the command of the garrison. Although it is said that the entire Great Xia belongs to the court, in reality, each region is under the dominion of powerful families. We, the officials of the court, are merely responsible for maintaining the basic order. It is primarily the gangs under their command that manage and address various troublesome incidents. Only when those gang forces find themselves unable to cope do they notify the noble families. Our Qingyang City, being somewhat remote, has thus far evaded the attention of these families. In fact, the garrison had long since sent a plea for assistance to the local overlords, the Zhang family, yet to this day, there has been not a whisper of a response, not even from their subordinates. Upon hearing this, Kai Kuan, whose face had remained impassive, managed to force a bitter smile. Why, Lord, you are aware that despite our vast Qingyang City nearing a population of 50,000, the only recorded individual to have encountered the supernatural and survived is young Master Lu Ming. We can only act as if we're treating a dead horse as a live one. If young Master Lu fails, our strength is hardly worth mentioning. Furthermore, Miss Tu merely advised us to be vigilant and enhance our defenses. It does not necessarily mean that a supernatural assault on the Yamen is imminent. Kai Kuan stepped forward, picking up a stack of case files from the table and spreading them out before him. Compared to the supernatural occurrences, I am far more concerned about the lack of response from the Zhang family. Look at the casualty trajectories of the villages surrounding Qingyang City. They seem to indicate a siege, As if people are attempting to drive out a ferocious beast, Jia Yudao remained silent. His countenance darkening, he was not a fool. If Kai Kuan could perceive such matters, then he too was aware, though he had previously been reluctant to accept it. After all, Qingyang City, despite its size and the development brought by the Liu family, was still a city, not a mere village. The fact that the Zhang family would expend such effort signifies that the quarry is anything but ordinary. Should Qingyang City serve as a hunting net? One must wonder how many would remain by the end of it. Previously, I had been complacent, but had it not been for the recent spate of supernatural events, I would have continued to believe these matters were mere tales from novels. Nevertheless, I harbor some trepidation. Since Miss Tu has warned us, it suggests her words carry weight, and the likelihood of supernatural incidents targeting the Yamen is considerably high. I hope that young Master Liu can indeed prove to be of assistance when the time comes. And I also wish for the swift recruitment of extraordinary individuals to grant me a measure of reassurance. Jia Yudao gazed absent-mindedly at the various case files on the table. He was not a man driven by ambition. He had come to regard Qingyang City as his home, his sanctuary for the latter half of his life. Yet now, the tranquility of decades had been shattered unexpectedly, leaving him at a loss when confronted with these inexplicable supernatural events. Kai Kuan observed Jia Yudao's dazed expression. Choosing not to interject, he simply stood silently by, waiting patiently. He understood that after many years as the governor, Jia Yudao did not require consolation. He needed only peace to calm his agitated heart. Once an orphan without kin, he had unexpectedly gained Jia Yudao's favor and had been nurtured by him since childhood. Given that Jia Yudao had no heirs, he had almost been trained as a successor. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional he was, he could not have attained the position of chief constable at such a young age. In light of the profound gratitude he felt towards Jia Yudao for this life-altering kindness, Kai Kuan had vowed in his heart that his blade would forever carve a path for Jia Yudao. Should there be any insurmountable obstacles ahead, he would only fall before Jia Yudao. As evening fell, Lu Ming had just finished the sumptuous dinner brought by the Yamen servants and was seated on his bed, eyes closed in meditation. The sun was setting, and he needed to prepare himself for optimal performance. Lu Ming was acutely aware of the urgency to enhance his strength, unwilling to squander time on trivial matters. Soon, the last rays of sunlight outside his room faded into the vastness, and an inexplicable call arose within his heart. He knew the moment had arrived. With a flicker of thought, the scene before him transformed instantaneously. The world remained drenched in crimson, and Lu Ming found himself once more in the decaying kitchen of the Liu residence. This time, he was no longer intent on swiftly dispatching the butcher to harvest system energy, only to face the giant butcher in a one-on-one confrontation. That would be a waste of this rare opportunity. With a swift motion, Lu Ming's long knife sliced through the air twice. The butcher in the corner had no time to react before his limbs had been severed, his body crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Entering this nightmare realm felt reminiscent of past gaming experiences, as if no matter where one began, the dungeon always opened at this very spot, offering experience points and health potions, black gas, upon each monster's defeat, with foes respawning each time. Could this truly be a mere illusionary world? This question was too profound for Lu Ming to ponder further. He approached the butcher, who, despite losing its limbs, continued to twitch and writhe. Their resilience was remarkable, providing an excellent opportunity for him to use as a training blood bag. Moreover, he was grateful for the talent in Yang Wuji. The various states of his yang body would reflect upon his yin body, yet only positive effects would impact the yang by training with his yin body using wuxiang. He could exhaust and elevate his essence without inflicting any adverse effects on his yang body. Upon returning to the real world, he would only emerge significantly stronger, without losing a single hair. Lu Ming diverted his gaze from the butcher, clearing away some debris in the kitchen to create a space. He assumed the starting posture for wuxiang, altering his breathing rhythm to tuna, while a vision of a straight knife manifested in his mind. Indeed, Lu Ming sought to combine both dynamic and static cultivation to maximize his training. Theoretically, this was feasible. Even some naturally gifted individuals could replace their ordinary breathing with tuna, maintaining the vision in their minds, effectively growing stronger with each inhalation and exhalation. However, there was a prerequisite. One had to possess a unique physique. At the very least, able to match the legendary valor of Xiang Yu of old, who could lift a cauldron. For an ordinary person to attempt such rigorous training would result only in a depletion of their essence and a collapse of their physical form. In the kitchen, Lu Ming executed each move with precision, his long knife flowing through the air in a measured and deliberate manner. As time passed, a tingling sensation enveloped his body, followed by a tearing pain. His flesh began to shred, blood seeping from numerous wounds. The prolonged visualization of the straight knife led to a throbbing headache. In this tranquil environment, amidst various negative influences, Lu Ming's mind began to accumulate thoughts of surrender. Give up. Did you not wish to indulge in the pleasures of life? Just relax. After all, the system has your back. Even a slow ascent can lead you to the pinnacle of the world. Why endure such torment? Isn't life about seeking happiness? Slowing down is acceptable, as long as it's just a little. You can enjoy life while realizing your dreams. What else to lose? In the depths of Lu Ming's soul, numerous reflections of himself emerged, time and again urging him to lay down his knife, assuring him that relinquishing it would bring him great freedom. Nonetheless, Lu Ming's grip on the knife remained steadfast, unwavering. Each swing of the blade flashed with a glimmer of resolve, scattering one shadow after another. Although the disappearance of each shadow was met with the emergence of more, each vanquished figure diminished Lu Ming's distractions, bringing a measure of tranquility to his heart. These distractions did not sway him. Rather, they fortified his confidence in the knife, making each strike all the more ferocious. In this moment, Lu Ming, with himself as the furnace, distractions as the carbon, and the knife as the fire, was undergoing a profound transformation akin to the ancient text that spoke of, "If my life is entirely in my hands, only then can I plant the golden lotus in the flames." Alas, even though it felt as if only a moment had passed in Lu Ming's heart, time in reality flowed relentlessly. His spirit, having cleared away distractions, became increasingly lucid, while his body continued to suffer damage. Blood oozing from his wounds. The shadow of death abruptly interrupted Lu Ming's cultivation, snapping him from his intense focus. Chapter 19. The death of Zhang Qing in Qingyang City. The sun had set, and every household had lit their lamps. Although the atmosphere in the city had been somewhat off in recent days, the order was merely being maintained, and there were no strict curfews, allowing the sounds of laughter and merriment to resonate from every home. Amidst this dimly lit ambience, Zhang Qing, who had previously delivered news to Lu Ming, trudged home with a sense of gloom. For reasons unknown, his life had been unusually comfortable these past few days. With invitations to feasts pouring in, amidst the throngs of guests, he found himself unwittingly elevated to the role of the evening star, indulging in revelry with abandon. Zhang Qing, from a young age, developed a profound fondness for listening to and watching stories, particularly those that glorified the chivalrous heroes who devoted themselves to rescuing the dying and aiding the oppressed. Consequently, he began to emulate the code of conduct exhibited by these wandering knights in the tales. However, while stories are often beautiful, reality is starkly cruel. The heroes in these narratives are able to act justly because they possess the audacity to defy tyranny. In contrast, those without such capabilities in real life risk inviting calamity upon themselves. At that time, the Lu family was merely an ordinary affluent household, and the city of Qingyang was dilapidated and far from the flourishing place it is today. From a young age, Zhang Qing assisted his neighbors by fetching water, repairing various pieces of furniture, and patching up houses, thereby earning the admiration of everyone in his neighborhood. His parents were deeply gratified, believing their son had made a commendable start. As long as no unforeseen events occurred, he could lead a good life. However, one fateful day, when Zhang Qing was around 10 years old, he and his companions returned home after completing some odd jobs, only to encounter a wealthy young master galloping wildly down the street. One of his companions was unable to evade the oncoming horse and was struck, resulting in broken bones, blood, and unconsciousness. The affluent young master and his horse also fell, but fortunately, his guards ensured he suffered no injuries despite the shock. Rather than accepting responsibility for the accident, the wealthy young master berated Zhang Qing and his companions, insisting they should not have been in the way and demanding compensation for his prized horse. While the other companions were too intimidated to respond, Zhang Qing could not contain his indignation and boldly confronted the young master, vehemently insisting that he take his injured companion to a doctor. For human life was paramount, a crowd had gathered, murmuring and pointing, which only intensified the pressure on the wealthy young master. Eventually, upon the advice of his guards, he agreed to send the injured boy to the doctor. At that moment, Zhang Qing felt a mix of concern for his friend and a sense of triumph in standing up to the young master, oblivious to the peculiar gaze the young master cast in his direction as he departed. The next day, however, devastating news came from the clinic. Zhang Qing's companion had succumbed to his injuries. The authorities, lacking evidence, ultimately ruled that the young master was not at fault, attributing the boy's death to the panic of the horse and awarding a compensation of 100 taels of silver to the bereaved family, thus closing the case. The family of Zhang Qing's companion, faced with such an outcome, could only mourn in silence, weeping at the funeral. Although Zhang Qing was filled with resentment, he understood that the wealthy young master had indeed acted with malice. Yet he felt powerless to change anything and thus suppressed his anger. Then, one night, a fire broke out in their home, fierce and unrelenting, leaving Zhang Qing's family with no time to escape in a moment of desperation. His parents sacrificed themselves, enduring the pain of the flames to push him to safety, while they perished in the inferno. As he fled from the fire, Zhang Qing caught a glimpse of the wealthy young master's guard retreating into the distance. From that day forward, he was left orphaned and homeless, stripped of everything. Though he initially harbored thoughts of revenge, he recalled his parents' last words urging him to live well. This caused him to hesitate, ultimately convincing himself that he could not be certain the young master was responsible. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Thus began Zhang Qing's transformation from a once chivalrous youth into a disillusioned drifter, leading a life of aimlessness, while the memory of the heroic ideals he once cherished lay buried deeper within him. Upon returning home after 2 days of reflection, Zhang Qing's mind, dulled by years of complacency and alcohol, began to churn with the realization that perhaps discussing the annihilation of the Lu family was ill-advised, for it would only attract more predators to Lu Ming. Although Zhang Qing was never a wealthy merchant and lacked understanding of the intricacies of such matters, he knew one undeniable truth: the weak are destined to be oppressed, and weakness itself is a sin. Having once lost everything, he was acutely aware of the peril of facing a pack of wolves alone. And he recognized that Lu Ming had avenged him, making him a benefactor, as it was Lu Ming who had dismantled the very wealthy merchants that once terrorized him. Now, with the prosperity of Qingyang City and the happiness of its citizens, Lu Ming had become a hero in the eyes of the people. As he pondered these thoughts, Zhang Qing felt increasingly unsettled. Despite years of living in a state of resignation, the dream of heroism still flickered within him, buried yet not extinguished. Thus, throughout his journey home, he appeared lost and distraught, acutely aware that the damage had already been done and that he could not turn back time. This morning, news of the decapitated head of a bandit displayed outside the Lu residence had spread throughout the city. Zhang Qing felt a pang of guilt, believing he had inadvertently caused this calamity. Had he kept his mouth shut, such events might never have transpired. Fortunately, he heard that Lu Ming's secret guards had ensured his safety, marking a small reprieve amid the chaos. Standing before his modest dwelling, which had been built through the benevolence of the Lu family, Zhang Qing reflected on how, had it not been for them, he would never have been able to afford such a home. He opened the door only to find a stunningly beautiful woman, garbed in resplendent attire, seated at his table. "You've finally returned," she exclaimed, her delicate hand brushing back her hair, her crimson lips curling into a seductive smile. "Who are you?" Zhang Qing stammered, taken aback. He had lived for many years without a wife, and given his tarnished reputation, it was improbable anyone would be interested in him. Realizing that this enigmatic woman must be connected to the Lu family, he felt an instinctual urge to flee, not wanting to engage with someone who clearly exuded danger. He had learned the importance of self-preservation over the years, understanding that interacting with someone like her could spell disaster. "Why run, young lord?" she queried, momentarily surprised. Typically, men who encountered her were eager to ingratiate themselves. Yet here was one who sought to escape her presence. "Do I truly appear so repugnant?" As her words reached his ears, a thread, delicate and glimmering, shot from her ornate garments and pierced the nape of his neck. Zhang Qing's body froze mid-motion, and panic surged within him. "What is happening? Why can't I move?" Filled with dread, he realized he could not control his own body, helpless to do anything but watch as he returned to his room and sat across from the woman who had ensnared him. "Ah, much better," she cooed, having seemingly materialized behind him. resting her head on his shoulder and drawing near to his neck, her breath warm against his skin. What a marvelous soul you possess. No hardship can dim that flicker of determination. Even if momentarily obscured, it is now cleansed of all impurities. She leaned closer, cradling his face in her hands, her expression radiating a peculiar excitement. Oh, dear young lord, you are indeed a rare treasure. You have ignited my enthusiasm. And I shall craft you into my finest creation to present to that young master of the Liu family. I can hardly wait to see his expression when he lays eyes upon you again. Chapter 20. The skeleton of white bones and the wings of flesh and blood. Let us rewind time slightly. In the realm of dreams, Lu Ming's blade descended upon the struggling pig-headed butcher, and immediately, the collapsing form was rejuvenated by the dark energy surrounding it. Just as I had surmised, the black mist thoroughly restored the damage inflicted upon the forceful cultivation of Wuxiang. And it does not end there. Lu Ming summoned the panel and gazed at the system notification. Wuxiang. Experience points 1, 2, 2, 3, 2. Simultaneously, mental realm, tranquility 10, was gradually increasing, registering 1, 1, 1. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this martial path of the mind originated from this world. That practicing Wuxiang within the nightmare realm felt akin to activating an accelerator, yielding results that were twice as effective with half the effort. In just a short while, he was nearing level 5 Theo break through to warrior. Wuxiang's swordsmanship required a minimum of level 10. The system directly allocated points for upgrades, and with the added effect of accelerated cultivation in the nightmare realm, it wouldn't be long before he achieved it. Of course, level 10 was merely the bare minimum. The higher Wuxiang's level, the greater the benefits gained during the breakthrough. However, it seemed that my aptitude must have seen a certain enhancement when I acquired the martial path of the mind. Otherwise, based on my previous qualifications, even with the system's inherent buff of effort yields reward, the cultivation returns would not have been substantial, at best yielding minimal increments of 1, 1. So, the importance of cultivation aptitude in any realm. On another note, the only inconsistency lay in the fact that while practicing Wuxiang, here, perhaps due to the environment being tainted by the blood moon, one could say that demonic thoughts proliferated. The system had not isolated this contamination, likely judging that this change was beneficial to me. This should also be the reason my mental realm continued to ascend. After severing those distracting thoughts, my mind felt considerably clearer. Lu Ming examined his cultivation status through the system panel, and, once his body had sufficiently recuperated from the dark energy, he grasped his sword and ventured outside. For there were still 2 delayed blood packs from the pig-headed butchers waiting for him to harvest. Time returned to its regular course, and Lu Ming had now returned from the nightmare realm. After utilizing the 2 delayed blood packs from the pig-headed butchers, Wuxiang successfully reached level 5. However, upon reaching level 5, the experience gained from cultivation plummeted, indicating that his current aptitude could only take him this far. To achieve rapid advancement from here on, he could either allocate points directly through the system, but the issue was that Lu Ming's martial foundation was insufficient. Rushing forward would require far too much system energy. Alternatively, he could seek ways to enhance his aptitude, but doing so necessitated a breakthrough in the mental realm, to the warrior level, which was currently nothing more than a distant goal. Thus, what Lu Ming lacked the most at this juncture was a wealth of martial knowledge, with secret manuals being of utmost importance. As Lu Ming lay on his bed, eyes closed in a light slumber, the other guards in the mansion could not afford to rest, remaining vigilant both openly and covertly. This was largely thanks to Lu Ming's deceased father, who had provided a modern soldier training program to the mansion when Lu Ming was still a child, enabling the establishment of the disciplined team of constables that now existed. This was also the source of Jia Yudeo's esteemed reputation in Qingyang City. Had it not been for this, the constables might have resembled the gangsters depicted on television rather than law enforcers, and Qingyang City would not have flourished as it has today. Inside the mansion, Kai Kuan was leading a patrol. Once he completed this night watch, he would return for some much-needed rest. Lu Ming's habit of sleeping had persisted from earlier days, but with his current mental and physical recovery, he could easily go several days without rest. However, Kai Kuan was not as fortunate. He was merely at the integrated strength level, and with daytime duties, he could not afford to overexert himself at night. Lest he succumb to exhaustion, as Kai Kuan and his team of guards rounded a corner, the expanse of the mansion's courtyard lay ahead, where they would exchange duties. Before reaching the courtyard, a faint scent of blood wafted towards them. Halt! Stay alert. At the first whiff of blood, Kai Kuan gestured for everyone to stop. Previously, Jia Yudao and Kai Kuan had not concealed anything regarding potential strange occurrences that warranted caution, and all the guards had been made aware of this. Despite this, the numerous constables remained composed rather than panicked. They instinctively slowed their breathing, lowered their centers of gravity, and placed their hands on their weapon hilts, ready to strike at a moment's notice. These individuals had been carefully selected by Jia Yudao from impoverished backgrounds and had undergone modern military training and education provided by Lu Ming. Their loyalty to Jia Yudao, who had lifted them from despair, was unwavering, and they were now willing to risk their lives in gratitude for his kindness. After maintaining this heightened vigilance for a considerable time, Kai Kuan noticed that there was no movement ahead. He signaled to a few others, instructing them to disperse and search the area while he cautiously approached the front with a few companions. This was precisely why Kai Kuan had quickly gained the trust of his subordinates. He always led by example in times of trouble and prioritized the well-being of his men when it came to rewards. Whenever his men encountered issues, he would be the first to step forward. Such leadership was impossible not to respect. Of course, one could argue that Kai Kuan was also adept at feigning virtue. Yet as the old saying goes, a lifetime of hypocrisy can become true goodness. This world has always judged actions rather than hearts, and when it comes to the heart, perfection is unattainable. However, as Kai Kuan and a few guards entered the courtyard, they found no enemies lurking within. Instead, upon the stone wall screen in the courtyard, known in ancient times as Ajiaobi, they discovered a scene that sent chills down their spines. What should have been a plain wall now showcased a grotesque tapestry composed of blood and flesh. A horrific, cruel, and bizarre masterpiece, the figure was affixed in A shape to the wall. Their skin had been split down the middle and flattened against the wall. Beneath it lay a thin layer of fat, followed by countless muscle fibers, blood vessels, and nerves, meticulously separated and adhered to the skin and fat. This meant that the person's body below the head had been cleanly stripped to reveal bare bones. With the flesh evenly spread on either side, blood trickling down the skin and flesh, resembling the open wings of a blood-colored butterfly from afar. Although the chest cavity's ribs were pulled apart, the internal organs remained intact, and upon closer inspection, they were still subtly writhing, with the heart remarkably still beating. This indicated that the individual was still alive. This grotesque skeleton of white bones and blood-flesh wings was a visual feast brimming with elements of horror and bloodshed, striking a profound impact on Kai Kuan and his companions, who were no strangers to life and death in terms of the Cthulhu tabletop role-playing game. One could say that their sanity was plummeting rapidly, and they were succumbing to various negative debuffs. The guards surrounding them glanced from a distance at Kai Kuan and his companions, who seemed unscathed yet were suddenly transfixed by the wall. Unable to resist the pull of curiosity and concern, and they gathered closer. "Boss, are you all right?" Their inquiries received no response, and all eyes turned toward the wall. Instantly, the skeleton of white bones and blood-flesh wings was unveiled before them. Though it was a gruesome and cruel tableau, it emanated a mesmerizing aura that rendered them unable to look away. Even among Kai Kuan's team, those with weaker spirits found themselves unwittingly captivated, their minds consumed by the skeleton of white bones and blood-flesh wings. They envisioned themselves as the very figures hanging upon the wall, unable to move, their senses magnified by an unknown force in a state of heightened awareness. They witnessed a dazzling woman, her body emanating countless threads that pierced into their own, sustaining their lives while cautiously peeling away their skin and tearing off their flesh. Extreme terror and excruciating pain surged within, rendering them trapped in a struggle for survival, yet unable to find solace in death. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Kai Kuan, the chief constable, also turned pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He noticed that some of his men had begun to faint and collapse, and his hands involuntarily clenched, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. These were his brothers. Perhaps at the outset, Kai Kuan had indeed feigned benevolence to win their hearts, yet after years of camaraderie, even stone could warm. Seeing this, Kai Kuan felt powerless. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he bit down hard on his tongue, instantly flooding his mouth with the taste of iron. The sharp pain jolting his mind awake and shattering the inexplicable terror that had gripped him. Struggling to regain control, he spat out a bloodied piece of his tongue, disregarding the blood that continued to seep from his mouth. With all his strength, He gathered his energy in his chest and roared, "Everyone, wake up! Quickly summon young Master Lu Ming." Chapter 21. The Spirit Phantom in Qingyang City, at the government office. A squad of guards preparing to change shifts immediately sensed trouble upon hearing Kai Kuan shout. Hastily, 2 of them were dispatched to locate Lu Ming, while the others rushed towards Kai Kuan's direction. Despite their awareness of the potential dangers ahead, they remembered Kai Kuan's previous instructions to disperse and ascertain whether it was indeed a supernatural incident before charging recklessly into the fray. The numerous case files accumulating in the office over the past few days underscored a singular truth. Mere mortals stood powerless against the bizarre, regardless of their numbers. It was a scenario characterized by overwhelming dominance, where rushing in would only lead to needless sacrifice. This also explained why Lu Ming was held in such high regard. His survival in the realm of the supernatural was remarkable, and they never underestimated him. Even though he was the sole remaining member of the Lu household, the guest quarters of the government office, even before the 2 guards could reach the room, they spotted Lu Ming advancing towards them with a blade in hand. Clearly, Lu Ming, despite appearing to feign sleep, had been acutely aware of his surroundings. Kai Kuan's shout had captured everyone's attention, awakening even the lightest of sleepers, illustrating the force with which Kai Kuan had called out. Upon seeing the 2 guards approaching, Lu Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Without uttering a word, he quickened his pace, passing directly by them without a greeting. As he brushed past, the blade in his hand emanated a peculiar aura, causing the 2 guards to break into a cold sweat, freezing in place. Bang, bang, 2 barely perceptible sounds of snapping echoed. Silken threads? They cannot see them. It seems Jia Yudeo's conjecture holds true. The supernatural has indeed come. Retrieving his blade, Lu Ming did not glance back at the guards as he continued swiftly forward, reflecting on the bizarre scene he had just witnessed. 2 threads, extending from an unknown source, connected to the heads of the 2 guards, who remained blissfully unaware. A weight settled in his heart. Even if I sever those supernatural threads, the guards do not drop dead or suffer any immediate consequences. What purpose those threads serve remains a mystery, but they surely cannot be benign. Unbeknownst to Lu Ming, at that very moment in a fabric embroidery workshop within Qingyang City, an embroideress stitching a floral design paused momentarily. The scent of a human warrior. Don't think a warrior could sever my soul threads. His prowess must be considerable among his peers. However, we possess an innate suppression over warriors. He is unlikely to extinguish the spirit phantom I previously sent to the Lu residence. It appears there are hidden players behind the scenes. She pondered whether this concealed figure might currently be lurking within the government office. This spirit phantom could serve as a test, even if the sacrifice were not completed tonight. It could help uncover the identity of this hidden individual. As for the warrior who bore my mark, he too could be dealt with in due course. The embroideress was multitasking, threading her needle while contemplating the current situation. This shall be the final attempt at a sacrificial offering. Regardless of the outcome or whether it reveals the hidden figure, it matters not. I can no longer afford delays. Despite my cautious approach in conducting small-scale sacrifices, the frequency has drawn the attention of the Zhang family, as well as various exorcists and other supernatural entities. Increasingly, more eyes are fixated on this remote northern region. Fortunately, the divine artifact, Soul Thread, is on the verge of completion, and it aligns perfectly with our red embroidery workshop. There can be no mistakes. The workshop's owner is currently in the main city, drawing the Zhang family's attention. Even if they come, they should not pose a significant threat. As for other malevolent beings with the divine artifact, Soul Thread, aiding me, I need not fear. It is almost time. As long as I expedite the final sacrifice, I shall be free. If I delay further, I risk attracting the notice of those powerful families and sects, plunging our red embroidery workshop into irretrievable peril. With that thought, the embroideress halted her sewing, her gaze fixating on a seemingly ordinary pair of white silk gloves on the nearby table, her eyes alight with fervor. Meanwhile, Lu Ming swiftly navigated through the government office, arriving at the open courtyard where he observed several individuals rendered nearly unconscious, supported against the wall. His attention was drawn to Kai Kuan, whose pallid face bore traces of blood, lying in a state of unconsciousness. A mere glance informed Lu Ming that no fatalities had yet occurred. Without waiting for the surrounding guards to brief him, he strode purposefully towards the anomaly he sensed, standing before the painting titled Skeletons and Blood-Feathered Wings. Lu Ming, be cautious. There is something amiss there. Just moments ago, Kai Kuan, the chief guard, warned everyone to keep their distance. A nearby guard exclaimed, scrambling to intervene but unable to halt Lu Ming's advance. Indeed, this painting possesses some peculiarities. You must not look too closely. Lu Ming approached the wall, feeling a faint, eerie taint, yet he dismissed it entirely. He quickly recognized the figure depicted on the wall as Zhang Qing, the very individual he had sent to report to the government office 2 days prior. Narrowing his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashed within. There is indeed something to this. You cannot harm me, worry not. The guards, witnessing Lu Ming's apparent indifference to the sinister scene and his ability to converse clearly, ceased their warnings, genuine respect and anticipation dawning on their faces. After all, Kai Kuan had previously extolled Lu Ming's remarkable abilities, and while they had accepted his words, they still felt somewhat skeptical. Now, witnessing Lu Ming effortlessly incapacitating a dozen individuals with a mere painting, even from a distance, sent shivers down their spines. Lu Ming's nonchalant demeanor in the face of such a scene illuminated the true gulf between him and them. What a masterful technique, what meticulous thought. What a ruthless individual or anomaly, Lu Ming observed casually, realizing that Zhang Qing had not yet perished. His lips still moved as if attempting to utter something. Lu Ming surmised that Zhang Qing had been transformed into this state while conscious. Perhaps by another or some other ghastly entity. Clang! A chilling intent of bloodlust enveloped Lu Ming as his expression turned frosty. He drew his blade. I can surmise how you came to this unfortunate fate. It is merely the confluence of time and destiny. Allow me to grant you release, sparing you further torment. Beneath the flickering lights, the long blade traced a swift, cold arc in the air, aimed directly at Zhang Qing. Boom! The solid stone wall bore the mark of a vicious cut, yet the intended release for Zhang Qing was thwarted. What a heartless individual, knowing full well the wretched state of this poor soul. Yet unwilling to listen for any final wishes point, one must wonder how deeply saddened he would be to learn of the cruelty exhibited by those he sought to protect in the courtyard. The disemboweled Zhang Qing dragged his mangled form, a seductive smile adorning his face, standing with a feminine grace, playfully gazing at the knife-wielding Lu Ming, thinking that if suffering was to be his fate, it might as well be a release. Lu Ming's form flickered as he lunged forward, his blade slicing toward Zhang Qing, while his other hand secretly gathered strength. I can sense the malevolent energy radiating from you. I refuse to believe an ordinary person could withstand such supernatural forces for so long. Boom! Zhang Qing nimbly evaded Lu Ming's strike, but the frailness of this body rendered the reaction sluggish. Lu Ming's concealed punch connected, the formidable force of Wuxiang, erupting within Zhang Qing's body, sending him flying, crashing to the ground. Speak! Who are you? Why unleash such carnage? Lu Ming did not pause, fully aware that his punch might not inflict significant harm, yet unbeknownst to him, the intent imbued within had nearly obliterated the spirit phantom released by the embroideress, showcasing Lu Ming's unique power as a natural counter to such entities. His entire being surged with vigor, the loose-fitting scholar's robe, which had previously conveyed a sense of frailty, was suddenly filled out by his robust physique, rendering him strikingly heroic. This transformation transpired within mere seconds, leaving the surrounding guards in awe. If individuals from a past life were present, they would surely exclaim, "What a dramatic shift in demeanor!" Chapter 22. The elimination of the spirit demon and the acquisition of energy in the open space of the government courtyard. Lu dragged his long blade and lunged fiercely towards the fallen Zhang Qing. At that moment, he appeared tall and imposing, his face filled with a fierce aura, and his long hair billowing behind him like a battle-hardened warrior who had slain countless foes on the battlefield. Lu Ming was already aware of his transformation. He understood that it was influenced by that peculiar intent state. It felt more akin to the unlocking of the shackles within his heart, if that intent state truly posed a detrimental influence. The system, which prioritized the host's interests, would undoubtedly intervene. Lu Ming's current sentiment resembled, having severed the shackles of the past, today I finally recognize my true self. This was the authentic Lu Ming, as the previous Fa Ade had been a necessity born of various circumstances, a masked version of himself. Suddenly, an eerie wail, devoid of any physical form, enveloped the entire courtyard. All the guards who heard this wail felt as though their heads had been struck by a battering ram, leading them to succumb to dizziness and collapse. Even those guards who had initially fallen into a coma due to the sight of the bone and flesh-winged specter were now bleeding from their orifices, clearly beyond saving. Naturally, Lu Ming, being the closest, bore the brunt of this soul-shattering scream. The ferocity of the attack momentarily jolted him, causing his movements to falter as the blade form he had just concentrated on began to tremble precariously. Observing this, the fallen Zhang Qing would not let the opportunity slip away. Without any visible effort, she shot straight towards Lu Ming. Still dazed, Lu Ming could only awkwardly raise his blade in a feeble attempt to defend, but it proved largely ineffective. Zhang Qing merely altered her trajectory slightly, her ghostly, malevolent palms bypassing the long blade and striking heavily against Lu Ming's chest. Leaving two distinct dark imprints in the ensuing violent clash, Lu Ming, due to his dizziness, staggered backwards several steps, leaving a clear trail of footprints on the solid blue stone. Yet, in that moment of pain and the chilling aura invading him, his dazed mind suddenly cleared. Die! In the face of life and death, a fierce killing intent surged within him, causing his eyes to turn crimson, as if the blade he wielded had been stained with blood. Zhang Qing, confronted by this sudden surge of power, was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that a mere martial artist, after enduring her soul-shattering scream and a blow from her malevolent palm, would not only survive but possess the strength to retaliate. Having just taken a punch from Lu Ming, Zhang Qing was aware of his considerable strength but sensed a unique essence within it, making her hesitant to endure another of his attacks directly. Thus, she hastily raised her hands to defend. Bang! Swish! Her skeletal hands were effortlessly severed by the long blade, falling to the ground. The loss of her arms elicited another wail from Zhang Qing, causing Lu Ming's head to spin once again. However, this time he had developed a resistance and was only briefly dazed. As he regained his senses, he spotted a white shadow erupting from Zhang Qing, darting into the body of a nearby guard. Lu Ming's keen eyes discerned that the white figure was a young woman clad in a white robe, her hair cascading wildly, her form somewhat ethereal possession. "So this is your true form," Lu Ming exclaimed, pursuing her without hesitation. This was a prime opportunity. He would not waste time exchanging words. He firmly believed that any conversation should occur atop the corpses of his enemies. "You actually managed to injure my spiritual form with a single strike." Even the most elite martial artists can only deplete malevolent energy with their internal force, a slow and laborious process. There is no way you could execute such an attack. You have yet to cultivate your internal energy, so you are certainly not an ordinary martial artist. Which prominent family do you hail from? A guard on the ground rolled over to evade the strike, retreating rapidly. "I am your father." Lu Ming recognized that the opponent had misinterpreted his identity, but he had no intention of clarifying. Just from the few words exchanged, he realized he might be an anomaly in this world. Yet, in any realm, being an anomaly was seldom advantageous, especially in this brutal, cutthroat world. Simultaneously, Lu Ming became aware that the martial artists in this world could cultivate internal energy to combat demons, albeit with exceedingly low efficiency. He surmised that their internal energy was unlikely to resemble the dramatic displays seen in television dramas of his past life, where one could unleash dozens of dragons with a single palm strike or wield their fingers like machine guns. This world operated under a no magic premise. Regardless of how they cultivated their internal energy, it was undoubtedly linked to their life essence. If one were to unleash a technique akin to the 18 dragon subduing palms, they would likely be reduced to a desiccated corpse themselves. Nevertheless, from Lu Ming's perspective, even if the martial artists could not summon a dragon, their strength was assuredly formidable. However, the specifics of their abilities would remain unknown to Lu Ming until he ventured beyond the confines of this small Qingyang city and experienced it firsthand. Buzz! The sound of the long blade slicing through the air resonated across the courtyard as the retreating guard fell back into Zhang Qing's wake, scattering to the ground. The white shadow once again darted from the guard, swiftly moving towards another fallen sentinel. It was clear she was merely struggling in desperation. Lu Ming had her completely cornered. She could not comprehend the entity she had encountered. Even if he were a scion of a prestigious family, as long as he had not reached the soldier rank, his physical body would be severely impacted by her malevolent palm. The malevolence would permeate his body, significantly slowing his movements, and in severe cases, lead to a gradual freezing and death. Were it not for the two dark handprints on Lu Ming's chest, His otherwise unscathed demeanor would have caused even the white-robed spirit demon to doubt whether her attack had truly been a malevolent palm. Himph. I was already prepared for you. Despite the overwhelming killing intent, Lu Ming's mind remained clear. His brow furrowed, and a cruel smile curved his lips, enhancing his already formidable appearance with a menacing aura. The formless, breathing technique began to circulate, and the blade form within his mind grew clearer and more stable. His senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree, and his entire being felt as if it were a finely tuned machine, beginning to operate with a resounding rhythm. Buzz! The sound of the blade echoed as it trembled in Lu Ming's hand, resonating harmoniously with the blade form in his mind. The synchronization of body and spirit marked Lu Ming's peak state. What had transpired previously was merely a manifestation of bloody killing intent. The fleeing movements of the white-robed woman became sluggish in Lu Ming's perception. Akin to time standing still, he recognized that this was merely an illusion. A result of his heightened senses. In that fleeting moment, Lu Ming's form blurred like lightning, and as he swung his long blade, flashes of light erupted across the courtyard. The spirit demon, caught off guard amidst the swirling blade light, found herself enduring a fate akin to dismemberment, forced to expend her essence in a desperate attempt to unleash her third soul-shattering scream of the day. Yet, in the face of this third soul-shattering scream, Lu Ming remained unwavering. The blade form in his mind stood resolute. Rather, he harnessed the impact of the soul-shattering scream to refine himself. The mental anguish only served to heighten the excitement and cruelty etched upon his face, while his movements remained as swift as ever. The blade light growing even more ferocious. Realizing her final counterattack had yielded no results, the white-robed spirit demon let out a desperate shriek. Her already ethereal form became distorted and blurred beneath the onslaught of Lu Ming's blade, ultimately dissolving into specks of white light. Puff! Upon vanquishing the spirit demon, Lu Ming sensed a substantial increase in his system energy. If elevating Tiger Fist to perfection were to be considered a value of 1, the energy acquired from this encounter was at least 10. Lu Ming could not ascertain whether Tiger Fist was simply lacking or if the spirit demon held significant value. However, he leaned towards the former conclusion. Or perhaps the martial arts of this world were comparatively inferior to these bizarre entities. Yet, before Lu Ming could delve deeper into this revelation, he felt the formless technique dissipate, and with it, the pressure that had contained the malevolent energy within his chest was released. The chilling aura surged forth, and he coughed up a mouthful of reversed blood, which instantly froze upon hitting the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming raced back to his quarters, seeking to stabilize his injuries. On his way home, Lu Ming encountered Jia Yudao, who had brought people over. He merely informed him that the matter had been resolved and instructed him to tidy up. Without further engagement, clutching his increasingly icy chest, he hastily returned to his room. Jia Yudao barely had time to inquire before Lu Ming had already dashed off, prompting him to instruct 2 individuals to follow Lu Ming and see if he required assistance. While he himself hurried towards the courtyard as the ethereal specters languidly dissipated, the true embroiderer, adorned with vibrant floral patterns, paused momentarily. Perhaps she had anticipated the current turn of events prior to this moment. Thus it did not catch her off guard. The only aspect that truly astonished her was the fact that the one to vanquish the spirit was none other than that martial artist. How intriguing! Which esteemed clan does this young scion hail from? Indeed, Qingyang City is bustling with activity, with all manner of phantoms and creatures present. Come forth, come forth. It would be splendid to offer you all as a tribute to the Soul Reaper. Chapter 23. Ascension and Cultivation in the Central Courtyard of the Government Office. Shortly after Lu Ming's departure, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Before long, Jia Yudao arrived, leading a contingent of guards to the courtyard. Hurry, hurry. What are you all standing around for? Go check on their condition, he exclaimed, his gaze falling upon the fallen officials and guards. Without a moment's hesitation, he beckoned the guards to disperse and investigate. It was then that he spotted Kai Kuan near the entrance of the courtyard, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Kuan, how are you? Alas, I should not have chosen such a name. It makes me want to chuckle as I write this. Jia Yudao rushed to Kai Kuan's side, crouching down to grasp his hand and check his pulse. Initially, Jia Yudao had ulterior motives for adopting Kai Kuan, but over time, he had genuinely come to regard him as his own child. Upon detecting that Kai Kuen's pulse was steady, he felt a sense of relief and quickly examined his injuries, discovering that a portion of his tongue was missing. Fortunately, someone had already applied medicine to staunch the bleeding. Otherwise, he would have either bled to death from the severed tongue or choked on the blood flowing back. Lord Prefect, there are over 30 brothers here, and we have already conducted inspections at that moment. A guard leader responsible for tallying the situation approached Jia Yudao, his demeanor suggesting he had something weighty to convey. This caused a heaviness to settle in Jia Yudao's heart. With a somber tone, he urged, "Speak. What is the situation?" Of the 30 or so brothers who collapsed, aside from the 5 who, like Captain Kai, are on the brink, the rest have perished, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. However, the guard leader, noting Jia Yudao's expression, spoke in a hushed tone. "But what?" Jia Yudao pressed, his irritation mounting. "Speak plainly. Do not hesitate." Furrowing his brow, Jia Yudao's displeasure grew. The recent casualties in the government office, numbering 20 to 30, represented a new high in decades, comprised of the elite he had painstakingly cultivated. During our recent inspection, we discovered that one guard likely fell victim to a long blade. The guard leader cautiously explained, though he suspected there was a deeper reason behind it. Everyone trained together, bonding like brothers. Now, amidst the chaos, he feared some might act irrationally, given the bizarre nature of the situation and its complexities. "Do not dwell on it. Take me to see." Jia Yudao recognized the underlying issues but deemed them minor. Despite his sorrow over the heavy losses, he understood that confronting the uncanny would inevitably incur casualties. As Jia Yudao surveyed the courtyard, he observed the deep footprints imprinted on the bluestone ground, the grotesque gashes from blades, and the overturned bricks. A chill coursed through him as he reflected on the destruction. Having just seen Lu Ming, he could only imagine the terror of the inexplicable forces at play. Had Lu Ming not been present that night, the entire government office might have been utterly decimated. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had just returned to his chamber, only to expel a mouthful of icy blood, rendering his complexion even more pallid. Sitting on the bed, he gazed at the dark imprint of a hand on his chest, realizing he could no longer afford to delay. Yet, his sole means of recovery, the dream realm black energy, had already been utilized for cultivation. Ino-One had anticipated that the uncanny would strike on the very first night. However, if not for the enhancements he had acquired in the dream realm, he might not have been able to contend with the spirit's formidable techniques. Furthermore, due to the cooldown period of Yin Yang Wu Ji, he was unable to return to the dream realm for another 24 hours, leaving him with few options to recover or address his injuries. Resigned to his fate, he resolved to gamble on the system, allocating all available energy units to Wu Xiang. Lu Ming could only hope that the subsequent transformations of Wu Xiang would provide a means to suppress the increasingly pervasive Yin Sha Palm energy. His only concern was the lack of a foundational knowledge of martial arts, as the system's forced allocation felt rather coercive. Nonetheless, he had gleaned that this world possessed the existence of internal energy, providing a direction for the further development of Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang 1, Wu Xiang 1, Wu Xiang 1. In an instant, Wu Xiang ascended 3 levels, reaching level 8. The system continued to notify him. System notification, Host Spirit 0. 5. Mental state. Calm 5. Lu Ming's mental visualization of the blade form sharpened, and the elevation of his mental state rendered his overall demeanor more composed. Yet, upon closer inspection, beneath his calm exterior lay an underlying sharpness that sent chills down one's spine. This enhancement of his mental state was not solely due to the advancement of Wu Xiang, but also stemmed from the life-and-death crisis he faced during battle. Simultaneously, the elevation of his mental state stimulated an increase in his spiritual energy. The peculiar nature of the system's attribute point enhancement meant that each point increased Lu Ming's actual attributes by 50%. Thus, despite the modest increase of just 0.5 in spirit, with the system's spirit value reaching 11.5, Lu Ming's effective spirit was approximately 13.7, surpassing the normal human limit by a third. While this heightened spiritual energy could not yet influence reality, it allowed Lu Ming to perceive the nuances of his physical form more acutely. In a meditative state, Lu Ming sensed a vital energy emanating from various parts of his body, surrounding the dark imprint on his chest, which countered the Yin Sha. This was the reason the Yin Sha had not completely spread throughout his body after the operation of Wu Xiang. This vital energy, in Lu Ming's perception, was the foundation of all life, something all living beings possessed. Only those imbued with this essence could truly be called alive. As his breathing rhythm altered, the blade form within his mind resonated with his breath, prompting Wu Xiang to commence its operation within Lu Ming's body. Though he was still far from achieving a state where every action constituted cultivation, each upgrade of Wu Xiang led to a deeper mode of practice, alleviating the burden on both mind and body, thereby extending his cultivation time. Following the activation of Wu Xiang, the vital energy within Lu Ming's perception, which in this world is referred to as internal energy, began to transform. The previously scattered and disordered internal energy, ravaged by the Yin Sha, seemed to find its anchor, coalescing at the sight of the dark handprint on Lu Ming's chest. Under his control, it initiated a counteroffensive against the Yin Sha. In comparing their strengths, although the quality of the Yin Sha far surpassed that of Lu Ming's internal energy, approximately 2 to 3 units of internal energy were required to match 1 unit of Yin Sha. One was a disorganized rabble, while the other executed tactical maneuvers. In no time, Lu Ming felt the oppressive chill dissipate, and the dark imprint on his chest began to fade. Panting heavily, Lu Ming halted the operation of Wu Xiang. His complexion still far from improved. Exhaustion clung to him as he slumped onto the bed. His condition was understandable. Counteracting the Yin Sha required vital energy that impacted all aspects of physical quality. Any decrement in this energy would result in a corresponding weakening of his overall vitality. Fortunately, in Lu Ming's perception, this vital energy could be replenished quickly as long as his bodily functions remained intact, with the sole requirement being copious amounts of food. Now, Lu Ming's labored breaths were partly due to genuine fatigue and partly due to hunger. "Bring me food at once." Fortunately, Jia Yudao had instructed 2 guards to remain on standby outside, ensuring Lu Ming would not need to wander about in search of sustenance. Chapter 24. The exorcist Yin Qixia and the flowing clouds at the government office. Jia Yudao had repeatedly emphasized to the guards and officials the importance of maintaining a unified account regarding the recent calamity, that a formidable intruder had caused such casualties. Eventually, after addressing all subsequent matters, he arrived at the guest room. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a towering stack of bowls and a content Lu Ming, who was wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. "I must apologize for my earlier consumption. I didn't mean to cause any embarrassment for the prefect," Lu Ming remarked, feeling quite satisfied after his meal. Seeing Jia Yudao's arrival, he lazily waved his hand in welcome. His body still languid from the exertion of digesting the food. "This is merely the beginning. Eat your fill. We owe a great deal to my esteemed nephew's efforts tonight. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Jia Yudao had grown accustomed to Lu Ming's presence, and with a sense of ease, he casually found a spot to sit beside him. Although he considered taking a seat at the table, it was piled high with an abundance of dishes, teetering on the brink of collapse. This sight prompted Jia Yudao to cast a glance at Lu Ming's rather flat abdomen, and he couldn't help but inwardly sigh, acknowledging him as a truly remarkable individual. Finally, his gaze settled on Lu Ming's pallid face, and with genuine concern, he inquired, "Dear nephew, your complexion appears rather poor. Is there anything amiss? I shall procure the finest herbs for replenishing your vitality, and instruct the kitchen to prepare the most nourishing medicinal cuisine for you." Just as Lu Ming was about to decline, he suddenly recalled the significance of medicinal herbs for the physical body. Even with a mental compulsion driving the evolution of his corporeal form, the energy required would not manifest out of thin AI art. It necessitated diligent cultivation day and night, gradually absorbing nourishment from food. Notably, utilizing potent herbs to replenish one's life force was the swiftest method. Though he was currently well fed, the ordinary sustenance he consumed was far too inefficient for the restoration of his internal energy. He envisioned a scenario where, should his physical prowess become formidable, he might find himself seated on the toilet, desperately consuming food above while expelling it below, merely to extract the meager internal energy produced by that paltry intake. The very thought sent a shiver down Lu Ming's spine, prompting him to retract his words of refusal. "Then I shall gratefully accept your kindness, Governor Jia." Subsequently, Jia Yudao engaged in a thorough inquiry regarding Lu Ming's health. While Lu Ming recounted the events that had transpired in the courtyard of the government office, in his previous life, Lu Ming understood the principle that one must voice their contributions and hardships. Failing to do so would lead to a mismatch in the value received. especially after he had vanquished the ghostly figure in white. The aftermath was nothing but devastation and casualties among the guards, with not a trace of evidence left behind. Had it not been for Zhang Qing's artistically poised body lying there, Lu Ming himself might have doubted the reality of the situation. Upon grasping the full context of events, Jia Yudao noted the late hour and refrained from further disturbing Lu Ming. With dawn approaching, he had the affairs of numerous individuals to attend to, alongside a myriad of pressing matters, necessitating an early rest. Before taking his leave, Jia Yudao imparted news to Lu Ming about the extraordinary individuals he had dispatched to other cities for recruitment. They were concluding a strange incident and, traveling at great speed, were expected to arrive within a few days. After Jia Yudao's departure, Lu Ming had the dishes cleared away, secured the doors and windows, and lay on his bed, mentally replaying the battle he had just experienced. Assessing his gains and losses, reflecting on the events, he realized he had been overly complacent. Although he had been aware of the significant disparity between martial artists and those with extraordinary abilities, it was only today that he gained a clear understanding of it. The pig-headed butcher he had encountered in the Nightmare Realm was not a valid point of reference. The demonic creature possessed only combat instincts, lacking the crucial element of wisdom. Furthermore, the unique pollution of the pig-headed butcher had been obscured by the system, causing it to exhibit a tendency towards physical strength and brute force. However, if given a choice, those martial artists would prefer to confront spiritual ghosts rather than face the high attack and robust health of a demonic entity, which they were utterly ill-equipped to resist. Lu Ming's second oversight lay in having prematurely utilized the opportunity to collect dark energy from the Nightmare Realm, which left him ill-prepared to recover after being afflicted by the Yin Sha Palm. Consequently, he was compelled to resort to Wuxiang and take a perilous gamble. Fortuitously, he gleaned insights into the subsequent direction of martial arts from the spiritual ghost, coupled with his own epiphanies, allowing him to turn misfortune into opportunity and narrowly escape calamity. Ultimately, Lu Ming attributed this to the inadequacy of his physical cultivation in spiritual martial arts. Had he achieved over 50% refinement, his spirit would have permeated his entire being, rendering the power of Yin Sha far less troublesome. Nevertheless, the current outcome was still commendable. Lu Ming had mastered his internal energy. Among the mortal martial artists of this world, there existed exceptional individuals capable of deriving advanced techniques from the foundational martial arts disseminated through the Nightmare Realm. He remained uncertain whether this internal energy was unique to the martial artists of this world, or if they were merely retracing the original path of martial arts. However, from the words of the ghost in white, it was evident that the most elite martial artists could indeed rival her extraordinary abilities. Regrettably, the people of this world lacked the most critical rules, leading Lu Ming to surmise that the developmental ceiling of martial arts would not be particularly high. Consequently, he would need to seek alternative sources of martial knowledge for the subsequent upgrade of his wuxiang, with the most probable location being the origin of martial arts, the Nightmare Realm. Lastly, Lu Ming contemplated the invisible threads that eluded ordinary perception, noting their stark contrast to the ghost's manifestations. It was clear that these were not the ghost's means. Thus, he inferred the presence of others, likely individuals he could not afford to provoke at present. Currently, Qingyang City resembled a volatile powder keg, poised to explode at any moment, with Tu Shan Hong, the unknown bizarre forces, the impending arrival of exorcists, and the ever-elusive local tyrants, the Zhang family, lurking in the shadows, alongside countless undisclosed forces. Once the exorcists recruited by Jia Yudao arrived, Lu Ming resolved to find an excuse to retreat outside the city, lest he become collateral damage in the tumult. Plans to leave Qingyang City would need to be prioritized. It was imperative to find a stable environment for his development. Even if he were to engage in hunting bizarre entities to bolster his energy, he desired to maintain control over the situation, rather than remaining in this state of bewilderment where one misstep could lead to his demise. As Lu Ming pondered his gains and losses, gradually drifting into a semblance of slumber, in a town over 100 miles from Qingyang City, a robust middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, with a rugged visage and a beard, returned to the inn with a slightly gaunt, unremarkable young man, also dressed in a Taoist robe, bearing an expression of fatigue. They had finally wrapped up their tasks. Yet the thought of their impending journey to Qingyang City the following day left them far from elated. The Taoist-robed youth slumped into a chair in their guest room, casting a helpless glance at his senior brother. his tone laced with frustration. Brother Yin, why must we exert ourselves so? Those illustrious families have cast aside the lives of ordinary folk, neglecting their duty to eradicate evil, and now only engage in infighting and indulgence. Meanwhile, these bizarre incidents are becoming increasingly frequent, yet we, mere amateurs, are expected to shoulder the burden. When will this ever end? Brother Yin, we are but lowly soldiers in the grand hierarchy of ranks, unable to resolve these bizarre occurrences. Would it not be wiser to return home, cultivate diligently, and return when we are stronger to vanquish the demons? Haha, Lu Yun, you say this every time. Yet when have you not been the first to act when ordinary people are faced with the bizarre? Yin Qixia, the robust middle-aged man, chuckled heartily, placing their pack upon the table and sitting with an air of authority on the humble bench, which seemed to yield under his weight. Though you often use the excuse of collecting the remnants of the bizarre as training resources, it cannot conceal your true intention to aid the common folk. Moreover, I noticed your delight in their gratitude afterward. Humph! I saved their lives. Is it wrong to revel in their praise? The Taoist-robed youth. Lu Yun rolled his eyes at Yin Qixia, shifting his posture in the chair while leaning back lazily. It is individuals like us, who have only recently embarked on the path of martial arts, who regard ordinary folk as human beings. To those illustrious families, sects, or academies, they are merely expendable resources. Brother, you must have noticed, haven't you? The recent bizarre incidents in the northern region are the result of clandestine rituals being performed, and the focal point appears to be Qingyang City. Although the true orchestrators of these rituals remain unknown, rituals invariably invoke divine weapons. The Zhang family, as the local tyrants of the northern region, is ambiguous in their stance, clearly aiming to reap the benefits while avoiding any mess. So, do you truly believe we, mere small fry, should wade into these murky waters? What else can we do? Currently, those with any capability, after understanding the situation, dare not intervene. If we don't step in, who will? Yin Qixia lifted a cup of tea, downing it in one go, the liquid flowing down his throat with the potency of strong liquor. Though our strength is limited, we can still do what is within our ability. Every little effort to reduce the suffering of the common folk in Qingyang City counts. As for the rest, we shall do our best and leave the outcome to fate. Chapter 25. The arrival of the exorcist in Qingyang City. At the government office, Lu Ming awoke early in the morning. After the dissipating of the ominous energy, his body had recuperated remarkably faster than he had anticipated. Aided by an ample supply of nourishment, he felt no discomfort whatsoever now, and with the upgrade of wuxiang from the previous night, the strain on his physical form during cultivation had significantly diminished. Lu Ming grasped his long knife and made his way to the courtyard, commencing his daily practice of wuxiang indeed. Following the unexpected events of last night, he had adjusted his routine, shifting his practice from the moment the last rays of sunlight vanished to the dawn when the sun was about to rise, thereby granting himself the advantage of preparedness and a greater margin for error, all while not missing his nightly journey through the nightmare realm. With the cultivation of inner energy now attainable, his future endeavors would likely focus on the accumulation and enhancement of the blood river's inner energy. However, it was essential to note that the inner energy in this world was merely an external manifestation of a person's physical prowess. Thus, strengthening the inner energy was essentially equivalent to fortifying one's body. The distinction was minimal, and it did not conflict with the spiritual martial path of the nightmare realm. In fact, one could argue that they complemented each other. From his observations that night, the inner energy imbued with the imprint of his spirit naturally circulated throughout his body, gradually refining his physical form in a gentle manner. This meant that even if he did not actively cultivate at that moment, his body would still reach a refinement level of 100. With the only difference being the duration required, it appeared evident that inner energy was fundamentally a continuation of the spiritual martial path, aligning perfectly with wuxiang. As Lu Ming pondered this, a thought struck him. He halted his movements, crouched down, and concentrated the inner energy in his right hand under the guidance of his spirit. He then lightly swept it across the surface of the blue stone on the ground. Upon closer inspection, a faint but distinct handprint was left behind. It seems my inner energy has undergone some transformation. Its offensive power is rather formidable. I now feel that with just a punch infused with this inner energy, I could obliterate that spirit demon into nothingness. If practitioners in this world possessed such potent inner energy, their status would not be so lowly. It seems to be yet another merit of the spiritual martial path wuxiang. My inner energy is now filled with the imprint of wuxiang, akin to the sword essence cultivated within the bodies of sword cultivators in novels, equally domineering, sharp, and lethal. The difference lies in the fact that my inner energy is not as pure as sword essence. It harbors a degree of the bloodthirsty intent associated with frenzied slaughter and corruption. When this mixed inner energy strikes an adversary, it will cling to them like a bone worm, gradually eroding their body and even affecting their spirit. However, at this point, it merely serves as a trait for bullying the weak. Stronger opponents can effortlessly dispel the palm's strength, while the feeble can be easily dispatched without such complications. Just as Lu Ming continued his contemplation, the sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by a fragrance of food mingled with medicinal herbs. Indeed, after a brief return to his chamber, 2 constables arrived, each carrying 4 large food boxes. Young Master Lu, greetings. This is the medicinal cuisine instructed by the governor last night to replenish your energy and blood. The chef suggests it is best enjoyed while warm. Would you like to dine now? The 2 constables, displaying utmost respect, stood at the doorway. Having undergone treatment from the physician that morning, Kai Kuan, who had suffered significant blood loss and mental fatigue, had regained consciousness. His only remaining issue was a wounded tongue that hindered his speech. Nevertheless, upon awakening, Kai Kuan had promptly used a pen to describe the events he had witnessed before losing consciousness. Furthermore, under Jia Yudeo's tacit approval, the events of the previous night had already circulated among them. Even if only a fraction of the truth was conveyed, Kai Kuan's embellishments rendered the tale even more perilous, amplifying Lu Ming's stature in the eyes of the officials. Yes, I shall eat now. Simply place it on the table, Lu Ming responded without hesitation. Despite having consumed a substantial amount last night, most of it had been utilized to restore his inner energy. After practicing for a while again, he found himself truly hungry. Furthermore, Lu Ming recalled that since ancient times, medicine and martial arts were intertwined. Many powerful medicines significantly benefited physical enhancement. The cultivation of wuxiang would undoubtedly accelerate with the aid of medicinal substances. Recognizing the equivalence between potent medicines, martial knowledge, and the enigmatic energies, Lu Ming focused his attention entirely on the lavish spread before him, indulging in his sumptuous breakfast. Fortuitously, his body had now transcended the ordinary. Otherwise, such a feast could have overwhelmed him. After his meal, Lu Ming refrained from venturing outside. Given the substantial losses the government office had suffered the previous night, it would be wise for him to avoid becoming a nuisance amidst the ongoing aftermath. One must possess self-awareness. Unlike some foolish individuals from his former life who, despite perceiving their loved one's displeasure, would unwittingly prance about before them, heeding the unspoken signs of their anger. Naturally, this was merely a metaphor. Judging by the respectful demeanor of the constables toward Lu Ming, even if he were to dance before them, they would merely marvel at his inscrutable depth. Thus, Lu Ming's reluctance to venture outside was primarily due to a desire to avoid being the subject of scrutiny. His physical state had reached its limits, rendering him unable to practice wuxiang. However, he could still sit cross-legged on his bed and control the speed of inner energy circulation within his body without issue. Although the efficacy of this method was somewhat diminished, cultivation was inherently a gradual process akin to water-eroding stone, where persistence leads to monumental progress. With steadfast dedication, one would eventually discover the joys of continual enhancement. Ahem, that was a jest. To truly advance, self-effort was indispensable. Combining innate talent with diligent endeavor was the true path, much like the adage he had learned in his former life. Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Thus, Lu Ming remained within his chamber, circulating his inner energy and enjoying his meal and drink. As evening approached, while he concentrated on circulating his inner energy, he noticed a slight movement in his ears. His acute senses were once again in play. Footsteps approached, this time lighter and devoid of the heaviness of carrying food. Lu Ming surmised that it was likely someone bringing news. Knock, 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 young Master Eliud. As the constable prepared to speak, Lu Ming's voice resonated. Come in. The door is not locked. Upon hearing this, the constable respectfully pushed the door open and entered. He was not surprised that Lu Ming had sensed him from afar. After all, extraordinary individuals possessed unique abilities. Was this not a common trope in tales? In modern parlance, these constables had become Lu Ming's ardent admirers, rationalizing any absurdity that might arise. What brings you here? Lu Ming inquired, opening his eyes to regard the entering constable, who replied, "The governor instructed me to inform you that the exorcist we were searching for has arrived. Would you like to meet him and make an acquaintance?" "How prompt!" Lu Ming exclaimed, sitting up with curiosity and anticipation. He was currently devising plans to leave Qingyang City and needed authentic information about the outside world. Moreover, he was genuinely intrigued by the extraordinary beings mentioned in the miscellaneous records. "Lead the way. I must see this esteemed individual." At the government office, in the guest hall, Jia Yudao sat at a high position, conversing with two travel-worn Taoists clad in robes. One of these Taoists was robustly built, while the other appeared lean and slender. They were none other than Yin Qixia and Lu Yun, who had set out early in the morning and hastily arrived just before the city gates closed. "I am Jia Yudao, and on behalf of the common folk of Qingyang City, I extend my gratitude to both of you for your long journey. Today, having endured the rigors of travel, I shall have someone escort you to wash up and refresh yourselves. I trust the kitchen has prepared the food and drink. We shall dine while discussing matters in detail." Having exchanged pleasantries for a while and confirmed their identities, Jia Yudao, noticing their weary expressions, kindly instructed his attendants to lead the two men to bathe. "Thank you, Governor," Yin Qixia and Lu Yun replied. Having traversed over 100 miles of rugged terrain throughout the day, they were indeed fatigued. The prospect of a warm bath and a change of clothes was most welcome. As Jia Yudao watched them follow the guards away, he beckoned one of the guards over, whispering, "Have you summoned Lu Xianji? What is the status?" "Rest assured, my lord, I have already made arrangements, and they should be on their way," the guard replied respectfully, bowing. "Good, given Lu Xianji's previous demeanor, I believe he will gladly seize the opportunity to forge a friendship with the two Taoists. By the way, let Lu Xianji witness the capabilities of these two Taoists. We must not find ourselves in a situation where their inadequacies lead to a delay in our own lives." Chapter 26. Casual Conversations at the Banquet. In Qingyang City, at the government office's banquet hall, a lavish feast has been laid out before them. Jia Yudao and Lu Ming are engaged in light conversation while awaiting the return of Yin Qixia and Lu Yun from their ablutions. "Xianji, as I mentioned earlier, having had an encounter with the malevolent, you should be able to easily gauge the strength of the two Taoists when you meet them. If there is a significant disparity, we ought to reconsider, lest they unwittingly sacrifice their lives." After a period of relentless activity and insufficient rest, Jia Yudao appears considerably aged, compounded by the losses of the previous night, leaving him feeling quite uncertain about the current circumstances. "Rest assured, Governor Jia. The mere fact that they accepted the commission indicates their competence. When it comes to matters of the supernatural, I believe no one would carelessly gamble with their own life." Lu Ming, however, is entirely untroubled. "What kind of fool would travel such a distance to your modest city without any skill, merely to meet their demise?" Moreover, Lu Ming suspects that the current situation in Qingyang City is rather peculiar. In a short span, what was once a desolate and extraordinary place has attracted so many extraordinary beings, and one cannot fathom how many more might be lurking in the shadows. Yet the bizarre occurrences in Qingyang City show no signs of abating. Rather, they seem to be increasing. Lu Ming can only conclude that the rampant supernatural disturbances are a result of deliberate negligence by some party with ulterior motives. While he is uncertain of their intentions, he knows that two Taoists, unfamiliar with the clandestine dynamics of Qingyang City, are here to eradicate evil. Thus, the city, akin to a powder keg, could be ignited at any moment. Consequently, Lu Ming plans to return to the Lu residence at dawn. Initially, he intended to flee to the outskirts of the city, yet after having slain a spirit, he suspects he may have drawn unwanted attention. Venturing out alone could easily lead to an ambush. The reason for returning to the Lu residence is quite clear. Beneath it lies not only a pathway for combat, but also an escape route leading outside the city. Although he would be isolated in the Lu residence, at least he would remain within the city, avoiding the impression that he is attempting to flee and thereby attracting trouble. Should any significant upheaval occur, when everyone is preoccupied with their own crises, Lu Ming can slip out through the underground passage. Even if someone notices, they would not expend effort targeting such a minor player. Unbeknownst to Jia Yudao, in a mere instant, Lu Ming has contemplated all of this, even formulating a retreat strategy, while Jia Yudao appears somewhat lost, voicing his lack of confidence. Lu Ming remains silent, waiting patiently, rustling. From a distance, Lu Ming hears the sound of footsteps and the rustle of garments. Three individuals approach. The leader's steps are unsteady, likely a maid from the government office, while the other two present contrasting styles, one with heavy, powerful steps and the other light and silent. Lu Ming recognizes that the awaited guests have arrived and gently nudges Jia Yudao, signaling him to temper his despondent remarks. Jia Yudao readily understands and straightens his posture, his demeanor altering entirely. His earlier ramblings were merely an emotional release, treating Lu Ming as one of his own. Now, he must present himself properly before outsiders. Soon, the maid ushers in Yin Qixia and Lu Yun, who take their seats at the table upon the invitation of Jia Yudao and Lu Ming. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to Lu Ming, my esteemed nephew and a prominent merchant of Qinyang City. Seeing the two of them seated, Jia Yudao begins his introductions. He himself is a victim of the recent supernatural events in Qinyang City and the only one to have survived. Thanks to Lu Xianji's assistance, the government office was spared from calamity during last night's incident. Simultaneously, Jia Yudao introduces Lu Ming to Yin Qixia and Lu Yun. Although he had previously provided a brief overview of the two, he refrains from extensive elaboration as Yin Qixia and Lu Yun had only offered simple introductions upon their arrival, evading further inquiries from Jia Yudao. Understanding their reluctance to divulge too much, Jia Yudao wisely refrains from pressing further, recognizing that in the end, capturing the villain is paramount, regardless of the color of their fur. Yin Qixia and Lu Yun observe Lu Ming, whose fair skin and handsome features elicit a momentary flicker of surprise in their eyes. They do not underestimate him based on appearance. After all, many who seem delicate in the Jianghu can display ferocity when provoked. Underestimating others in the Jianghu often leads to an early demise. Before Lu Ming can even speak, the straightforward Yin Qixia addresses him first. Young Master Lu, I can sense the residual aura on you. You have recently been afflicted by the chill of the Yin Sha. Have you not? Although you have dissipated much of it, a faint trace still lingers, and I detect a unique essence intertwined with this Yin energy, akin to a mark. Yin Qixia's assertive tone momentarily stuns Lu Ming and Jia Yudao. They had not yet begun to probe, yet the Taoist has discerned Lu Ming's condition at a glance. This is advantageous, for it confirms their genuine capabilities. Indeed, Taoist, my encounter last night was with a spirit. But it is of no great concern now. After a brief surprise, Lu Ming squints slightly, concealing the flicker of intrigue in his eyes, and nonchalantly inquires, "But may I ask, Taoist Yin, what exactly is this characteristic mark you speak of? What function does it serve?" The sole purpose of this mark is to attract attention, to communicate messages to those aligned with the malevolent forces. It is a method employed by demons and supernatural entities to designate their prey. I surmise you were marked by that spirit as it perished at your hands last night. However, there is no need for concern. This mark, in essence, is akin to the special aura of Yin Sha, ephemeral and rootless, making it rather difficult to eliminate, but it will dissipate in a few days. Yin Qixia is not particularly bothered. He and his disciple frequently encounter such markings while vanquishing demons, and initially, they worried about inciting unavoidable calamities. However, they soon realized their fears were unfounded. The world of demons adheres to the principle of the survival of the fittest, and without vested interests, no one would foolishly seek revenge on behalf of another. Is that so? Lu Ming muses, his thoughts straying from the spirit. That spirit had posed no significant threat, and he does not believe the mark Yin Qixia speaks of originated from it. Thus, the only possibility he can conceive is linked to severing those two threads last night. Indeed, I have already attracted attention. It appears I must proceed with caution and seek refuge at the Lu residence, ready to retreat at the first sign of trouble. With everyone gathered and the atmosphere ripe with hunger, Jia Yudao gestures for them to begin eating and conversing. He recognizes that Yin Qixia and Lu Yun have been traveling tirelessly and are likely famished. The usually taciturn Lu Yun, seated beside Yin Qixia, has been eyeing the lavish spread with keen interest. The two brothers frequently resolve issues for wealthy families and have sampled their fair share of delicacies, yet they cannot resist their current hunger. After a long journey, they find themselves confronted with an impressive feast, which inevitably leads to a slight loss of decorum. However, the most striking presence at the banquet is none other than Lu Ming. He has never been one to adhere to rigid customs, and following his cultivation of wuxiang, his mindset has evolved, rendering him indifferent to others' opinions. Ultimately, at least half of the sumptuous spread finds its way into his belly, leaving the other three in a state of astonishment. As the wine flows and the dishes are savored, the conversation shifts to more formal matters, primarily led by Jia Yudao, with Yin Qixia and Lu Yun occasionally probing for further details. While Lu Ming listens attentively, absorbing the experience, my compatriots have inquired, the recent supernatural occurrences in Qingyang City are predominantly attributed to spirits. These spirits are formed from the resentment and negative emotions of the deceased, taking shape under mysterious energies, existing as formless entities. They feed on the vitality and souls of the living, primarily by possessing others and manipulating their actions like puppets. Yin Qixia sets down his cup, his expression turning grave as he gazes at Jia Yudao. Yet that is not the most troublesome aspect. What complicates matters is that these spirits can convert those they harm into new spirits. This means that if a single spirit is allowed to wreak havoc, it will not be long before more spirits emerge. Lu Yun, who has been silent until now, adds, the issue at hand is that we have only received reports of casualties from these supernatural incidents. But we have not observed any signs of an overwhelming proliferation of spirits. Can we then infer that someone is deliberately controlling the rate of spirit growth, keeping the supernatural events within a relatively inconspicuous range? Lu Ming toyed with the wine glass in his hand, observing Yin Qixia and Lu Yun. He voiced the speculation he had been harboring, yet neither Yin Qixia nor Lu Yun acknowledged him with a nod or shake of the head. They simply fell silent, choosing to focus on their food and drink. Lu Ming and Jia Yudao exchanged glances, understanding that the two were reluctant to elaborate for reasons unknown, suggesting that the matter at hand likely pertained to a deeper realm. Chapter 27. A New Battle, Giant, Pig-Headed Butcher. In the government office, the banquet had come to an end. The evening had grown late, and everyone had returned to their chambers to rest. Lu Ming lay on his bed, refraining from circulating the inner energy within him. After hearing Yin Qixia's words, he resolved to venture into the nightmare realm before dawn to confront the giant, pig-headed butcher. Power, after all, is paramount. Although he was unaware of the precise capabilities of Yin Qixia and Lu Yun, the sense of threat they emanated was palpable. Their expressions during the banquet suggested that, despite their strengths, they were merely novices in the cultivation world, while he considered himself a paragon among them. Lacking superior techniques for tapping into his own bloodline, and without formidable weapons, he relied solely on their unique bloodlines, which already granted them a decisive advantage over other martial artists. The plight of martial artists in this world was indeed tragic, especially as bloodline bearers exhibited a strong aversion towards those without bloodlines. Even someone like Yin Qixia inadvertently distanced himself from the common folk. Lu Ming propped his hands behind his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had hoped to glean more information from Yin Qixia, but his efforts proved futile. After assessing the situation in Qingyang City, they ceased to speak further, often diverting the conversation, leaving Lu Ming with no useful insights. Nonetheless, intuitively, he sensed that the strength of Yin Qixia and Lu Yun was likely superior to his own, yet not overwhelmingly so. Their ability to roam freely suggested that the outside world might not be as perilous as he had imagined. Perhaps it was akin to the previous state of Qingyang City, where extraordinary bloodline bearers intentionally isolated themselves from ordinary people, as long as one did not actively shatter that barrier, or suffer the misfortune of Qingyang City. An ordinary person might only ever encounter a martial artist in their lifetime. Thus, with due caution, Lu Ming concluded that with his current abilities, he could venture out without significant concern. If it were truly as treacherous as he feared, the merchants frequently traversing to Qingyang City would not continue their visits. Ultimately, Lu Ming set his mind at ease, recognizing that one could never be fully prepared for every eventuality. He resolved to focus on what he could control, and as he relinquished his anxiety and unease, a system notification emerged. System notification, Mental State Improvement 5. This affirmation from the system strengthened his resolve to pursue a path of strength and self-reliance. In the early morning, just before dawn, Lu Ming opened his eyes. With a subtle mental nudge, he activated the string of perception, and the scene before him shifted dramatically. He found himself back in the decaying kitchen, the long knife materializing in his grasp at his command. With a flash of steel, the unfortunate pig-headed butcher in the corner lost its head, dissipating into black mist that he absorbed. Lu Ming now had a clear objective, not to cultivate, but to defeat the boss. As the black mist began to take effect, he wasted no time and strode toward the courtyard. Along the way, he attentively sensed the changes within him. Previously, the black mist would seep deep into his flesh before vanishing, followed by a restoration of his body. Now, Perhaps due to his cultivation, the inner energy fused directly with the black mist upon entry, invigorating him as if receiving a temporary power boost. If before it was a sluggish snail, now it had transformed into a racing snail. Whoosh! Upon reaching the courtyard, the two old pig-headed butchers launched a surprise attack, only to be swiftly dispatched by Lu Ming's precise strikes, the target of his endeavor. The giant pig-headed butcher made its appearance without delay, its towering figure wielding a massive knife as it advanced resolutely toward Lu Ming. Before the boss could close the distance, Lu Ming's muscles tightened, and with a powerful push against the ground, he surged forward to meet it. That moment, his elevated mental state shattered the impatience, anxiety, and excessive caution that had once plagued him, resulting in a subtle transformation in his demeanor. Most notably, his knife techniques became markedly more aggressive. This seemingly minor change held great significance. Just as the 18 dragons subduing palms in the hands of Qiao Feng could be wielded by anyone, and similarly for Song Qingshu. Yet the disparity between them was vast. Lu Ming's cultivated wuxiang merely stabilized his mental state, primarily enhancing his strength and establishing a baseline for his abilities. However, the manifestation of that strength depended on his will. Will was not synonymous with mental state. Like the martial arts legend in the world of Feng Yun, who, despite sharing the sky sword realm, could annihilate 10 major sects when enraged, yet later became a mere figure of legend. The distinction between emotive attacks and those devoid of emotion was profound. Attacks guided by one's own will often exceeded limits, seeking life and death, while those lacking such will were inherently diminished in momentum. Let alone in combat, clang, 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 Lu Ming danced around the giant, pig-headed butcher, his knife strikes both steady and swift, fluidly adapting to the rhythm of the battle. Each strike was instinctual, flowing naturally to exploit the enemy's vulnerabilities. Unaware that the system interface had begun to display several new notifications. Wuxiang. Proficiency increased by 8 points. Wuxiang. Proficiency increased by 10 points. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the trait. Wind return, wind return. Follow the rhythm of the wind. It will reveal the enemy's flaws. Attack weak points 1. In a series of fortunate coincidences, Lu Ming found himself in a state of enlightenment, his abilities reaching unprecedented heights. Though this state would not last long. The brief period of insight yielded him substantial rewards, as he had previously dissected his techniques and refined his knife skills. The giant, pig-headed butcher soon bore numerous ghastly wounds, exuding faint wisps of black mist. Recognizing this state, Lu Ming recalled having witnessed it before. He understood that the giant, pig-headed butcher was about to undergo its second transformation. He swiftly leaped forward, disarming the butcher's large knife with a kick. Before retreating rapidly in no time, the rotund figure of the pig-headed butcher was replaced by a robust, crimson-skinned man, his muscles bulging and his features chiseled as if hewn from stone. Lu Ming's expression turned grave as he regarded this imposing figure. A sense of impending danger swelling within him. The unwavering aura emanating from the opponent felt less like confronting a man and more akin to facing a solid boulder. However, before Lu Ming could dwell on these thoughts, the blood-red giant lunged at him like a ferocious tiger. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Ming's long knife clashed repeatedly with the giant's fists in rapid succession. The giant's fists, seemingly forged from steel, unleashed explosive force with each strike, causing Lu Ming's hands to tremble and tingle. Had it not been for his wuxiang knife technique, reaching level 8, he might have been overwhelmed by a single blow, potentially obliterated. How absurd! The pig-headed butcher had the texture of rubber. But this giant's physique is akin to steel. Is such a transformation truly achievable through cultivation? Could he be some kind of monster? And why is he so formidable in hand-to-hand combat when he originally wielded a knife? When I first encountered him, he seemed to discard his large knife quite quickly. Could it be that this giant has always relied on his fists? It doesn't seem to be stipulated that the second transformation must adhere to the previous combat style. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Ming's eyes twitched, and his grip on the long knife faltered slightly, causing him to stagger back under the giant's relentless assault. Sensing his focus wavering, a flash of knife light flickered before the knife shape looming in his mind, instantly clearing away his myriad distractions. Though he had yet to attain the profound state of enlightenment akin to Hui Neng's Bodhi has no tree, the bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is not a single thing where can dust alight, he could still embody the perseverance of the Shinsho monks. The body is the Bodhi tree. The heart holds the bright mirror. One must always gently wipe it, lest it become sullied by dust. Of course, this also reflected the efficacy of his mental cultivation. No matter the adversity faced, one could maintain a high level of combat prowess. In fact, at the pinnacle of mental cultivation, it resembled the mythological figure Xing Tian, who, despite being headless, fought on with indomitable will, or the profound Buddhist state of cogito, ergo sum, where denying one's death led to the very essence of existence. Chapter 28. The Flame of Rebirth. The Crucible. In the Nightmare Realm, within the decaying Lu family courtyard, clang, 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 two imposing figures, appearing quite formidable to the average person, were locked in a fierce battle. This was none other than Lu Ming and the blood-colored giant. At this moment, the fight had evidently reached a stalemate. Lu Ming, wielding a long blade, capitalized on its inherent advantage of being stronger with each inch, combined with a more agile footwork that prevented the giant from closing the distance. Meanwhile, the giant's robust, iron-like physique, coupled with his overwhelming fist strikes, inflicted considerable discomfort on Lu Ming, despite his attempts to dissipate the force through the tremors of his muscles and bones. Lu Ming's spiritual martial arts, embodying the essence of stability, allowed him to maintain a solid stance as he engaged the giant. Additionally, the internal energy he possessed, augmented by a buff, continuously repaired his body, enabling him to keep his swordplay steady. During this brief exchange, Lu Ming discerned that the blood-colored giant, much like the pig-head butcher from the earlier phase, adhered to a fixed pattern in his martial techniques. However, the giant's combat awareness had evolved to a significantly higher level. As Lu Ming employed his newly understood characteristic, returning wind, to seek out the giant's weaknesses, the giant's formidable combat instinct reacted in kind, leaving Lu Ming with a sense of futility, akin to a mouse attempting to catch a turtle. Fortunately, the giant's powerful battle awareness lacked true strategic wisdom, relying solely on instinctual reactions that would trigger only when provoked. Otherwise, this battle would have ended long ago. Clang. Each strike Lu Ming delivered left a white mark upon the giant's form. Yet, this was insufficient. Prolonging the fight posed uncertainties regarding the giant's limits, while Lu Ming's own limits loomed closer as the buff from the dark energy began to wane. When that quick recovery ability faded, he would inevitably succumb to the relentless impacts of their exchanges. Moreover, this impending moment drew nearer as Lu Ming's internal energy slowed in both speed and intensity. Under such circumstances, one would expect Lu Ming to feel anxious and overwhelmed by negative emotions. Yet, illuminated by his meditative practice, he remained utterly calm and increasingly lucid. However, those negative feelings did not vanish into thin air. Instead, they surged towards Lu Ming's blood-killing realm. Thus, the blood-killing realm, which Lu Ming had comprehended through his experiences in the Nightmare Realm, began to evolve within his consciousness. Within the once empty depths of Lu Ming's mind, beneath the root-like long blade, a flicker of blood light emerged, gradually expanding from a mere point to a pool, then to a pond, and ultimately a lake of blood. The long blade stood resolutely above this blood lake, which absorbed all of Lu Ming's negative emotions. The surface of the lake occasionally rippled, manifesting countless shadows struggling within, displaying expressions of curses, jealousy, rage, and greed. System notification. Host has comprehended the blood-killing realm. Blood killing feeds upon all negative emotions within the heart, transforming them into a battle intent for slaughter, growing stronger with each kill. As long as the battle intent endures, the slaughter will not cease. Note: excessive killing can adversely affect the mind. Only the strongest spirit can wield the mightiest slaughter. At this moment, Lu Ming felt an unparalleled clarity of mind. As if he had returned to the state of enlightenment, a layer of blood light gradually enveloped his eyes, and a surge of desire welled up within him. A longing for battle, a yearning to transcend his limits, and an appetite for slaughter. On the blood lake of Lu Ming's consciousness, every motion of the blood-colored giant was vividly reflected, allowing him to swiftly analyze various possibilities. Clang, clang, clang. Although the speed and force of Lu Ming's long blade remained unchanged from before, in that fleeting instant, the rhythm of the battle began to shift into his control. While his blade still sought stability, it now bore a more ruthless and ferocious edge. Lu Ming abandoned most unnecessary defenses, safeguarding only vital areas of his body. Soon, pain radiated throughout him, yet he wore a smile of delight. His blade had finally become swifter. The blood-colored giant, driven by his combat instinct to protect himself, found his defenses compromised. Swoosh! A gash appeared on the giant's neck, oozing dark liquid that dissipated into black mist upon exposure to AI Ard. Ha, so you are not invulnerable. You can be wounded. Upon witnessing his attack prove effective, Lu Ming's smile grew increasingly wild and audacious. His long blade transformed into a purely offensive weapon, seeking to carve more wounds upon the giant's form. Let me see who will falter first. Prepare to meet your end. Thus, the ensuing minutes of their battle morphed from a back-and-forth exchange into a deadly struggle for survival within the octagonal cage. Clang, 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 boom, boom. As this brutal contest unfolded, both combatants accumulated more injuries. One was a blood-soaked warrior, becoming ever more tenacious, while the other, a blood-colored behemoth, remained impervious to pain, continuing to unleash relentless assaults. Boom. Just as the sun must eventually set, the battle concluded with the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Ming, bloodied, with a significant portion of his face shattered and one eye destroyed, collapsed heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. Yet he struggled to lift his upper body, catching sight of the blood-colored form standing motionless. Its head severed, thick black mist surged forth from the jagged neck, approaching him. Initially pained, Lu Ming's face broke into a joyful grin. Ha ha ha. If my life can yield such, then I shall sow the golden lotus in the flames. Ha ha ha. Amidst the rolling black mist, Lu Ming's laughter grew louder and more unrestrained. Just moments ago, specks of starlight mingled with the black mist and entered Lu Ming's body. A rune, ancient and encompassing all, flickered at his brow as the system illuminated with a radiant glow. System notification. Host has acquired Ember 1. Ember. A flame of hope. In a world consumed by darkness, there will always be steadfast souls harboring the light of hope, awaiting the one to carry the flame. When the ember blazes forth, it shall once again illuminate the entire world. Note: my companion, you shall no longer fight alone. Go forth, collect other embers, for the flame within you shall guide your path, and you shall ultimately become the savior of this world. System notification. Host has acquired the characteristic Ember Furnace. Ember Furnace. Utilizing the host as the forge, hope as the flame, and personal knowledge and experiences as fuel. To refine a potent elixir of the way, crafting a mechanism of the spirit. Gazing at this perplexing explanation, Lu Ming felt somewhat overwhelmed. However, the description on the system panel was far more profound than mere text. Upon touching the display for Ember Furnace, a rush of enlightenment surged within him, and his face lit up with ecstasy. He realized that the function of Ember Furnace was to refine everything he encountered and experienced into the most fundamental truths of the way, transforming them into his sustenance. In other words, the limits of his martial arts cultivation would no longer be confined to martial knowledge. Any form of knowledge and experience could forge his path to martial immortality. However, the conversion rates of different types of knowledge and experiences would vary. For instance, one could not expect a book on postpartum care for sows to provide significant assistance in martial arts, whereas possessing a tome like Nine Revolutions' profound skill could instantly propel him toward the path of enlightenment. In this world, the most compatible knowledge with martial arts stemmed from the profound techniques developed by bloodline practitioners based on their unique heritages. Although their techniques were often limited by their bloodlines, they still encapsulated expressions of the world's rules. It was akin to attempting to bring Tony Stark's Iron Man suit technology from the Marvel Universe into reality. Due to the differing rules of the two worlds, it could not be constructed. Yet, Ember Furnace could translate it into technology applicable in the real world, circumventing some limitations through reinterpretation. With a wealth of diverse knowledge, it was conceivable that one could achieve effects identical to the bloodline practitioner's secret arts and methods. This presented Lu Ming with an ideal means of disguise while traversing the realm. As a martial artist whose prowess exceeded conventional understanding, he would inevitably draw attention if exposed among bloodline practitioners, as no one would welcome a threat to their status. However, with this characteristic, he had no reason to fear. To borrow a phrase from his past life, it appears to be an apple, tastes like an apple. And regardless of the technological enhancements added, it is undeniably an apple. Similarly, my outward manifestation would be that of a bloodline practitioner, producing effects akin to those of a bloodline practitioner. Regardless of whether I possessed a bloodline, I would be perceived as one. Chapter 29. Fractured memories, twisted corruption in the decayed Lu residence within the Nightmare Realm. After acquiring the characteristic Ember Furnace that accompanied the Ember, Lu Ming could observe a mysterious rune added to the blade shape deep within his spirit. However, he was unable to perceive the high-dimensional changes described by the system. Nevertheless, he could distinctly sense a palpable buff now bestowed upon him. Lu Ming found it impossible to articulate the sensation of sudden inspiration, which eluded description through language or text. In the words of a past life, to understand is to understand, and not to understand is not to understand. It is ineffable, elusive, comprehensible only through intuition. If one were to seek a term that closely resembles this feeling, it might be enlightenment, yet it lacks the profound concentration often associated with such a state. Alternatively, it could be described as a form of inspiration concerning all things. Lu Ming merely revisited the chaotic wind blade technique he had once mastered in his mind, and the spark of insight began to flourish within him, guiding him with an obscure awareness of where his technique faltered, which angles required adjustment, and how to enhance the power of his blade, making it more suited to his unique style. Now, the world, as perceived by Lu Ming, brimmed with vibrant life, each entity eager to reveal its secrets to him. However, this was but a mirage, with his current shallow reservoir of knowledge. Even if he could transform all of it into that elusive insight, its contribution to his growth would be limited. After all, it merely served to convert and unify Lu Ming's disparate and unproductive accumulations into a usable resource. Akin to the equation 112, organizing his previously scattered and futile knowledge into a coherent whole. Regrettably, this transformation was not absolute. It was impossible for the mastery of woodcutting to seamlessly translate into the martial prowess of swordsmanship, as disparities would inevitably arise. Yet, these differences were not devoid of value. They might prove beneficial for other skills. Moreover, the abilities conferred by this flame of hope would require the collection of additional sparks to fully manifest. With only stronger flames capable of transmuting into greater knowledge, in Lu Ming's perception, it was as if he could peel away the veil obscuring the truth of the world. Yet, when he attempted to do so, he discovered that the veil was but a thin layer, devoid of anything beyond it. Observing a blade of grass, he could at most conceive of weaving it into something, but it could not be wielded to shatter mountains. As that exceeded the sum of his accumulated understanding, one could never yield more than two. Thus, Lu Ming's thirst for knowledge intensified. The issue of his inadequate martial foundation, which once constrained his growth, now presented a clear path to resolution. By slaying more aberrant beings in the real world or in the Nightmare Realm and collecting additional system energy to elevate, Formless, to a higher level. He could hasten the evolution of his mind and body, despite the time required for such refinement. This was akin to the difference in efficiency between a handcart and a freight truck. The disparity was not trivial. However, after upgrading Formless to LV8, the required proficiency increased exponentially, making further advancement challenging. Even with the energy he had recently acquired, he remained somewhat short of the threshold. This was primarily due to his own poor cultivation aptitude, neither a treasure body nor a divine soul. His potential was inherently limited. This limitation is the greatest barrier for ordinary individuals in their pursuit of cultivation. Lacking talent, their initial growth potential is effectively locked. It is not that one cannot continue to cultivate after reaching this limit, but that surpassing this boundary results in exponentially increased difficulty. Fortunately, he possessed this data-driven system, which, despite the forthcoming challenges, still allowed him to gain enhancements through diligent efforts to slay additional aberrant creatures. Moreover, the monsters within the Nightmare Realm could be repeatedly faced. As long as he survived, he would eventually succeed. Experiences with real-world aberrations had already demonstrated the capacity to obtain system energy. However, he pondered whether the divine weapons and demonic blades from the Nightmare Realm would hold any significance for him. As Lu Ming contemplated this, he shook his head slightly. The divine weapons and demonic blades felt far too distant and unattainable at present. He recalled his wandering thoughts and redirected his focus to his mind. Just as he absorbed the last remnants of dark energy that had emanated from the blood-colored giant, a torrent of chaotic memories surged into his consciousness. In these memories, he witnessed countless beings in agonizing struggle. Intermingling in conflict, he observed a world being devoured, as the psychic rules of the aberrant realm began to invade another world. The beings within that realm, unwilling to accept their fate, sought to harness the path of the mind to elevate their martial prowess. Charging against the tide of aberration, regrettably, the path of the mind they pursued had already been tainted and was no longer the original path of the mind. Thus, the stronger they became, the greater the pollution that ensued. Even achieving the rank of martial god could not shield them from the ultimate fate wrought by corruption. These resistant warriors, until their last breath, never relinquished their will to fight. This pure spirit of defiance rendered them difficult to be consumed by the aberrant realm. Thus, their physical forms were the first to be assimilated, giving rise to countless formidable demonic creatures within the aberrant realm. Even as the warrior's path of the mind became increasingly purified, the sheer magnitude of the aberrant realm wore them down over time, leading to the gradual dissolution of their will, until they ultimately became a part of this world. This was also the reason why few monsters remained visible in the nightmare realm. Those that persisted were the warriors who had delved deepest into the path of the mind. Only their steadfast spirits could endure until the end, preserving their essence from complete demonic transformation. It was no wonder that the flame of hope was described by the system as a beacon of hope, for it represented the final glimmer of hope within those individuals. Coalescing through the path of the mind, the blood-colored giant was the embodiment of this essence, while the pig-headed butcher was merely the manifestation of his post-assimilation form. Their rebirth was primarily due to the indomitable nature of their will. And the dark energy was, in fact, the primordial essence bestowed upon these aberrant creatures by the nightmare realm, the very root of their corruption. Lu Ming gazed at the remains of the giant before him, which had not vanished like those of the previous pig-headed butchers, and could not help but feel a deep admiration. To resist the devouring assimilation of the world through mere human will was a thought that sent shivers down his spine. He wondered just how powerful this giant had been in his prime, having been worn down by countless ages. Moreover, Lu Ming pressed a hand to his throbbing head, contemplating the tumultuous blood lake that continued to churn beneath the suppression of the primordial long sword and flame of hope. He observed the horrifying faces struggling to emerge from the blood lake. Those memories appeared to encompass more than just the giant's own. If he was not mistaken, the giant resembled the remnants of a fire that had burned down to its last embers. His final trace embodied in that flame of hope. Not only had his physical form been tainted, but even his memories had succumbed to corruption. Most of the memories he had just witnessed originated from beings that had already been consumed and assimilated by this world. Their pollution intricately intertwined with the essence of their memories. To seek the recognition of flame of hope might seem simple, yet it posed a challenge akin to scaling the heavens. It required one to possess an untainted path of the mind, but in a world consumed by pollution, where could one find such a pure lineage? Had it not been for the system, which unexpectedly allowed him to obtain the untainted path of mind developed amidst the myriad of pollutants, even if he were to slay the blood-colored giant countless times, he would never gain the acknowledgement of flame of hope. Were it not for the protection of flame of hope, the blood-colored giant would have undoubtedly transformed into a true, giant, pig-headed butcher. And the real, giant, pig-headed butcher would surely possess far greater strength. Thus, the path of the mind stood as their most promising means of resurgence. Yet, it too was susceptible to pollution. The bloodline bearers in the real world were not unlike these past warriors. Their mutated bloodlines were, in essence, a form of polluted path of the mind. Conversely, the warrior's unwavering spirit, characterized by an indomitable will to never yield or compromise in the face of adversity, crystallized into the highest form of path of the mind over the unfathomable course of time. Ultimately, this culminated in the flame of hope that could illuminate the world, becoming their true beacon of hope. Yet, he pondered how to seek out other remnants that also harbored the essence of flame of hope. Reflecting on the system's descriptive texts, Lu Ming focused on the newly emerged runes deep within his consciousness, and a sense of intuitive guidance surfaced in his mind. In the darkness, countless flickers of light, both bright and dim, illuminated his path, compelling him to step towards the most prominent beacon, akin to a radiant moon hanging in the night sky. Chapter 30. What a notorious killer in the realm of nightmares. Within the decaying Lu Manor, Lu Ming's gaze appeared somewhat bewildered as he stared into the unknown, where a projection of the Xinhua, illuminated the depths of his soul. Amongst the myriad of stars, he beheld a bright moon that seemed to embody all the beauty and hope of the world, a force capable of shattering every hardship and despair. The indomitable struggle against fate, the unwavering belief that a single spark can ignite a prairie fire, stirred Lu Ming's blood. Igniting within him a fervent desire to join this noble cause, he sensed that if he stepped forth towards any star within the projected constellation in his heart, he could instantly reach that celestial body. However, as he prepared to take a step towards the brightest moon, an unseen force repelled him. Leaving his foot suspended in mid-air, that moment, an inexplicable realization dawned upon him. Each Xinhua in this world resembled nails caught in machinery, engaging in a struggle against the corrupting forces of the nightmare realm. The more potent the Xinhua, the stronger the surrounding pollution became. Even a single Xinhua on the brink of collapse could wreak havoc upon Lu Ming's spirit. Should he dare venture too close to an excessively powerful Xinhua, he feared he would succumb to even the most basic of corruptions. Although the system had granted Lu Ming a legitimate identity within the nightmare realm, allowing him to recover without absorbing the eerie black fog to enhance his strength, it did not imply that an excess of pollution would not affect him. His blood-killing intent had become so peculiar for this very reason. After several attempts to approach brighter stars in vain, Lu Ming could only rely on his instincts to select a dim flicker amidst the constellations. Following this intuition, he stepped down, and in an instant, his form vanished from his original location, traversing mountains, rivers, plains, and gorges, arriving in a dense forest devoid of vitality. The flora in this forest manifested in shades of gray, with faint sanguine moonlight filtering through the towering trees, casting eerie shadows that instilled fear. Suddenly, rustling sounds echoed through the fog-laden woods, the commotion of something swiftly moving through the underbrush. Lu Ming immediately took a defensive stance, discerning from the tremors of the plants that whatever approached moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, a frail shadow burst forth from the thicket. With a clang, Lu Ming, utilizing his extraordinary perception, identified the figure as a diminutive old man, resembling his own physique, with long hair, mouse-like whiskers, and abnormally elongated arms. Lu Ming swiftly slashed at him with his long knife. However, despite the old man's slight frame, his speed was astonishing. With sharp, defined muscles, he adeptly maneuvered in the air, evading the blade's edge. Using his feet to spring off the knife's back, he lunged towards Lu Ming's chest. Caught off guard and with the old man already within his defenses, Lu Ming activated his wuxiang to its fullest extent, his physique towering nearly 2 meters. His long knife struggled to reposition in time, forcing him to channel his strength into his left hand, aiming a punch at the old man. Yet, in the realm of martial arts, it was the warriors of this world who were the true experts. Lu Ming's hastily formed fist stance was easily torn apart by the old man's eagle claw-like hands. What followed was a gruesome spectacle. The old man's hands, akin to blades, swiftly carved open Lu Ming's chest, and in a flurry of movement, he performed a brutal extraction of Lu Ming's heart and lungs. With a thud, the long knife, which had been half-heartedly defending, fell to the ground alongside Lu Ming's hollowed body, crashing onto the withered leaves with a muffled sound. Lu Ming had perished in the real world. Upon returning from the nightmare realm, Lu Ming instinctively pressed a hand to his chest, feeling a twinge of unease. He began to grasp the sensation Zhang Qing must have felt when he was transformed into a skeleton-winged creature, with his chest laid open, his body uncontrollable, experiencing a profound sense of helplessness as cold air rushed into his gaping chest. Buzz! In his mind, the shape of a knife trembled lightly, severing all distractions, plunging into the tumultuous blood lake below. Becoming a minuscule part of the surging waves within, Lu Ming exhaled, easing the pressure in his throbbing head. His experiences in the nightmare realm had yielded considerable benefits, the core of his martial path. The root form-long knife had been fortified by the Xinhua, achieving stability. Moreover, influenced by the Xinhua, the quality of the long knife was gradually refining. Although it remained at the foundational, calm heart level, its depth was surpassing that threshold, greatly aiding Lu Ming in his imminent breakthrough. After all, everyone knows that inferior materials, even if a designer exhausts their ingenuity, will inevitably lead to significant problems in the construction of skyscrapers. For Lu Ming, The root form was the material, and the system was his designer. Though this designer had advantages that allowed it to overlook material flaws and forcibly erect impossible skyscrapers, inferior materials could not bear excessive loads. The higher one ascends, even with the system's assistance, the time cost becomes increasingly unworthy. Aside from the gains from the Xinhua, Lu Ming also returned bearing a considerable burden: the pollution from the essence of the nightmare realm that had accompanied the Xinhua. This pollution had been transformed by his blood-killing intent into a blood lake, now nearly beyond his control. Were it not for the combined suppression of the root form Long Knife and the Xinhua, Lu Ming would have devolved into a mindless killing machine. Even so, everything within the room appeared tinted with a faint sanguine hue to Lu Ming's eyes. It was as if he possessed X-ray vision, allowing him to see the guards waiting outside his door, their forms appearing even more crimson, inciting within him a desire to draw his blade and slay them, merging with his surroundings. With a swift motion, Lu Ming used his left hand to slap down the knife he had involuntarily grasped. He now suspected that if he did not release the blood-killing intent that had accumulated within him, he would inevitably become a madman, oscillating between lucidity and bloodlust. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Lu Ming endeavored to quell the murderous intent within him. Realizing he could no longer remain in this bustling abode, the living beings around him, even separated by walls, resonated with a vivid crimson that could easily stir the blood-killing intent within him. After spending some time stabilizing his mind, Lu Ming, pale-faced, pushed open the door and stepped outside. He observed the horizon tinged with the first light of dawn, aware that soon the townsfolk would awaken to their daily toil. He could not endure such stimuli any longer. Rubbing his throbbing head, he beckoned a guard over. "Young master, how may I serve you?" The guard inquired respectfully as he approached Lu Ming, who felt his words would likely carry more weight than those of most officials in the manor. "When Governor Zhao wakens, deliver this letter to him. Inform him that I, Lu Ming, have suffered a relapse of old injuries and require some time at Lu Manor for recuperation. During this period, unless there are pressing matters, I request not to be disturbed." Lu Ming produced a letter he had hastily pinned within his chamber and handed it to the guard. Without waiting for a response, he proceeded to exit the manor. "Young master." The guard, holding the letter with a troubled expression, hurried to catch up with Lu Ming. Just as he was about to speak, at that moment, Lu Ming slightly turned his head, his pale face cold as ice, his reddened eyes peering through disheveled hair at the guard. Instantly, a chilling aura of killing intent enveloped the guard's heart, leaving him feeling as if he stood naked in a frozen wasteland. His mind momentarily blank as he stood frozen in place. A faint smile crept across Lu Ming's lips as he continued his stride outward. The earlier display was a technique derived from a skill known as witnessing technique from a novel of his past life. Combined with his blood-killing intent to instill killing intent intimidation upon a specific target, eliminating the need for the previous requirement of maximizing his intent realm to affect others. To live through death, to seek the path through killing. What a notorious killer he was. Around the corner in the corridor, Yin Qixia and Lu Yun, who had intended to approach Lu Ming for further inquiries, were taken aback by the scene before them. Their expressions shifted slightly. The killing intent intimidation might not have felt potent to ordinary individuals, but for those like them with extraordinary bloodlines and acute perception, it glimmered like a candle flame in the darkness. "It seems we misjudged him last night. Initially, we thought he was merely a lucky warrior who had slain a specter. Now it appears that this scion of the Lu family possesses remarkable bloodline abilities. Even before reaching the soldier level, he has already begun to showcase the uniqueness of his lineage. I wonder from which lineage he has inherited such formidable killing intent." Yin Qixia's eyes flickered with contemplation, though he could not recall any lineage known for such a path of slaughter. "Well then, brother, there is no need for further contemplation. Those who tread the path of slaughter do not seek the law but rather the technique, pursuing self-transcendence through each strike and stance, striving to surpass their limits in the continuous dance between life and death, forging the strongest version of themselves. Yet, the path is fraught with fragility. A moment's negligence could lead to irretrievable ruin. Throughout history, none have met a favorable end. Either they succumbed to formidable foes, breaking themselves in the process, or they ultimately devolved into mere madmen, consumed by their thirst for bloodshed. It remains a mystery how this young man ventured down such a path. Yet it is likely he will find himself fallen in some dark alley in the end. Let us depart. There are many matters awaiting our attention. The absence of one wealthy scion will not affect us. Chapter 31. The anomaly in Qingyang City. In the Lu residence of Qingyang City, Lu Ming had spent the past few days sequestered within the confines of his home, clearing his mind and striving to maintain emotional equilibrium. He managed his own meals and routines, having refused the offers of service from Jia Yudao's attendants. Nevertheless, he begrudgingly accepted the various nourishing medicinal dishes sent from the government office, unable to turn them away entirely. He persisted in his nightly ventures into the nightmare realm, not for any other reason but to ascertain if there were any new developments following the defeat of the giant pighead butcher. However, no such changes were evident. Lu Ming found himself once again within the decaying Lu residence, where the pighead butchers resurrected as per usual, easily falling to his blade. Even the giant pighead butcher reappeared, yet its strength was not as formidable as Lu Ming had anticipated. In fact, it was marginally weaker than before, swiftly dispatched by him. This led Lu Ming to form a conjecture, drawing from his previous memories. Each martial artist, after confronting the encroachment of corruption, leaves behind remnants that serve as the protective shell of Xinhua, simultaneously transforming into its prison. This incessant erosion of Xinhua, over time, has established a pattern akin to the instances in games of his past life. Even if Lu Ming unleashed Xinhua, the long-standing rules would not vanish, continuing their original functions. Of course, this was merely Lu Ming's fanciful musing, as there was no tangible evidence in reality to support his hypothesis. Such rules felt far too abstract for him. Aside from vanquishing the giant pighead butcher, twice, Lu Ming diligently practiced wuxiang in the nightmare realm until he nearly exhausted himself to death. As for the elderly man from the forest, he was referred to in the system notifications as 10,000 Beasts Fist, a Fu. In their brief encounters, a Fu exhibited the stealth of a leopard, the agility of a monkey, the ferocity of a tiger, and the heart-rending talons of an eagle. These movements, which should have been complex and even conflicting, were harmonized under a peculiar principle of boxing, shifting seamlessly among various animals to launch unexpected assaults, a concept as imaginative as it was unconventional. While this martial art was not yet perfected, its practical lethality was undeniable. It truly embodied the essence of 10,000 Beasts Fist. Regrettably, this style, though innovative and unique, could only be deemed martial arts. In terms of skill comparison, 10,000 Beasts Fist was indeed exceptional. Yet in the profound realm of martial cultivation, the foundation lies in the exploration of the path of the mind, evolving from the elevation of the spirit to the transformation of the physical form. From the inherited teachings and the chaotic memories he compared, it became apparent that beginning at the third stage of martial cultivation, the martial master, the internal state of the mind begins to gradually influence reality. This deepening continues through the martial hero's martial spirit, culminating in the tangible manifestation of the mind reshaping reality. From the initial martial body of the martial saint to the ultimate true form, providing Lu Ming with unwavering confidence to transcend the limitations of the corporeal realm step by step. Confronting 10,000 Beasts Fist would be more manageable than against that pighead butcher. As long as he did not engage in a technical duel, merely employing unchanging principles to counter myriad variations would suffice to overcome it. However, given my current state, should I embrace the bloodlust once more, I fear I might instantly descend into madness. Both Xinhua and wuxiang require prolonged accumulation. They cannot be achieved in a day or two. Patience is essential. Lu Ming languidly reclined in a chaise longue, leisurely observing the sun's last rays dissipate on the horizon. Since the massacre at the Lu residence, he had been beset by bandits, spirits, and the nightmare realm, leaving him no moment of respite. These past few days, however, marked a rare interval of tranquility for Lu Ming, largely due to the reemergence of Yin Qixia and Lu Yun as focal points within the government office following his departure. In just 2 days, Lu Ming gleaned much from the officials delivering medicinal dishes, discovering that the duo were indeed eager to assist, regardless of wealth or status, tackling any bizarre occurrences with fervor. They set out at dawn each day, returning only as dusk fell, tirelessly addressing the escalating peculiar incidents plaguing Qingyang City. It was reported that the trend of these oddities had begun to wane. And if this continued, it would not be long before they had entirely purged the city of its anomalies, restoring peace to Qingyang. Yet, This tranquility might be the calm before the storm. Lu Ming pondered whether Jia Yudao had heeded his letter, in which he urged him to flee to Lu's residence should any significant upheaval occur in Qingyang City. The Lu estate had been strategically constructed near the city walls, with several underground passages leading to remote areas outside the city, designed for swift escape in the face of unavoidable calamity. Now, with the current eerie stillness enveloping Qingyang, he hoped Jia would not place undue expectations on Yin Qixia and Lu Yun, but rather prepare for the worst. As Lu Ming gazed at the darkening sky, he envisioned an immense net descending upon Qingyang City, ensnaring it, with Yin Qixia and Lu Yun akin to unwitting insects caught within. Their incessant movements had stirred the lurking hunters hidden within the web, disrupting their delicate equilibrium. Night fell, the bright moon hanging high above, casting a serene quiet over Qingyang City. Despite the government declaring the city secure, the residents, driven by a sense of caution, refrained from nighttime activities, extinguishing their lights and retiring early. Suddenly, a mass of dark clouds appeared from an unknown direction, shrouding the moonlight and plunging the city into darkness. Simultaneously, a thick, misty fog began to rise, enveloping Qingyang in its eerie embrace, within which countless faint white threads danced, churning the fog restlessly in a dwelling. Several white threads slithered through the cracks of doors and windows, moving with a life of their own, reaching toward a slumbering individual. The threads swiftly penetrated the sleeper's head, and with a gentle tug, a spectral figure identical to the person in bed was drawn forth, leaving the original body lifeless, its skin turning a ghastly shade as if frozen. The faint white threads connected to the dazed specter slipped through the door, beginning to wander aimlessly through the city. Animals scurrying about at night encountered the wandering specter, before they could bark in alarm. The specter had already passed through them, leaving behind their rigid forms sprawled on the ground. As time progressed, more and more white figures emerged from their homes, drifting silently into the fog, their presence rendering Qingyang City a realm of the dead, devoid of warmth and filled with an overwhelming chill. Clang! Lu Ming unsheathed his long blade, severing several white threads that lunged at him, his gaze icy as he watched them dissolve into the ether. With a swift motion, he ascended to the pinnacle of the Lu residence's stargazing tower, an edifice ostensibly built for stargazing and moonlit reveries. Yet in truth, a dedicated watchtower, seemed possessed a knack for foreboding. Atop the tower, Lu Ming, blade in hand, surveyed the fog-shrouded expanse beyond the Lu estate, where the gray mist roiled, revealing numerous white figures within. I anticipated a great upheaval, yet never imagined such a grand spectacle. Qingyang City was doomed. Boom! Just then, a tremendous explosion from the street outside the Lu residence caught Lu Ming's attention. He beheld the fog being violently parted, as several figures rushed toward the Lu estate. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Jia Yudao, Kai Kuan, and others from the government office, flanked by Yin Qixia and Lu Yun, who had likely escorted them. Yet, seeing the scattered few and their disheveled appearances suggested their journey had not been without difficulties. As Lu Ming pondered this, he witnessed a throng of white figures surging from the mist, pursuing Jia Yudao and the others, heading toward the Lu estate. Seems that the overwhelming bloodlust within me is about to be unleashed tonight. A faint smile crept onto Lu Ming's otherwise expressionless face, his slightly reddened eyes silently gazing at the group of white figures. Their forms flickered and vanished from the rooftop, leaving only the sound of fabric tearing through the air. Chapter 32. The embroidered thick fog enveloped Qingyang City, at the Lu residence, on the street before the grand entrance. Hurry, hurry, run. The encroaching specters grow ever more numerous. We are clearly targeted by that unseen puppeteer. Yin Qixia's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword, slicing open a gash on his palm, allowing blood to flow down the intricately engraved patterns along the blade. The long sword, once parched, began to regain its vitality, rapidly adorned with crimson markings. As he deftly wielded the sword, several approaching specters were vanquished. His connection with his junior disciple, Lu Yun, was tenuous at best. He had merely joined a small sect. Confronting these bizarre entities left them with limited offensive options. They could only rely on their practice techniques to awaken the unique properties of their bloodlines to inflict meaningful harm upon these anomalies. While dealing with a solitary or few specters was manageable, facing such overwhelming numbers would severely deplete their blood reserves, inevitably leading to their demise. It was perplexing how that Lu lad managed to charm the magistrate into coming this way. Had we simply made a beeline for the city gates earlier, we would have long since escaped Qingyang City. Beside him, Lu Yun stained a stack of talismans with his own blood, his figure shifting rapidly across the battlefield. Whenever a specter threatened to breach their defenses, he would channel his energy, sending a talisman flying forth. Boom! The familiar sound of an explosion erupted, clearing a wide swath of specters. The talismans themselves were nothing extraordinary. They were merely infused with some potent materials, with the true efficacy stemming from Lu Yun's blood. Unfortunately, their blood could not be utilized by anyone other than themselves, nor could it be preserved. Otherwise, it would serve as exceptional material for talisman crafting. This limitation inadvertently protected them, for without it, their lineage might have been confined as mere production machines. The puppeteer behind the scenes would not overlook such an obvious vulnerability at the city gates. There were surely more perilous entities guarding that threshold. As local tyrants, the magistrate and Lu Gongzi undoubtedly had their own means. For now, all they could do was place their hopes in those two. The strange specters seemed endless. If they continued to engage in battle, their endurance would not last much longer. While conversing with Lu Yun, Yan Qixia's sword danced incessantly, dispatching a stream of specters. Yet, the pallor on both their faces indicated the arduous journey from the city center to the Lu residence in the north. Meanwhile, behind them, the protectors, including Jia Yudao, were too preoccupied with their flight to heed the words of the two brothers. Unbeknownst to them, as they entered this area, within the embroidery workshop of Qingyang City, the embroideress, employing secret techniques to awaken the divine weapon, soul tethering thread, was beginning the final ritual. Through her divine weapon, she sensed their presence. These little mice are quite fleet of foot, and the martial artist who slain my spirit minion has gathered with them. However, relying solely on these newly birthed specters to deal with them will prove challenging, even with the enhancement of soul tethering thread. I must concentrate on maintaining the ritual. Mobility is restricted. Yet, bolstered by soul tethering thread, I can easily conjure a doppelganger to eliminate them. And no sooner had she spoken than, in the space before the embroideress clad in resplendent garments, threads of white began to converge towards the center, swiftly coalescing into a figure identical to the embroideress herself. Upon the appearance of the doppelganger, no words were exchanged. The connection between the original and the doppelganger rendered verbal communication unnecessary. Without any discernible action, the doppelganger instantly transformed into wisps of white thread and vanished from the workshop. On the street before the Lu residence, an increasing number of specters joined the assault against Yan Qixia and his companions, turning the mere distance of several dozen meters into an insurmountable chasm. Soon, their defenses began to falter, forcing them to gradually constrict their protective perimeter. This left some of the outer guards vulnerable. Swiftly claimed by the specters, leaving behind only cold corpses. Clang! The sound of a long blade being drawn startled Yan Qixia and the others. In such dire circumstances, who would dare roam freely? Before they could focus on their surroundings, Jia Yudao's astonished voice reached their ears. Lu Xianzi, why are you not hiding properly? These monsters are far too numerous for mere martial artists to contend with. Aside from us, who are under the protection of Yan Daxia, everyone else has perished. As he spoke, a note of sorrow tinged Jia Yudao's voice. However, Lu Ming offered no reply. At that moment, he could no longer suppress the surging bloodlust within him. Aside from the foundational long blade bolstered by embers, which safeguarded a sliver of clarity in his heart, the remainder of his thoughts were consumed by the singular intent. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate all that dared to destroy the monstrosities he had painstakingly crafted over the years. In the eyes of Jia Yudao and the others, Lu Ming's figure accelerated, transforming into a blur as he weaved through the throng of specters, dissipating them wherever he passed. Although these specters were evidently weaker than the spirit minions previously encountered, their sheer numbers posed a challenge. Thus, the energy progress bar at the bottom of Lu Ming's system interface gradually increased. Furthermore, since Lu Ming had divided the energy of Tiger Fist to its maximum, the system interface began to reflect this as a unit of energy. For instance, slaying a specter would yield energy 0.1. With Lu Ming's arrival as a fresh force, the situation stabilized, allowing Yan Qixia and Lu Yun to breathe a sigh of relief. They had not anticipated Lu Gongzi's attacks to be so formidable. Wherever he struck, these peculiar specters were rendered powerless. However, it appeared that he was still engulfed in bloodlust. It would likely be impossible for him to regain composure afterward. Yin Qixia felt the pressure lift, but his attention was drawn to Lu Ming's frenzied slaughter, a mix of admiration and regret etched on his face. Senior brother, it is not so simple. One consumed by bloodlust recognizes no kin and spares no life. Observing Lu Gongzi's actions from the beginning until now, although he is aggressive and reckless, his path deliberately avoids Jia Yudao and the others, targeting weak points in our defenses. It seems he retains a flicker of clarity within. Lu Yun, ever vigilant, had been ensuring their defenses were fortified. With Lu Ming's addition, he found himself most at ease. Weren't you somewhat dismissive of Lu Gongzi before? Now you heap him with praise. Yin Qixia, slaying a few approaching specters, turned to tease Lu Yun, knowing his junior was known for his sharp tongue and stubbornness. Is it not evident from our experiences over the last few days? The Lu family is indeed different from the wealthy merchants we previously encountered in our wanderings through Qingyang City, be it within the city or outside. How many spoke of the Lu family with admiration and blessings? I merely voiced a complaint earlier. Who would have known that the Lu residence is not only a place of virtue, but that Lu Xiaoyi possesses such remarkable strength? I had thought he perished amidst the tide of specters. While Jia Yudao foolishly wandered this way, it seems I underestimated him. Lu Xiaoyi is indeed in a peculiar state of explosive power. His true strength is likely considerably lower, if truly besieged. He would find himself in dire straits. Yet, he disregards the danger posed by the specters and chooses to come forth to aid us. Such resolve merits a few kind words. Lu Yun, unburdened by pride, readily acknowledged his earlier misjudgment. He had always detested those who presented a facade of virtue while harboring vice, and since joining the sect, he had maintained a straightforward demeanor. Meanwhile, as Lu Ming continued to cleave through specters, he gazed into the tumultuous blood pool deep within his soul, feeling a sense of helplessness. Merely slaughtering these defenseless specters will not alleviate my bloodlust. Rather, it only stirs it further. While I may not become a mindless killing machine, the discomfort is unbearable. Be careful. Lu Ming suddenly noticed a shadow looming towards Yin Qixia amidst the blood pool's clarity and hastily called out a warning. Thankfully, Yin Qixia, seasoned from years of traversing the martial world, remained vigilant. Upon hearing Lu Ming's alert, he swiftly sensed the source of danger, managing to react in time. Just as he raised his sword to shield his chest, a pristine white hand appeared before him. Striking against the blade, boom! The force propelled Yin Qixia backward. Chapter 33. The surge of malice in the city of Qingyang. At the entrance of the Lu residence, a hand as pure and white as jade, concealed under the shroud of phantoms, struck towards the somewhat weary heart of Yin Qixia. Fortunately, Lu Ming detected the impending danger just in time and shouted a warning, allowing Yin Qixia to hastily raise his long sword to defend his chest at the last moment. At the instant of contact between the pristine hand and the sword, a tremendous force propelled Yin Qixia and his weapon several meters away in a parabolic arc with a resounding thud. They crashed heavily to the ground. After landing, Yin Qixia rolled a few times, leaving a long trail in his wake. Fortunately, his injuries were not severe. Rather, it was the considerable depletion of his blood combined with the sudden attack that rendered him somewhat weak. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling even further. Yet, he managed to regain some composure, propping himself up on one arm and glancing at the long sword that had fallen nearby. Now marked with a clear imprint of a palm, but a wave of fear washed over him as he realized that had he taken the full brunt of that strike, he would have lost at least half of his life. The only reason he retained any semblance of vitality was due to the remarkable regenerative ability of those who had reached the soldier tier of transcendence. If it had been a mere martial artist without such extraordinary powers, they could have been instantly obliterated. This was why martial artists in this world could never hope to stand against bloodline transcendence, not only because the very flesh of the latter harbors a deadly taint for ordinary people, but also due to the fact that, when unrestrained, these transcendent beings could turn any place they tread into a veritable abyss for mortals. Such near-immortal recovery capabilities instill despair in ordinary folk. However, for other transcendents, be they strange entities, demons, or bloodline wielders, their unique powers could suppress or even obliterate this so-called immortality. Thus, An unspoken rule prevails in this world. Only the extraordinary can contend with the extraordinary. Senior brother, at that moment, Lu Yun finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his face etched with urgency as he quickened his grip on his sword. Fortunately, being a seasoned veteran, he did not falter. He understood the necessity of first assessing Yin Qixia's condition and ensuring his safety from further attacks, rather than recklessly charging at the assailant in a futile quest for vengeance. Swish, 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 Lu Yun launched several blood talismans, clearing the surrounding phantoms and thwarting any potential follow-up assault from the attacker. In a flash, he positioned himself in front of Yin Qixia, shielding him as they both beheld the woman emerging from the explosive surge of solar energy. The woman, with cascading black hair that flowed down to her waist, had a face as pale as snow. Her eyes were slightly squinted, holding depths akin to a bottomless abyss, and her crimson lips curled into a nonchalant smile. Clad in a resplendent red robe, her graceful figure approached them with an elegant stride. She was none other than the avatar of the embroideress, whose true form still resided in the embroidery workshop. "Quite impressive. You survived my strike and still stand," she mused, her arms crossed, accentuating her mysterious allure. Standing a short distance from Yin Qixia and Lu Yun, she cast a teasing glance at the duo before shifting her gaze to Lu Ming, who had remained motionless since issuing his warning. "But I am more curious, young man. How did you perceive my concealed presence?" Yet, Lu Ming remained silent, his head bowed, the strands of hair obscuring his handsome features. Concealing the turmoil within, unbeknownst to anyone, Lu Ming's blood was already boiling. Upon sensing the embroideress, a tempest brewed within him, as countless crimson figures writhed in anguish, their blood intent threatening to erupt uncontrollably. Yes, her. It is her. She is the one who annihilated my Lu residence. The familiar aura of malevolence stirred memories of his past, nurturing figures, childhood companions, the loyal guards he had raised himself. The once vibrant faces of those he had lost flickered in his mind. Although Lu Ming had grown emotionally detached due to his past experiences, it did not signify a lack of feeling. Rather, he struggled to express the profound tumult within his heart. Ultimately, his memories anchored him to the icy corpses that lay sprawled in the courtyard of the Lu residence. Severing the fragile string of restraint within him, unleashing the torrent of his repressed emotions and surrendering entirely to the primal instinct for vengeance. Hee. Observing Lu Ming's transformation, the embroideress covered her mouth, unleashing a series of sultry, intoxicating laughs that made her waist sway and her ample form dance enticingly. It was a sight meant to enchant. However, her audience was not a seasoned exorcist but rather a paralyzed Lu Ming. Rendering the encounter utterly dull, I once thought a hero had managed to slay my spirit, yet here you are, rendered speechless and unable to move. How disappointing. I had hoped to collect you as another one of my masterpieces. But it seems you are nothing more than a worthless wretch. Since you are a waste, you should not linger and obstruct my view. Prepare to meet your demise. The embroideress, capricious as ever, vanished in an instant, only to reappear before Lu Ming, her eyes filled with malice and cruelty. Her fingers, sharp and crimson like freshly spilled blood, lunged towards his throat, with the same force that had sent Yin Qixia flying. Her claws glinted ominously, poised to tear through Lu Ming's neck, promising a gruesome fate of blood and shattered flesh, leaving his head dangling by a mere thread of skin, eyes wide with helpless despair. As this thought crossed her mind, the smile on the embroideress lips brightened with glee. She was but a fragment of the malice that lingered after death, resentment, jealousy, hatred, and grievances, all coalescing into a grotesque entity, born with an innate hostility towards all living beings. Unlike the tales of lingering attachments between spirits and the living, her essence thrived on slaughter, for each life extinguished fed her insatiable malice. This was the very reason she had gone to such lengths to secure the soul thread, ritual from the embroiderer. Beware, young Master Lu. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Yin Qixia, who had been on high alert for the embroideress, heightened their vigilance as she vanished. They realized their anticipation was akin to casting glances at a blind person. The true threat, the embroideress, was now mere moments away from Lu Ming's throat. Both Lu Yun and Yin Qixia found themselves unable to react in time, resorting to urgent cries in hopes of rousing Lu Ming from his petrified state, paralyzed by fear. Yet, they held little hope. After years in the martial world, They had witnessed countless individuals lose their courage to terror, with few managing to break free from that paralyzing grip and reclaim their bravery as the ghostly claws drew nearer. It was evident that Lu Ming had no opportunity for resistance. Yin Qixia, unable to bear the sight, closed his eyes, reflecting on the debt of gratitude he owed Lu Ming. Had it not been for Lu Ming's timely warning, he would not have had the chance to defend himself, let alone utter a few words, which could have cost him his life. Now, due to his own actions, Lu Ming found himself in a perilous situation, leaving Yin Qixia overwhelmed with shame and guilt. Senior brother, stop blaming yourself and look. Lu Yun, who had not lowered his guard, kept a watchful eye on the embroideress, knowing that in the very moment Lu Ming was struck down, they would become the next targets of that merciless woman. Thus, he dared not let his guard down. Yet, the unfolding scene took an unexpected turn, prompting him to interrupt his senior brother's brooding thoughts. Having traversed the martial world together for years, he understood his brother's temperament well. Noticing his current demeanor, he urged him to refocus and observe the changes occurring with Lu Ming. Chapter 34. A body as a blade before the Lu residence. Lu Ming, his hair disheveled from the recent skirmish, slightly lowered his head. Before him stood a woman clad in a resplendent red robe, her beauty both striking and seductive, extending her delicate, sharp hands towards him. This moment mirrored the one where Zixia held her sword to the neck of Ji Zunbao, during that life-threatening crisis when Ji Zunbao uttered the words, "I will love you for 10,000 years," causing Zixia's sword to fall. Yet now, this woman in red, confronted with Lu Ming's silence, harbored intentions far more sinister, yearning to lay bare his heart and soul. The woman's frenzied demeanor caused the onlookers in the distance to involuntarily shut their eyes, tears brimming, while another spectator widened his eyes, fixated on her every move, missing not a single detail. His figure began to overlap with that of a village gossipmonger during the festive season, serving as the information station at the village head. At that moment, Lu Ming lifted his previously bowed head, revealing his slightly reddened eyes. The tremor of his shoulders, coupled with an expression that straddled the line between laughter and tears, momentarily halted the woman's heartfelt actions. Observing his tearful visage, an involuntary thought crossed her mind. Pardon me, I've stumbled onto the wrong channel. Just as the embroidery mistress reached out with her ghostly claws at lightning speed towards Lu Ming, the distant Yin Qixia could not bear to close his eyes. His junior, Lu Yun, remained on high alert, contemplating an escape route, when Lu Ming raised his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes filled with a thirst for slaughter, devoid of any emotion. Through the disheveled strands of hair that fell over his forehead, he gazed at the embroidery mistress. A palpable aura of murderous intent surged through his gaze, penetrating the heart of the embroidery mistress. In that instant, not only did the doppelganger embroidery mistress feel it, but even her distant original form seemed to be engulfed in an ocean of blood. Waves of killing intent crashing upon her. The embroidery mistress, poised on the brink of breaking through the soldier tier, was momentarily taken aback. Although the disparity in their realms was vast, her moment of stupor proved sufficient. Entering a mode of slaughter, Lu Ming initially believed that by yielding to the bloodthirst, he would become a beast aware of his own killings. Yet, at that moment, despite the murderous intent saturating every pore, he retained his composure, his heart like a tranquil lake, reflecting the world around him. Lu Ming observed the ghostly claws nearing him, crouching to evade the deadly strike. He reveled in this exhilarating dance on the edge of life and death. The sensation of adrenaline coursing through his veins while his mind remained as serene as ancient ice, embodying the essence of true life. A bloodthirsty grin spread across his lips as the breath control technique and visualization method from no form surged into action, causing his blood to boil, muscles to swell, and his form to transform into a towering figure reminiscent of a mighty warrior of the West Chu. A pale red mist erupted around Lu Ming, a phenomenon born from the rapid circulation of blood within him, elevated blood pressure and temperature causing the mingling of blood and sweat to vaporize. What is a blade? Bamboo can serve as a blade. Wood can serve as a blade. Even a stick can be a blade. Everything can be a blade. So how can I not be a blade myself? Lu Ming's sinews bulged, muscles coiling tightly as he lowered his stance. His left leg straight as a knife, aimed directly at the heart of the embroidery mistress. The accumulated force shattered the fabric of his shoes and the ground beneath, aware that their strengths were vastly unequal. He recognized that opportunities for effective attacks were scarce. Now, while this woman was careless, it was the perfect moment. With one strike, both rank and fate would be determined. After a brief moment of daze, the embroidery mistress exhibited a slight delay in her movements, allowing Lu Ming to evade her grasp. Her thin lips parted as if to utter something, but just then, an overwhelming sense of threat enveloped her heart. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The embroidery mistress could hardly react, merely watching as Lu Ming's left leg sliced through the silken strands surrounding her, following the whispers of the wind. Silently piercing her heart, bang! The area around her heart erupted, disintegrating into countless white threads, dissipating into dust, mingled with a mist of blood. Her expression morphed into one of disbelief as she was propelled away by the immense force akin to a high-speed train, tracing a high arc before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to something from the past. Lu Ming retracted his blood-stained left leg. Now marred by torn flesh and muscle, blood pooling in the crater formed beneath him. However, compared to his leg, the left foot that had acted as the blade had exploded upon contact with the embroidery mistress, revealing gruesome bones. With some toes entirely vanished. Damn it, senior brother, stop blaming yourself. Lu Yun, who had been watching intently, witnessed this spectacle unfold. Although it occurred in an instant, for those like them, who had transcended the mundane and possessed extraordinary perception. Every detail was crystal clear. He was utterly astonished, his scalp tingling, mouth agape, repeatedly slapping Yin Qixia as if mimicking the scene from a Chinese odyssey, where the second-in-command urged the stone door to open for Chun Shi-san to witness Zunbo using the moonlight treasure box. The expression was akin to gazing upon a deity. It was crucial to note that any practitioner who had entered the soldier tier, whether of human bloodline or otherworldly creatures, had undergone a qualitative transformation in their physical form. Even a mere mortal strike would not breach the defenses woven from their flesh and extraordinary power. This was a hallmark of stepping into the soldier tier. To injure or slay them, one had to first shatter this outer layer of defense and then confront the internal corruption of their blood and flesh, all while subduing their extraordinary regenerative capabilities. Thus, one can imagine the utter despair of ordinary martial artists when faced with those of extraordinary caliber. Of course, Lu Yun was unaware that Lu Ming's success stemmed from a multitude of fortuitous circumstances. Firstly, although the embroidery mistress was bolstered by the divine weapon, soul-entangling threads, her strength did not match that of her original form, as her body was fundamentally composed of soul threads, lacking the resilience of her true self. Regardless, she was on the verge of breaking through to the soldier tier and entering the realm of warrior. In this remote northern region, as long as one did not provoke powerful forces, like the embroidery master or the head of the Zhang family, they could generally navigate with ease. Lu Ming's strike was indeed formidable, yet it did not reach the extent one might imagine. Secondly, Lu Ming's attacking power harbored an extraordinary force known as blood slaughter intention, specifically targeting the divine soul. The moment his foot struck the embroidery mistress, the surging blood slaughter intention erupted from his mind, invading her core of consciousness, severing her control over her body, significantly diminishing her physical strength. These combined factors were the primary reasons Lu Ming's attack obliterated a significant portion of the embroidery mistress's form. Damn it, you wretched creature, what have you done? A frantic shriek echoed from the mist, the embroidery mistress's voice no longer exuding the prior allure, but instead filled with hatred, malice, and venomous spite. This sudden sound drew the gazes of Yin Qixia and Lu Yun towards Lu Ming. Incredulous. Could it be? Her heart core and a significant portion of her body have been obliterated, yet she still lives? Is this truly the soldier tier? At that moment, Lu Yun was rendered speechless by Lu Ming's display. But witnessing the embroidery mistress dragging her broken body while shrieking in a fit of rage left him even more at a loss. Are we truly so vastly inferior to these powerful factions? Lu Yun's words were laden with disappointment. He and his senior brother fought tirelessly against demons and monsters, not only to defend their territory but also to acquire more resources for cultivation. They had painstakingly reached the soldier tier, yet now, gazing at these members of powerful factions, they discovered the stark disparity even among those at the same tier. Clap. Having regained some composure, Yin Qixia finally stood, slapping Lu Yun on the shoulder. Upon closer inspection, the white silks within the mist were mending her body, This was evidently not her own ability. Our disparity is not as insurmountable as you believe. As long as we live, there will come a day when we reach the heights we once gazed upon. Is that so? Under Yin Qixia's encouragement, Lu Yun quickly regained his spirits. He was no child. Having experienced much, such trivial matters would not shatter his confidence. Senior brother, you are right. As long as we strive diligently, one day, we too shall ascend to those lofty peaks. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Ming remained oblivious to the conversation between Yin Qixia and Lu Yun. Upon hearing the embroidery mistress's anguished cries, he summoned his profound mental state and indomitable will, disregarding his exposed bones and resolutely charging towards the position of the embroidery mistress. One should pursue the remnants of courage until the end, rather than seek fame and act like a tyrant. The lessons of his ancestors were etched in his heart. There would be time for words once he stood atop the enemy's grave. Chapter 35. Face-slapping assault. What on earth is that kid doing? Is he throwing his life away? Lu Yun gazed at Lu Ming, who, battered and bruised, was racing towards the embroidery mistress with a look of disbelief. Now is not the time to engage. He should be fleeing while she is still recovering. Lu Yun had never witnessed such bravery before. It was indeed a first for him. Clap! Yin Qixia delivered a swift slap to Lu Yun's head. His junior brother's erratic behavior was concerning, and at this moment, a dose of brotherly discipline was necessary to awaken his sense of reason. What are you waiting for? We need to assist. The eerie mist had not dissipated since the beginning, and the specters still surrounded them. Did he think they could escape if they did not eliminate that woman? Confronted by the roar of Yin Qixia, Lu Yun rubbed his ears and looked at him with a helpless expression. Senior brother, I too wish to assist, but you did not see what transpired just now. That woman emerged unscathed from my most formidable Qiang explosion. How am I supposed to help under such circumstances? As Lu Yun spoke, a fleeting shadow of despair crossed his face, but he quickly composed himself, rolling his eyes at Yin Qixia. With one hand gripping his long sword and the other clutching a stack of blood talismans, he continued, Do you truly believe that with this battered sword or by exhausting my blood to hurl these talismans, I can be of any assistance? Yin Qixia regarded Lu Yun's sword with a serious expression. Shaking his head, he was well aware that his junior's talent did not lend itself to close combat. Thus, he always took the front line while Lu Yun provided support from behind. Just moments ago, he had nearly been struck down himself. Sending Lu Yun into the fray would be akin to sentencing him to death for that stack of Qiang blood talismans. They indeed represented Lu Yun's most potent attack, each talisman demanding a significant sacrifice of his blood. Throwing them would risk leaving him completely drained. However, the lethality of these talismans stemmed from the explosive energy of intense solar attributes. Given the current situation, there was a real danger that instead of injuring the woman, they could inadvertently obliterate Lu Ming. Now that would be absurd. Yin Qixia shook his head once more, recognizing that his junior was in no condition to fight. Especially when he glanced at the unconscious figures of Jia Yudao and the others scattered nearby. It seemed that their survival today rested entirely on the shoulders of young Master Lu. Without delving into the complexities of Yin Qixia's thoughts, the scene shifted to Lu Ming, who, with an indomitable will, charged toward Xiaonyang. His expression grew increasingly fervent as the pain coursing through his body failed to extinguish his spirit. Instead, the agony hammered against his soul like a relentless forge. The life-and-death struggle in reality proved far more potent for his mental fortitude than any battle he had endured in the nightmare realm. Meanwhile, within the hidden system interface, the incessantly refreshing notification of Mental Realm Enhancement 1 attested to the veracity of Lu Ming's sensations. In ancient times, there existed a cultivation method known as stealing the heavenly mechanism, which entailed leveraging environmental terrors to awaken one's latent potential through sheer mental will. Consequently, many monks and Taoists favored training at the precipice of cliffs, despite the inherent dangers. One misstep could lead to irrevocable demise, utilizing the terror of life and death to unlock their hidden strengths. Yet, misfortune often befell those who treaded such paths. Lu Ming's current state perfectly epitomized this stealing the heavenly mechanism philosophy. Despite the fierce battles he had fought in the nightmare realm, he had always harbored the knowledge that no matter how many injuries he sustained or even if he faced death, he would not truly perish. Thus, he had never experienced the primal instinctual desire for survival until now, amidst this life-or-death confrontation. Lu Ming was not merely honing his spirit in relation to his physical form. He was undergoing a profound transformation of his mental will, cultivating an unwavering belief born from the crucible of life and death that shattered the last vestiges of hesitation, confusion, and fear deep within him. With life wagered against heaven, stealing the heavenly mechanism to achieve enlightenment, drawing upon the strengths of countless schools to attain the Tao and achieve immortality. At that moment, a spark ignited in Lu Ming's eyes. Once filled with madness, cruelty, and murderous intent, now transformed into an ethereal flame fueling his clarity. System notification. Congratulations to the host for comprehending Tao Heart. Tao Heart. Clear understanding of one's path, purity of heart. Resistance to negative emotions, such as killing intent and demonic thoughts. 50. With his long blade in hand, Lu Ming surged toward Xiaonyang with fervor. The terror of life and death beckoned great opportunities, and the all-encompassing enhancement he felt intoxicated him. This time, disregarding any other gains, merely solidifying my path and understanding my heart has been worthwhile. Come, let me discover the limits of my strength. Bang. The two were not far apart, yet the speed of thought was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming collided with the injured Xiaonyang, who was currently drawing upon soul threads to restore herself. Despite his battered form, Lu Ming's mental state was unprecedentedly robust. With an enhanced mental realm, he could wield every ounce of his strength with greater efficacy. Meanwhile, Xiaonyang, plagued by overwhelming murderous intent, struggled to maintain control over her body. Coupled with her injuries, she found herself unable to raise her head against Lu Ming's onslaught. Wow, this Lu kid is truly formidable. Despite his shattered physique, he can suppress that woman. Impressive. Lu Yun observed the battle, noting Xiaonyang's predicament with a hint of admiration. He envied Lu Ming's fluid and profound swordsmanship. Throughout their missions, he had yearned to fight alongside his senior brother rather than merely provide cover from behind. Alas, his aptitude for close combat was lacking. Charging forward could do more harm than good. No more envy. This is pure talent. Few possess such mastery in swordplay as young Master Lu. Yet, swordsmanship is but a minor path. As long as one's realm is sufficiently high, one can easily overpower 10 with one's might. Just as Lu Yun was familiar with Yan Qixia, the latter also understood his junior well in Lu Ming's previous life. He would have described him as a mage's life encased within a warrior's restless heart. And as for that woman in red, something about her always felt amiss. Her current behavior had surpassed that of an ordinary soldier tier. Yet, after being struck by young Master Lu's attack, her movements had grown sluggish. Her strength evidently diminished. There was certainly something suspicious afoot, but regrettably, their limited perspective prevented them from discerning the truth. If only they could provide a warning, even if they couldn't assist directly within the fray. Both Lu Ming and Xiaonyang found themselves evenly matched for various reasons. Lu Ming's ability to swiftly suppress Xiaonyang stemmed from the sheer ferocity and ruthlessness of each of his strikes, each blade imbued with a life-or-death momentum. His face was as cold as ice, his heart pure as snow. The long knife in his hand radiated an aura of invincibility. Following the inspirations brought forth by returning wind, he targeted Xiaonyang's vulnerabilities with every strike. He had discerned something amiss with her. Despite her severe injuries, she seemed unconcerned for her life, employing hit-and-run tactics to recover while relentlessly seeking to eliminate him and his companions. Fortunately, her disregard for her own life revealed her intense concern for her appearance. Recognizing this weakness, Lu Ming aimed each strike at Xiaonyang's face. Though she was born of peculiar origins, she too could not escape the understanding that one's appearance is but a superficial guise. She cherished her enchanting beauty. And with her violent tendencies already stirred by Lu Ming's face-directed assaults, coupled with her suppressed bloodthirst, she began to lose her grasp on reason, compelled to succumb to Lu Ming's rhythm in battle. "Ah, I shall slay you." A common saying warns, do not strike the face when hitting someone. Do not expose their flaws when scolding in the midst of battle. A careless moment resulted in Lu Ming leaving a scar on Xiaonyang's face. Unleashing her wrath, the primal instinct of her inherent brutality surged forth, casting aside her inner consciousness. A piercing soul shriek, far more potent than any spirit ghost they had encountered, erupted forth. Thud. Both Yan Qixia and Lu Yun, positioned at a distance, found themselves reeling from the shockwave, stumbling to the ground. Chapter 36. Departure from Qingyang City. In Qingyang City, the fog hung thick in the air, as the streets before the Lu residence echoed with cries of alarm. A piercing scream, accompanied by a jolt of spiritual consciousness, swept through the entire venue, plunging even the distant figures of Yin Qixia and his companion into a state of dizziness. One of them collapsed onto the ground. Squatting helplessly, their limbs flailing in a frantic attempt to regain their footing, yet they remained unable to rise. Even the specters lingering at the periphery were dissipated by this soul-piercing wail. Meanwhile, the seamstress presiding over the ritual of the divine weapon, Soul Thread, in the embroidery workshop of Qingyang City, found her own breath becoming disordered. For beings of their ethereal nature, each invocation of this soul-piercing wail consumed a portion of their essence. In a moment of recklessness, she had unleashed this life-saving technique for the sake of a mere young man, nearly jeopardizing the ritual she was conducting. Now, the seamstress lacked the energy to concern herself with her avatar. Under the circumstances of such a self-damaging soul-piercing wail, regardless of the outcome, she had to prioritize the ritual, fearing the loss of something greater for the sake of something trivial. Furthermore, she did not believe Lu Ming could survive such an assault on his consciousness. Even if he were to miraculously endure, he would emerge as a mindless fool, deeply scarred in spirit, only able to regain consciousness after a protracted period of time. This would serve to impart upon him a profound understanding of the agony of existence, one that eclipses that of death. However, unbeknownst to the seamstress, Lu Ming's spiritual cultivation, owing to the unique attributes of formless, had reached a lofty height, far surpassing his physical training. Previously, he had disregarded the soul-piercing wail of the spirit demon, and now, with his mental realm further refined, he faced this enhanced version of the wail head. On as the soul-piercing wail surged forth, attempting to assault Lu Ming's mind and spirit, the root-shaped long knife within his consciousness quivered in response, emitting a series of crystalline blade sounds. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of joy within this resonance. For the long knife, the soul-piercing wail served merely as a relentless forging hammer, a tool for its own refinement. The notion that such an attack could obliterate the root-shaped long knife formed from formless was nothing short of absurd. Instead, the soul-piercing wail was merely nourishment for its growth. Beneath the long knife, the blood lake, in the midst of this consciousness assault, had returned to a tranquil surface, disturbed only by imperceptible ripples, indicating a minor impact. However, in comparison to the previous contamination from the essence of the nightmare realm, this was inconsequential, merely a trivial matter. It must be noted, however, that this soul-piercing wail, though potent, primarily targeted the consciousness of living beings, with any accompanying pollution being secondary. The seamstress was simply unfortunate. Encountering anyone else, regardless of the consciousness assault from the soul-piercing wailer, the pollution would have been sufficient to overwhelm them. Yet Lu Ming's root-shaped long knife and blood lake fortuitously countered these two aspects. Thus, it was evident that when the seamstress expended a significant portion of her essence to unleash the soul-piercing wail, causing her form, composed of soul threads, to waver precariously, Lu Ming, momentarily halting in his actions, would not let this opportunity slip away. With a series of powerful strikes, he swung the long knife, disregarding the seamstress's expression of disbelief, relentlessly slashing toward her weakened form, the force of his blows growing increasingly ferocious, the long knife cleaving through the air with explosive sounds. In the end, it was unnecessary to elaborate on the outcome. Even the seamstress, who could barely maintain her own form, had no time to utter a word before Lu Ming's long knife sliced through her pristine neck. Her expression was one of incredulity, her lips parting as if to say something, yet before she could utter a sound, her consciousness shattered under the influence of the bloodlust, and her form, composed of soul threads, disintegrated into motes of white light, dissipating into the air. Upon the disappearance of her avatar, the seamstress's true self immediately sensed it, her brow furrowing in agitation as turbulent emotions surged within her. However, she was still engaged in maintaining the ritual of the divine weapon. Once this ritual was completed, it would replenish the soul thread with years of energy, enabling her workshop to firmly establish itself over the coming decade, no longer subject to the oppression of the noble families. The urgency of the situation left no room for complacency. She could only etch Lu Ming's image into her memory and focus her attention on the ritual. Meanwhile, Lu Ming remained oblivious to the fact that a beautiful woman, intent on revealing her innermost feelings to him, had committed his visage to memory. After slaying the seamstress, he stood rooted in place, gasping for breath. With the threat to his life abated, the myriad negative effects of his injuries began to overwhelm his senses, making him feel as though he were on the brink of death. Indeed, this was the reality. After a series of extreme, even superhuman exertions, compounded by various other factors, Lu Ming had achieved a significant victory, but his physical form was in ruin. He had barely managed to hold on through sheer willpower. Had the seamstress shown even a hint of resilience, the final outcome could have been quite different. Wow, Brother Lu, you're incredible. You actually killed that woman. At that moment, Lu Yun, who had been observing the battle from a distance, recognized that the fight had come to a close upon witnessing the seamstress's spirit disperse. He wished to approach and offer his congratulations, but found himself unsteady from his own lingering soul injuries, stumbling several times before collapsing back to the ground, where he could only shout in support of Lu Ming. Brother Lu, you look exhausted. How are your injuries? I have some excellent healing potions here. Beside him, Yin Qixia rolled his eyes at Lu Yun's words, unable to contain his disbelief. His junior, once he had recognized someone, would become utterly nonsensical. He had first-hand experience of the seamstress's immense strength, and while Lu Ming's miraculous victory was commendable, it surely came at a considerable cost. He could only hope that the healing potions he carried would prove beneficial to Lu Ming. Unbeknownst to Yin Qixia and Lu Yun, Lu Ming, although appearing to be resting with his eyes closed, was actually tapping into a profound sense that transcended the mundane, swiftly transporting himself to the nightmare realm. His physical form was crumbling. Unless he obtained a miraculous elixir akin to those found in novels from his past life, ordinary healing potions would be ineffective. Fortunately, Lu Ming still possessed a final trump card, the primordial dark energy bestowed by the nightmare realm, capable of enhancing his strength and healing all wounds. Regrettably, he was not a true native of the nightmare realm and could not fully absorb or assimilate the primordial dark energy. He could only benefit from its residual effects. Otherwise, if he could continuously absorb the dark energy he encountered, his strength would have reached extraordinary heights, allowing him to confront the seamstress without such perilous stakes. Of course, based on the remnants of the nightmare realm, it seemed that even the embers could not withstand the erosion of the primordial dark energy over time. Lu Ming resolved to learn from this experience, avoiding the folly of pursuing unattainable ambitions. Thinking himself unique in a sea of darkness, and seeking opportunities that could lead to his own demise, as Lu Ming ventured into the nightmare realm, time stood still in the reality he had left behind. Therefore, when Lu Yun's calls reached him, Lu Ming had already made a brief foray into the nightmare realm. His primary objective was to utilize the primordial dark energy to restore his physical form. After swiftly harvesting the dark energy from the pig-headed butcher, he had no desire to challenge the beast fist further. He felt confident that with a bit of caution, he could easily conquer it. However, having just engaged in battle with the seamstress, his physical form, despite rapidly recovering thanks to the dark energy, was still weary in spirit. He returned promptly once his body had healed sufficiently. Upon his return from the nightmare realm, Lu Ming did not allow himself to relax completely. He was acutely aware that Qingyang City remained shrouded in a perilous fog, teeming with wandering specters, and the presence of another formidable foe like the seamstress could still be lurking amidst the chaos.